my fucking finger hurts. It bit the fucking side of it. Oh shit, this radio is not on. Sorry, Mabel. Mabel. Ooh.
Oh, girl.
Oh shit, I did start it.
It's not saying anything about any other secrets in this. Oh, it's only me and one other person. Me and two other people. Hi.
5 o'clock tomorrow is when this week ends.
This is ridiculous.
Fibber and Molly return in a moment. There's no rubbing or buffing. You merely apply and let dry. That's all you have to do to bring out the beauty of your kitchen linoleum with Johnson's self-polishing glow coat. In fact, the glowing shine of glow coat makes the whole room a far more pleasant place to work. The new glow coat shines nearly twice as bright as ever before, and that extra brightness puts new life in linoleum colors. Makes floors gleam and shine with an added luster. Troublesome heavy traffic areas can be touched up easily with Johnson's Glow Coat. Your floors will be easier to keep clean, too. A wisp or two with a damp cloth takes care of all dust, dirt, and spill things. And remember, wax protects valuable linoleum and adds years to its life. That's the Glow Coat story, friends. It shines, it protects, and makes floors easy to keep clean. Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat is the perfect way to bring out the beauty of your home. Look on the bright side, shine out the right side, bring out the beauty of the home.
Well, I paid off the cab and let him go, Molly. As long as we're downtown, we might as well catch a movie.
Wonderful. But you should have kept the taxi cab in.
Oh, we can call another one after the movie. Why should I keep that one?
There's suitcases in it.
What? Good night.
Good night, all.
The makers of Johnson's Light Spot of Fishing, Wisconsin, bring you Fibber McGee and Molly each Tuesday night at this time. Be with us again next week, won't you? Good night. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company. This is WMAQ NBC in Chicago. The Johnson's Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry present Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie. Music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Fibber and Molly join us in just a moment. The easiest and best way to make a waxed floor look its shining best is to buff it with an electric polisher. And if you don't have one, here's good news. Once again, the famous Johnson's electric polisher is available in nearly every neighborhood. You can rent one at a surprisingly low cost. The Johnson's electric polisher takes all the work out of buffing. You merely flick a switch and guide it across the floor. You'll be surprised at how quickly you can polish every floor in your home. Polish them to such a hard, gleaming luster that just an occasional light dusting will keep them bright and clean. You know, of course, that there's no finer wax for your floors than genuine Johnson's paste wax. Now try the easiest and best way to buff Johnson's paste wax to a protective, mellow beauty. Rent a Johnson's electric polisher from a dealer in your neighborhood. Or if you prefer to own one, the price is $44.50. Use it with genuine Johnson's paste wax. They're a perfect team for bringing out the beauty of your floor.
$44.
Look on the bright side, shine up the right side, bring out the beauty of the home.
Wistful Vista's annual contest on I Like to Patronize My Neighborhood Merchants Because is over. And guess who knocked out a prize-winning letter? The notification has just arrived in the morning mail, and... No, it wasn't him. It was her, of Fibber McGee and Molly.
McGee, I won. Isn't that exciting? I won a prize. Imagine, the first contest I ever won, dear.
Well, gee, that's wonderful, kiddo. Congratulations.
Sure.
We'll sell the electric refrigerator because we already got one.
What?
We'll keep the car and sell our old one. You keep the mink coat and I'll learn to fly the airplane. We can take the trip to Honolulu while they paint the house and refurnish the living room. Then when we get back...
McGee, wait a minute.
Huh?
I didn't win all that stuff. I just won a new...
What do you mean, all that stuff? Why, that's hardly anything in a contest these days. If that Ralph Edwards thinks he's going to renege on all them promises by George...
This was not truth or consequences.
Huh?
This was the annual Wistful Vista I Like to Patronize My Neighborhood Merchant Because in 25 words or less.
Oh, that. What's the first prize in that vacant lottery? Trip by motor scooter through the fish hatchery?
I should say not. Listen to my award. It says, this letter entitles you as winner of the first prize in the women's division to an original Easter creation by Henri, Wistful Vista's leading couturier. Isn't that marvelous?
Who's Henri and what does he mean, an original Easter creation? What's he going to do, lay a purple egg?
For your information, sweetheart, the word couturier means fashion designer.
Huh? Oh.
It's from the French word couture, meaning dressmaker, and rie, meaning we'll sew some sequins on it for another $700.
Oh, that Henri.
Yes, isn't it wonderful?
Oh, yeah.
A special Easter dress created just for me by Henri himself. I think I'll tell him Come in. Oh, it's Mr. Williams, the weatherman, McGee. Hello, Mr. Williams.
Hello, Mrs. McGee.
Hi, Foggy, old man. What's the weather forecast? Light flurries of sunshine, followed by Wednesday and Thursday, and unsettled bills on the first of the month?
McGee, I'm afraid you take the science of meteorology rather lightly.
He does, Mr. Williams. He says he can look at an almanac and tell what the weather is going to be better than depending on you people.
And I can, too. I'm part Indian, you know.
Really? What part?
The part that sits around the fire.
Are Indians good weather prophets, Mr. Williams?
Oh, yes, indeed they are. Some Indian tribes have uncanny powers of weather forecasting.
Yeah?
I spent 3 years with the Camelback Indians of western Arizona, and I'm still mystified.
Yeah?
Every year when they perform their rain dance, it rains within 24 hours.
Oh, that's easy to explain. They just waited for a rainy day and then held the dance the day before.
Oh, I don't know, McGee. Some things aren't so easily explained.
Yeah?
Now, I'm not superstitious, but I went to a St. Valentine's dance once, and the next day I got 12 Valentines. Did the Indians make you a member of the tribe, Mr. Williams?
After I'd studied very hard and learned all their dances, Mrs. McGee, then they adopted me and gave me the name Manaho Dinden Malakil Ben Alamata Natatatata Blah.
Meaning what?
Clumsy.
Show us how they did the rain dance, Mr. Williams, will you?
Well, I'd be glad to, Mrs. McGee, but I can't dance it without a tom-tom.
Oh, that's easy. Fix. Here, I'll drum on the radio, Captain. All set? Go.
Hey, yee, hoo, hoo, hey, yee, hoo, hoo,
Oh, that's the rain dance.
hey, yee, hoo, hoo, hey, yee, hoo, hey.
My gosh, listen to that. Rain.
I'm sorry. I'm a little out of practice, and I guess I overdid it a trifle. I'd better get home and phone the bureau what happened. I'm afraid I might have exceeded my authority. Good day.
Wasn't that the most amazing thing you ever saw, McGee? He did the rain dance and it rained.
No, I don't know. My cousin Louie learned the foxtrot one night, and on the way home he got bit by a fox. So, hey. If we're going to get down to dressmakers, we'd better snap into it, kiddo.
Are you going with me?
Why, certainly. You think I'm going to have some monkey try to palm off a boulder burlap on my wife that just won first prize in the women's division? Come on, get your hat.
Well, I'm so glad you're coming with me because you have such good taste in other people's clothes. I'll be right with you, dear.
Okay, Tootsie. Ah, there goes a good kid. Imagine her slinking around town in a real Paris creation. I'll bet you... Now, come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hello there, Teeny. I can't talk to you now. I and Mrs. McGee are going shopping.
Okay, mister. Boy, did you hear the cloudburst, mister? Did you?
Hear it. I played the accompaniment for it.
Well, it sure was a...
Skip it.
Okay. My daddy said it was raining cats and dogs for a few minutes,
Yeah.
but I went right outdoors, but I couldn't see any. Looked to me just like ordinary rain.
It did, eh?
Boy,
I says it did, eh?
did what?
Looked just like ordinary rain.
Who do?
To you.
When?
When it started to rain so hard a few minutes ago and you went out...
I know it. Oh, gee. I hope it clears up for Easter, Esther.
Huh?
I said I hope it clears up for Easter, mister.
Oh. I said, oh. You got big plans for Easter, sister?
Oh, I sure have, I bet you. First thing in the morning, I'm going to feed Susie some carrots and lettuce.
Who?
Susie.
Oh, your pet rabbit, eh?
No, Susie's my little sister.
Huh?
She hates vegetables. Then after Sunday school, I'm going to take my paint box and creep into my daddy's bedroom and paint him all red and green and orange and purple and everything. I hope I can do it without waking him up, I bet you.
That seems like kind of a messy trick to play on your father on Easter Sunday, sis. What's the idea?
Well, mister, I just got thinking it over. He's awful good to me.
Well, yeah, but that's all the more reason why...
I just thought to myself, Teeny, I thought, why don't you paint your daddy some pretty colors so he'll look nice for Easter? He's been such a good egg. Oh, it's stop raining now, mister. So long.
So long.
Billy Mills, the orchestra, and Saturday Date.
get in there.
Yeah, hey, he can't be doing much business. He's only got one dress in the window. Down at the Bonton, they got 50 of them. I don't see why. Oh, hi there, old timer.
Hello there, kids. Hey, what you doing downtown?
Well, I'm getting a new dress for Easter, Mr. Oldtimer. I suppose you'll be out Sunday morning to join the Easter parade?
No, I sure will, daughter. I love parades. Seen calliope, tootling cars with red coats and boat hooks and elephants. Sure brings back memories. Used to be with a circus, you know, till my feet got burned so bad.
Well, how did your feet get burned so bad?
Well, they used to shoot me out of a cannon, and one day they used too much gunpowder.
You mean they fired you and then you quit?
Son, it was no joking matter.
No.
I had a feeling something was wrong that sultry afternoon in Fort Wayne, Indiana, in July 1889. Crawled down into the cannon where the crowds cheered. Then I heard the fellow pouring in the gunpowder, the scratch of a match, and boom!
Yeah?
Next thing I knew, I was 8,000 feet over Cleveland, Ohio, headed northeast, with my shoes burned off and 3 friends back in my dressing room waiting to play pinochle.
Spoiled the whole game.
Be that as it may, and speaking of parades as I used to carry the front of the bass drum, too.
Yeah?
But I had to give that up too hard on my ears.
Oh, yes, they're pretty noisy, all right.
No, the noise didn't bother me, but the fellow that walked behind and played the drum had such long arms he liked to beat my ears off.
You should have stood in bed and pounded your own ear.
That's pretty good, Johnny, but that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says, t'other feller says, seen my wife lately, she's had her face lifted. Is that so, says t'other feller. Now, who'd ever steal a thing like that?
Well, let's go in and order my Easter creation, dearie. I'm so impatient. I wonder what Henri will want to make for me. Come on.
Wow. What a shot. Some stuff. Wow. Is this an extra thick carpet or is this joint built on quicksand? I'm in it up to my ankles, Molly. I can't...
McGee,
Huh?
look. Mrs. McDonald and those other women over there. What are they staring at me for? Is my slip showing or something?
No, and even if it was and you were wearing army boots, you'd still look better than any of them biddies. Look at him whispering. Talk about cats. I'm glad I ain't carrying a can of salmon. Bet you by George they're ready.
Oh, sure, Madonna, monsieur. You are perhaps wishing an appointment with the great Henri, no?
Look, sis. It's been 30 years since I was in France, and my parler français has lost some of its groove. Now, let's keep this in broken English, shall we?
Monsieur, please to make a joke. Your husband, madame, you may praise Henri. Oh, you ought to see him at a party with mayonnaise in his hair. Trying to flip a spoon into a water glass. Well, miss, I'd like to see Henri, please. Tell him Mr. and Mrs. Fibber McGee want to see him.
Yeah, my wife won the contest, sis. Henri's going to whip her up something for Easter.
Oh, Madame McGee. Yes. Oh, nay, oui, madame. Henri will accept you. Here's just a moment in conference, but I will tell him that you are here.
Well, I'm sorry you didn't like the idea, Henri. I thought it was pretty clever stuff myself.
McGee, look, it's Mr. Wilcox. Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Oh, hi, Junior.
Well, what are you two doing down here?
I brought Molly down to have a dress designed for Easter, Junior. What's your excuse?
Oh, I had a great idea for Henri, pal, but he can't see it.
Oh.
And he's supposed to pride himself on being original.
Well, maybe he likes to think them up himself, Mr. Wilcox. See, you don't mean you're designing dresses for him.
No, I just had an idea for a material, Molly. One of those prints that are so popular for spring. I think it'd be wonderful for hostess gowns particularly. And I'd call it the hospitality print.
Oh, that sounds good, Junior. We wish he ordered too.
Well, it'll be a series of tiny scenes, you see. First, a print of a housewife looking dejected, sort of downcast, with a section of dingy-looking linoleum at her feet. Then a picture of a can of Johnson's self-polishing fur coat, and the words, no rubbing, no buffing. Then along the side of the gown would be the same housewife smiling, and the same linoleum, but with a high, glistening glow coat shine on it. The sort of beautiful new look that only Johnson's self-polishing glow coat can give your linoleum so easily. It'd be swell on that glazed chintz.
But Mr. Wilcox...
I figure he could line the gown in a contrasting color, you see, with a design of cans of glow coat rampant on a field of gleaming faces, indicating the happiness that glow coat brings and the warm hospitality which would give the print its name.
Yeah.
Along the hem, he could embroider Harlow Wilcox, represented. And maybe my phone number. Nothing vulgar, you understand, just a small handwork signature.
Look, hey. Look, Waxy.
Yes, pal.
Do me a favor, will you?
I'd like to, pal, but I've got to go.
That's it.
Oh, so long, Molly.
Well, I wonder when we'll see Henri, McGee. My goodness, I haven't been so nervous since graduation.
Nervous?
You know, the women in this town are just scared to death of him.
Pata, no silly little minuet dancing ruffle duster's going to scare us, you know. What's to be scared about?
Well, they say he's terribly temperamental. If he doesn't like a customer...
Monsieur Henri will see you now, madame. Please, to get this right. Announcing Monsieur and Madame McGee.
Oui.
Entree. S'il vous plaît.
Oui.
Well, heavenly day. So you're Henri.
You know this guy, Molly?
Well, I should.
Huh?
Remember the night we went to the Western movie and the man next to me spilled his popcorn all over it? Well, this is him.
And you're Ms. McGee. Well, it sure is a small world, ain't it? Well, howdy, McGee. Sit down. Say, it's nice looking suit you got on there.
You like this suit, Henri? January clearance sale. Come on, $35 with 2 vests. I wear out a lot of vests because I'm an elf and my altitude swings back and forth. I like the 6 buttons on the cuff, Henri.
Hey, that's real tricky. I sure like the way that coat breaks, too.
Well, I'm kind of fussy about how my coats hang around the chest, Hank. Not a bad-looking pair of pants you got on there, too, either. Them reverse pleats?
Yep, I always wear reverse pleats. Gets thick in the waist around my age, and the pleats kind of soften up the outline. You wear belt or gallantry?
Suspenders.
Me, too. The pants hang better.
I thought...
I like that button-down shirt collar you got on there, too, Hank. That's nice.
Well, thanks. It's mighty comfortable.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me, Miss McGee. Here's a magazine you can read while we talk.
What? Well, I don't want to read a magazine. I came down here to get a dress design, remember?
Oh, my gosh, she did it, that, Henri.
Sure. Well, now then, Miss McGee, I'm going to design you something real pretty. Eloise, get me a bowl of that benzoline and whatever else is laying around out there, except Mrs. McDonald, and drag that dress for me here. And hang up my beret, will you?
Oui, Henri. Benjamin and whatever else.
Well, now, let me see, folks. Take a look at these patterns. Here's one I done for Miss McDonald. She's the president of the bank's wife, and she was real tickled with it.
Like it, did she?
Oh, she hated it. Tickled her so much she kept laughing in church. Kind of fuzzy material.
Hank, I think you and I are going to get along. Now, here's my idea for a dress for my wife. Now, suppose we take a few yards of décolleté, sweep it up the shoulder in a sort of a percale bodice with a line gusset to offset the dirndl.
Now, McGee, I don't...
Well, now, McGee, I sure would consider that idea a long time before I threw it out. Mabel, my pincushion. Okay, Miss McGee, now take off your coat. Now, let me see here. I think maybe a nice suit, full skirt with a fitted jacket and some peplum. Billy Mills Orchestra and the King's Men salute the Academy Award-winning Zippity-Doo-Dah.
Because you really saying zippity-doo-dah? I think I said skippity-doo-dah.
Now that's the kind of day when you can't open your mouth without a song jump right out of it. Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-yay. My, oh my, what a wonderful day. Plenty of sunshine heading my way. Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-yay. Mr. Bluebird's on my shoulder. It is the truth. It's that show. Everything is satisfactory. Zippity-doo-dah, zippity satisfaction. Everything is satisfaction. Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-yay. What a wonderful feeling when you're feeling this way. What a wonderful zippity-doo-dah.
Now then, Miss McGee, we'll just pin it up a little higher on the left shoulder and drape it a little more around the left hip. There you are. Now take a look into the mirror.
Why, that's beautiful, Henri. Simply beautiful. And all with a handful of cloth and a mouthful of pins.
Well, that's going to make a mighty handsome suit, Henri.
Well, thanks, folks. Glad you like it. Eloise, take Miss McGee's measurement. Show her the best linings and buttons we got in the place. You just trot along to the fitting room with Eloise, Miss McGee.
All right, thank you. Lead on, Eloise.
Boy, you sure know your stuff, Hank, old man. Where'd you pick it up? You really from Paris?
Twice.
Huh?
Yes, sir. I was born in Paris, Illinois, and run me a ladies' tailor shop in Paris, France in 1919.
Oh.
Lost my discharge papers, so I had to grow me a beard and get an accent and hide behind a dress form. Then I found I had a talent for it, and here I am.
Oh, what do you know?
I'm doing so good I can afford to throw away that accent. I was a kind of...
Hello, Henri. I was just... Oh, hello, McGee.
Hi, Doc. What are you doing here?
Well, I always go through Henri's shop on my way to the hospital. It's a shortcut.
Oh?
Out the back of the post office, through Joe's Coke and Smoke, through Henri's place, around the filling station, there I am. Hospital.
This should have been
How is it, Henri?
Oh, just well, Doc. Have a chair and roll yourself a cigarette. Here's the making.
I haven't got time, thanks.
Well, how's business with you, bag bitches? I understand you worked some miraculous cures at the hospital last month by taking a week off.
That is a lie, and you know it. Those people would have gotten well anyhow. So what are you doing in here?
I'm going to have Henri make Molly an outfit for Easter.
Hey, that's pretty expensive, isn't it?
The best is none too good for my wife, boy. Expense is no object. Hardly. No, sir. It's only money. That's what I always say.
Oh, brother, listen to little string saver. Rhinestone Jim Brady. You don't impress me, Pinch Nickel. I happen to know you're so tight-fisted you didn't buy gloves all winter. You got out your golf clubs and used the mittens off your driver and your brassy.
Oh, now, Doc.
Oh, let him talk, Hank. Let him rave. He ain't what you might call a swift man with a buck himself. The taxi drivers around town call him No-Tip Gamble, the man with the even change.
I don't believe that, McGee.
Oh, thanks, partner. Well, I look forward to seeing Molly in the Easter parade, Henri. Followed at 5 paces by our little Lucius Booby in that pinstripe awning he uses for a sport coat. I mean, the one with the belted back that ought to be belted right back to the sweatshop it came from.
No, let's not get started on clothes again, fat boy. Incidentally, what do you do in a couple of weeks from now when Ringling Brothers start on the road and want their tents back?
Well, I just...
Well, I guess everything is all set, Henri. And thank you very much. Come on, McGee, let's... Oh, hello there, Dr. Gamble.
Hello, my dear. Can I give you a lift as far as the front door?
Oh, no, thank you, Doctor. I just want to...
Oh, excuse me, folks. Henri is speaking. Well, now, Miss McDonald, that's kind of an embarrassing question for me to ask. Ain't ethical.
Mrs. McDonald, she's one of them women who was whispering about you when you come in, Molly.
Probably wants to know if Henri has any material that'll make her complexion look like Molly's. She has an epidermis that looks like it has been sprayed for fruit flies.
Now, you just hold the phone, Miss McDonald. Hey, Miss McGee. Miss McDonald wants to know who made that dress you got on. She'll give me $500 to make her one just like it. Now, don't tell me you don't want her.
Tell him, kiddo.
Did I tell you? Well, I made it myself, Henri.
Yeah.
When we needed slip covers for the Davenport, McGee ordered too much material, so I used what was left for a dress.
Well, thanks. Hello, Miss McDonald. That model was an original Sophie. That's right, and it can't be duplicated. I'm sorry, Miss McDonald. Well, I'll have your outfit ready for Easter, Miss McGee.
Thank you, Henri.
Hey, Doc, you want to get in the Easter parade with Molly and me? Molly can wear her new creation, and you and I will walk behind her carrying the Davenport.
Fibber and Molly return in a moment. A friend of mine, a businessman who doesn't have much to do with housekeeping, helped his wife wax some furniture the other day. He told me about it later. He said, you know, it's amazing how much satisfaction I got out of putting Johnson's paste wax on that table and then buffing it to a beautiful shining luster. Well, I know just how he felt. It's a very satisfying experience. You start out with a dull, ordinary-looking table, and after a little buffing, you have a table glowing and gleaming with a rich, warm, mellow glow. And then, too, it's good to know that the furniture and floors you wax with genuine Johnson's wax will stay beautiful. That shining film of tough wax will protect them and make them easy to keep clean. A quick wipe with a dry cloth will remove all dust and dirt and filthy. And you'll have added reasons to be proud of your home if you bring out all its beauty with genuine Johnson's Taste Wax.
Look on the bright side, shine up the right side, bring out the beauty of the home.
Ladies and gentlemen, you probably know that the song Zippity Doo Dah won an Oscar during the recent Motion Picture Academy Awards.
Yes, Ken Darling, our own King's Men featured it in Walt Disney's Song of the South. And we're very proud that tonight they sang the same arrangement that Ken made for the picture.
A good boy. Good night.
Good night, all.
The Kingsman, if it was something a show was on something with Walt Disney. I don't know if they had a movie or what, I'm assuming.
Be with us again next Tuesday night, won't you? Good night.
Well, I'd never heard of it.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
But it's going to be some fucking shit from the 40s that obviously didn't make it too popular.
This is WMAQ NBC in Chicago.
The Johnson's Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. Johnson's Wax Products for Home and Industry present Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie. Music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. There's only one really modern way to keep your furniture and woodwork brightly polished and protected, and that's with the new Johnson's Cream Wax. You see, Johnson's Cream Wax, unlike old-fashioned polishes, does not contain one single drop of oil. This amazing polish is a combination of highly effective dry cleaning ingredients and fine wax. In one application, Johnson's Cream Wax cleans off all the fingerprints and smudges and leaves the surface gleaming and glowing with a bright and shining luster. Once you've polished your furniture and woodwork with Johnson's Cream Wax, you can keep them clean and glowing with nothing more than an occasional light dusting. There's no doubt about it. Once you've tried this modern wax polish, you'll never go back to old-fashioned dust-catching sticky oil again. Johnson's Cream Wax is the solution for furniture polishing problems. Try it. See how simple it is to bring out the beauty of your home.
Look on the bright side, shine up the right side, bring out the beauty of the home.
A successful marriage is often due to a wife's ability to read her husband's mind without moving her lips. And being a very successful wife, Mrs. Molly McGee of 79 Wistful Vista has been aware for about 45 minutes now that her spouse is about to spring some kind of surprise. As we meet, Fibber McGee and Molly.
Molly, I've been thinking.
Dearie, I know it.
You do?
I do. I know all the signs. You've lit your cigar 4 times with a burnt match. You've been reading the morning paper upside down, and twice when a fly lit on your bald spot, you reached up and scratched the lampshade.
My gosh, and I thought you were just sitting there darning socks.
Well, after all these years, I can darn socks from memory.
Yeah?
Just hand me a needle and a thread and a hole, and the rest is automatic. Well, let's have it.
Huh? Let's have what?
Your decision.
Well, I decided... Hey, how did you know I made a decision?
Well, I know the signs for that, too.
Yeah?
You brushed the ashes off your vest, uncrossed your legs, and cleared your throat.
I'm going to start wearing a mask and a football helmet around here. My brains aren't getting any privacy. Anyway, look. We haven't took a trip for some time. What do you say we take a trip for ourselves?
Why, wonderful, dearie. I love to travel. Where we go? New York? Chicago? Mexico City? Where?
Downtown.
What do you mean?
Downtown. Stay all night. I thought it might be kind of fun to pack our grips, check in at the Wimple Vista Plaza, have dinner, go to a movie, maybe dance a little, and stay downtown overnight.
Well, McGee, that does sound like fun at that.
Well, certainly. What do you say, Snooky? Is it a date?
You haven't asked anybody else?
No. I've decided to go steady with you now.
Well, in that case, I accept. And I think it was a wonderful idea.
Why?
You call the Wistful Vista Plaza, make a reservation, I'll start packing.
Okay.
I'll pack for you, too.
No, I'll pack. I mean, I know what you just take care of your own stuff, kiddo. I can handle my...
Did we ever start out anywhere in our lives that we didn't have visitors?
Yeah.
If we had different visitors, it would be something, but it's always the same people. Come in. Oh, it's Mr. Wimple, McGee. So nice to see you, Mr. Wimple.
Hi, Wimp, old man.
Hello, folks.
Still come in and sit down for a few seconds, Mr. Wimple, and chat.
Sorry we haven't got time for more than that, Wimp. Packing up for a little trip. Change of scenery, new faces, new places. Guy can't let himself get stale, you know.
Oh, you're so right, Mr. McGee. I remembered one time Sweetie Face.
Oh, Mr. Wimple?
Sweetie Face, that's my big old wife.
Oh, yeah.
I remember one time Sweetie Face wanted to take a little trip. Wallace, she said, where do you think I ought to go? The things that flash through my mind. I was really ashamed of myself.
What'd you finally suggest?
Well, I finally said, well, Sweetie Face, it depends on what you want. If it's rest and relaxation, why not buy a raft and try floating to Hong Kong? Or if you want excitement, you might try going over Niagara Falls in a peach basket. I thought she'd be flattered when I said peach basket, but she wasn't.
That's strange.
But I must say that we took one trip together that I thought was grand fun.
Where was that, Wimp?
Out to the airport.
Oh.
We were supposed to fly to Bermuda, but somehow our tickets got mixed up, and I went to Vancouver and she went to Egypt.
Well, heavenly days, how do you suppose the tickets ever got mixed up like that?
Oh, it isn't too difficult if you know the right people. I paid for my whole trip by writing greeting card verses on the way.
Oh, you're still grinding out hot doggerel, eh? What's been working on, Wimp?
Easter cards?
Little late, isn't it, Mr. Wimple?
No, we work about a year ahead, Mrs. McGee. This is for next year.
Oh, well, read this one. Go on, I love your poetry. You know that.
Well, all righty. I just wrote one that goes, Easter. Oh, Easter always comes in spring when weather is the most uncertain, and blue of sky is often seen through slits and cloudy, silky curtains.
Oh, isn't that lovely?
Thank you. There's another verse.
Oh.
My big old wife makes me go out in rain or sun to wine and feast her, and that is why, if wet or dry, I always have my big sou'easter. Well, I hope you have a nice trip, folks. Goodbye.
Billy Mills in the orchestra, and oh, look at there. Ain't she pretty?
Last year started right at the 30-minute mark of some time, so maybe 8:30 or 9.
Well, I'm about all packed, McGee. I'm only taking an overnight case. Can I help you with yours?
No, thanks, kiddo. I'm doing all right. I'll get mine packed. I always pack on the half and half system anyway.
Half and half, what's that?
Well, half the stuff I take I don't need, and half the stuff I need I leave home. Hand me that other suitcase, will you?
2 suitcases?
Yep.
To spend one night at the hotel in town?
I always like to take long enough to...
Come in. Oh, it's Mr. Williams, the weatherman, McGee. Hello, Mr. Williams.
Hi, Fogg.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, McGee. Going to Washington again, I see.
No. No, this is just a short trip, Mr. Williams. We're both going this time.
Yeah.
Well, you're going to have ideal weather for it, if you like the sound of rain against your Pullman windows.
I suppose you have to travel quite a bit studying weather conditions, Mr. Williams.
I used to, Mrs. McGee. In fact, I've been in parts of the United States which the white man has never seen.
Is it true, Foggy, that you traveled across the painted desert before it was even dry?
Back to radar games.
No. No, that is not true, McGee.
I don't think it
But, I did live in a remote part of Death Valley studying the effects of aridity on the human body. Had rather a bad time, too. Got caught in a sandstorm and lost all our food supplies.
Heavenly days. What'd you do?
Well, we spent 10 days struggling across the desert on foot. Finally, more dead than alive, one of our party managed to catch some fish. Oglesby, that was.
Caught some fish in the desert?
Yes. A Union Pacific train went by and the dining car steward threw us a few cans of salmon. Oglesby caught them.
Well, that was quite an experience. Is Mr. Oglesby still with the Weather Bureau?
No, Oglesby, I'm sorry to say, left the Bureau under somewhat unfortunate circumstances. He was stationed in Los Angeles, and one May he predicted snow.
He predicted snow in Los Angeles? It's a wonder they didn't lynch him and throw his body to the snarling real estate dealers.
Yes, I can see him now, leaving the office for the last time. As he walked away through the orange trees, his head bowed against the snow. By the way, where did you say you were going?
To tell the truth, Mr. Williams, not any place. We're just checking in at the Wistful Vista Plaza so we can have dinner downtown, see a show, and spend the night out.
Oh, I see. Good hotel, the Plaza. I had rather an amazing experience there during the war.
You did, Foggy? What happened?
I got a room. Well, enjoy yourselves. Good day.
Come on, Foggy. Oh, come on, Molly. Let's go.
This is a nice hotel, isn't it, McGee? You made the reservation, I suppose.
You betcha. The best $4 double bedroom they have in the joint. We even got our own bath.
Oh, how nice. Gas lights or electric?
Oh, this is a modern hotel, kiddo. Don't worry about that. See them rubber plants across the lobby there?
Yes.
90% synthetic. Well, I guess we better register, Molly. Where's the bags?
The porter put them over by the desk. And I still don't know why you had to bring 2 suitcases just to stay
Well,
overnight.
I just thought about...
My goodness, McGee, they're paging Mr. Wilcox.
If that kid is a page, he must be folded. And if Harlow Wilcox...
Boy. Over here, boy.
Are you Mr. Harlow Wilcox?
You mean the Harlow Wilcox that sells Johnson's self-polishing glow coat that shines to dries in 20 minutes or less and is made by the S.C. Johnson people of Racine, Wisconsin? Yes, I'm the one.
Well, I wouldn't know about that, sir. The bell captain just said to page Mr. Harlow Wilcox.
You mean you wouldn't know about Johnson's glow coat?
No, I wouldn't know about whether you were the right Mr.
Well, gee whiz, son, I thought everybody knew about glow coat.
Listen to Junior go, will you? He's got the kid trapped. He's going to have to stand there and listen or get no tip.
Well, my goodness, dear.
Yes, sir, son. Glow Coat is probably the best known protector and beautifier of linoleum in the whole wide world.
See?
That's because it's so efficient and so easy to use.
Yeah?
Yes, you just pour a little out, spread it around, wait 20 minutes or less, and your linoleum's got a coat of wax protection that shrugs at dust, laughs at dirt, and sneers at dampness.
Yes, sir, but I
You
just...
tell your mother about it, son. Just say Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. The only liquid linoleum protection that will take...
Hey, Waxy.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Huh? Oh, hello, Molly. Hiya, pal.
Hi.
Here, son. Here's $1, and much obliged.
Thank you, sir. Same time tomorrow?
Yeah, same time.
Okay.
Well, folks, what are you doing down here?
I was going to ask you the same thing, Omaha, but now I don't have to. You figure you get $1 worth of advertising by dishing out that loud stuff to a page boy, eh?
Oh, it doesn't cost me $1, pal. He'll give me back that $1 tonight.
Why, Willie?
He's my nephew, Small Fry Wilcox. I pay him $5 a week. The $1 tip is just to show the lobby patrons that Wilcox is no biker.
Yeah, they should be around when you twist his arm and grab it back from him. Look, Junior, Molly and I just came down here for a little vacation, see?
Vacation, pal? From what?
Well, as long as you're asking, Omaha, from a certain salesman.
Salesman. Is that a hint, pal?
Sounded like it to me, Mr. Wilcox.
Well, I can take it. Have fun, kids. So long.
Bye, Mr. Wilcox.
Yeah. Well, come on, Molly, let's register. Oh, hey, Bud, you got a room for me? My name is McGee.
No, sir, I haven't.
Well, why haven't you?
Because I'm the cigar clerk. The reservation desk is to your left.
I had the wrong counter, I think. Hi, Bud, my name is McGee. I phoned for a reservation a couple hours ago.
What was the name, sir?
McGee, Fibber McGee, Mr. and Mrs.
Just a minute, sir, and I'll check. How do you spell that, please?
Big M, small C, capital G, double E as in G. Willikers.
I see. Well, just be patient, Mr. Willikers. I'll try to take care of you in a moment.
The name is McGee.
Yes, Madam McGee. I'm checking.
I love this. The guy looks at all the books, studies the room charts, scratches his neck, and all the time he's got enough empty rooms upstairs to take care of all the oil promoters in Arabia. Why, if I was a hotel man, I'd hire Doc. Hey, Molly, there's Doc. Hi,
Hello,
Doc.
Doctor. Is somebody sick in the hotel?
Hello, McGee. Hello, Molly. No, I just come through the lobby here on my way to the drugstore. It's a shortcut from my office.
Oh, you're full of shortcuts.
Yes, besides, I'm the house physician.
And if you don't mind my saying so, Doctor, I think you're the ideal type for a house physician.
Thank you, my boy. What makes you say that?
Oh, I don't know. I think maybe it's because from the rear you look kind of like a house physician.
Why, McGee?
Don't mind him, my dear. I don't. You know the old saying, it's better to keep your mouth shut and have people think you're a fool than start talking and prove it.
Very good, Doctor. Very good. Touche. That's one of your own original sayings, I presume. Because I'm sure that it's just a coincidence that my great-grandmother embroidered it into a wall motto.
Well, the doctor didn't claim it was original, McGee. He just said it was an old saying.
That's right. The ability to quote from the classics is one mark of an educated man. But little Sir Numbskull here wouldn't know about that.
No, I don't know about that.
Is it true, Gruesome, that the day you graduated from the 8th grade, you walked across the street and voted?
Certainly. I got paid for it, didn't I? You think I'm a crook or something? And speaking of education, Plasma Peddler, I hear you just passed the medical examiners by the skin of your teeth. They asked you to describe the bone structure of the elbow, and you said it was just a knuckle in your arm.
McGee, I think you're just making this all up, isn't he, Doctor?
My dear, I've known your husband for many, many years.
Yes, I know.
I've looked at him with a microscope, through a fluoroscope and X-ray, and if there's a word of truth in him, it's hiding behind an electron. Well, I've got to be getting off to the drugstore.
Need some medical supplies, do you, Doctor?
No, but somebody just told me the pinball machine's out of whack and it's paying off like crazy.
Well,
that thing owes me $76.
Oh, isn't he a sweet old character?
he's old and he's a character, but... Hey, Bud, you found my reservation yet?
What was the name, sir?
The name is still McGee, Mr. and Mrs. Fibber McGee.
Oh, yes, certainly. Just sign here, please. And
Thank you. Now, how long will you be with us, Mr. McGee?
Just overnight, Bud. Hardly long enough to learn which hot water faucets the cold water runs out of. Hey, is there a shower in our room?
Well, there was for a while, sir, but so many people complained about it that we moved it into your bathroom.
Oh. We'll find it in there.
Front. Boy, show Mr. and Mrs. McGee to 733.
I sure will, Mr. Crabshaw. Just follow me, folks. Well, I'll be doggone. Hello there, kids.
Mr. Oldtimer.
Hey, how long you been a bellboy here, old-timer?
Just started this week, Johnny.
Yeah?
Been laid up with a busted arm and 3 busted ribs before that.
That's so.
Had an accident.
Oh, what kind of an accident?
Rode my bicycle into an excavation, daughter. The danger sign fell onto my neck, and I got all cut up from the glass on them lanterns.
Well, my gosh, old-timer, if there was danger signs and lanterns all around, how come you hit the excavation?
Johnny, back in 1903, my daddy took me onto his knee, and he says, Lancelot, he says.
Oh, is your name Lancelot?
No, Lancelot was my brother, but Daddy was kind of nearsighted. Anyway, he sets me onto his knee, and he says, real solemn, son, he says, this is an election year. And in an election year, you don't believe anything you see, read, or hear.
Oh.
So when I seen all them danger signs, I thought it was just propaganda. Well, come on, kids, I'll room you.
The King's Man and Cincinnati. Cincinnati, the city I love. All aboard to the place I'm dreaming of. It ain't south, it ain't north, but it's my July 4th. It's a joy, it's a world for a boy and a girl. Now I mean Cincinnati, that ever-loving town. Cincinnati, Ohio, that's the place for my dough. It ain't east, it ain't west, but it treats you like the best. It ain't high and it ain't low. Oh, but brother, what a show! And I'll get there by plane or caboose or canoe. Cincinnati, Cincinnati, I'm coming home to you. I left my heart back in Ohio, and there it waits for me. Get out the firehouse band and shout all over the land. Here I come, a-humming right home to you. Let me go to that spot, and I'll show you what's what. Let me live in the block where those riverboats dock. Now I mean Cincinnati, that ever-loving town. Cincinnati, Ohio, that's the place for my dough. It ain't old, but it's flat. It's like gold instead of brass. I won't roam or a chain. It's my home on the range, and I'll get there by plane or caboose or canoe. Cincinnati, Cincinnati, I'm coming home to you. Ohio.
Here we are, kids. 9th floor. Follow me. Turn left down the corridor here, kids.
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Oldtimer.
Hey!
I thought our room was number 733.
Let me look at the key. Yep, 733.
When why did we get off here on the 9th floor?
Well, Johnny, we had a Legion convention here last year, and ever since then, the 7th and 8th floors have been missing. 733 is now on the 9th floor. Moved everything up.
Why don't you carry one of those suitcases?
I'm not one to interfere with a guy that's trying to make an honest living.
Thank you, son. How long you kids gonna be with us?
Oh, just overnight.
Overnight? What's all the luggage for? Gee, Manita, I spent 3 years in the CBs with less luggage than this here.
Well, you know me, old-timer. When I travel in comfort. I figure I don't have to lug them bags, so why not take plenty? So I take them.
Here we are, kids. 733. After you, daughter.
Well, thank you. My, what a nice room.
Very comfortable, old-timer. The walls are painted a very pretty color. Incidentally, you almost never see wallpaper on hotel rooms anymore. Why is that?
Oh, guests are too light-fingered, Johnny. They used to peel everything off and take it home with them.
Oh,
They used to steal the wallpaper?
Used to steal everything, daughter. And what do I mean used to? They still do. Well, I'll see if I get 20 towels and soap cans and open a couple of windows.
Ah, dear, isn't this fun, McGee? Shall I unpack your suitcases for you?
No, please. I'll unpack it. You just take care of your own stuff, kiddo. I'll unpack it for myself.
Well, all right. I was just trying to be helpful. Nice furnishings, aren't they, McGee? My, what a beautiful settee.
Hey, you know, I had a settee just like that when I was a kid.
You did?
Yeah, and I had me a setter pup named Sam that used to sit on the settee while I...
You never told me about your setter pup, McGee.
I never told you about Sam the setter that sat on the settee.
You never did.
Well, gee whiz. Well, sir, we had this setter pup, Sam, see, and he was just like one of the family. In fact, any time we went out, we always hired a sitter to sit with the setter, and the sitter would sit on the settee, see? But Sam liked to sit on the settee, too, like any other setter likes to sit, of course. And as soon as the sitter came to sit with the sitter and the sitter would both set sail for the settee. Where Sam, the settee sitting setter, and the settee sitting sitter sat sideways, snarling and scowling and sitting there staring.
Well, I guess that's everything, Johnny. Yes, sir, I guess that is everything, Johnny.
Yeah?
You want anything else? Just call the bell captain and ask for number 18. That's me.
Number 18.
Yep, used to be number 19, but I got demoted.
What for?
Lady calls the bell desk and says she wants a boy to take her dog out for a walk.
Yeah?
I says, what kind of dog is it, lady? And she says, Pete. And I says, I can't, your cransom's too high. Well, call me if you need it.
Well, let's unpack, dearie.
Okay, does this shirt I got on look all right for dinner dancing?
Well, I've seen you wear shirts that look fresher. Maybe you'd better take a clean one out of your suitcase.
I haven't got a clean one in my suitcase.
What? And 2 full suitcases with you?
I just noticed this morning I've been forgetting to put them in the laundry. This one I got on is my last clean one.
What are you going to do? Our laundry won't get them back to you for 3 weeks.
Yeah, I know. Why do you think we came to a hotel? Hello, room service, please.
I'm not hungry or thirsty, dearie, if that's what
Hello,
you
room service? How soon can I get some laundry back? 24 hours, eh? That's fine. Well, send right up to 733 for 2 suitcases full of dirty shirts. Thanks. Well, kiddo, shall we get ready to... Hey, Molly, where are you going?
Where am I going?
Huh?
I'm going to run home and get the rest of the laundry.
Rain or shine, hot or cold, every day in the year, your kitchen linoleum should be wearing a coat. It should be wearing a gleaming, shining coat of Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. Glow Coat adds beauty to kitchen linoleum and makes it look its glowing best. The whole room becomes a more cheerful place to work because linoleum colors sparkle with an extra luster. The new Glow Coat now shines nearly twice as bright as before. And believe me, that extra luster is important in the room where you homemakers spend most of your time. It's so easy to make a kitchen bright and shining with Johnson's Glow Coat. You merely apply and let dry. There's no rubbing or buffing. And that protective film of wax can be kept spotlessly clean by an occasional wipe or two with a damp cloth. Yes, friends, for shining beauty, for protection, for ease in cleaning, your linoleum should be wearing a coat of Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. It really brings out the beauty of your home.
Look on the bright side, shine up the right side, bring out the beauty of all.
My, that dinner was wonderful, McGee.
Yes, well.
And it was such fun dancing again.
Well, let's get up the room, kiddo. I'm bushed. Hey, Bud, give me my key, will you?
Yes, sir. What was that name again?
McGee. Mr. and Mrs. Fibber McGee.
Big M, little C, capital G, double E, and G, Willikers.
Oh, yes, Mr. Willikers. Just a minute. There's some mail here for you.
Oh, this is ridiculous. Good night.
Good night, all.
The makers of Johnson's Wax Products, Racine, Wisconsin, bring you Fibber McGee and Molly each week at this time. Be with us again next Tuesday night, won't you? Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
This is WMAQ, NBC in Chicago.
The Johnson's Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax Industry present Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, and me, Arnold. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie. Music by the Kingsmen and Billy Mills Orchestra. Not long ago, I described a floor that had been polished with Johnson's self-polishing glow coat as having a happy shine. A friend of mine questioned the phrase, saying floors are neither happy nor sad, and therefore the phrase wasn't a good one. Well, I wonder. Think of it in terms of how the lady of the house feels. There was a time when tiresome scrubbing dulled linoleum, and no one was happy about it, at least the person who did the work. Not so with Johnson's self-polishing glow coat. No, indeed. You just apply and let dry. There's no rubbing or buffing, no hard work at all. Looking at the bright, warm luster, Johnson's glow coat will quickly and easily give your floors. That shining, glossy coat will protect them, make them last years longer. And you'll be happy at how easy they are to keep clean and lovely. I really believe the phrase happy shine is one you'll use after you use Johnson's self-polishing to bring out the beauty of your home.
Look on the bright side, shine up the right side, bring out the beauty of the home.
Did you ever duck down a side street because you saw a fellow approaching whose name you couldn't remember? When you got home, you realized it was your brother? Well, a friend of ours is in something of the same predicament. He got up this morning knowing there was and he can't recall what it was. Maybe he'll remember as we listen to Fibber McGee and Molly.
No, that wasn't it. Now, let me think now.
Fixing the vacuum cleaner?
What's the matter with the vacuum cleaner?
Well, I think it's got sleeping sickness.
The vacuum cleaner?
It's always taking a little nap off the rug.
Oh.
What'd you do the last time you fixed it? Are you sure you didn't have the vacuum cleaner and the lawnmower apart at the same time?
No, I might have adjusted it a little low, maybe. Anyway, that wasn't what I had. Now, let me think a minute. Oh, it was this exact phrase? I wake up this morning definitely planning to... I don't know, ain't that funny?
Well, I'm sorry I can't be more helpful, dearie, but you know what a psychologist would say about it.
Sure I do. He'd ask me, do I like ketchup on fried eggs? And I'd say yes. And he'd say, aha, a frustrated childhood and secretly in love with outboard motors. Them guys can think up more deep reasons for more simple things than a Republican congressman in a Democratic administration.
Well, in this case, the psychologist would say that you were forgetting because you didn't want to remember. Probably an unpleasant task that you were subconsciously trying to avoid.
I never avoided an unpleasant job in my whole life.
You never did?
I never did. If it's an unpleasant job, I never think of doing it in the first place. No, sir. Whatever it was I planned on doing is something that...
Hurry in. Oh, hello, Dr. Gamble.
The top of the morning to you, McCushla. And the ragged remnant of the day to you, you little scut.
And bad cess to you, you volatile Hibernian. Why aren't you in the hospital this morning with one hand on somebody's pulse and the other on their wallet?
I had performed 3 operations this morning before you got that odd-shaped cranium of yours off the pillow, Walter Dash. Just stopped in to ask a small favor.
Why, certainly, Doctor. Anything at all.
I'd like to leave my car in your driveway for a while. Garage man will pick it up.
Oh, of course, Doctor. Just leave your keys on the table there. Something wrong with it, mister?
Oh, nothing in particular. Motor just needs a little tuning up.
Motor needs tuning and you call a garage man just for that?
Who would you call, dearie? A paper hanger?
My guy all the car needs is probably the carbon taken out and the plug cleaned. You could do that yourself, that's all.
I could, rum-dum, but I have a little working agreement with the garage people.
Oh.
I don't tinker with automobiles, and they don't take out consoles.
Well, believe me, I ain't the type guy that sells out his hard-earned Mazuma to them brake bandits. I'm strictly the type guy that when his car needs fixing, I fix it himself.
Ah, that's the spirit, McGee.
You bet.
That's the spirit that will get your broken crankshaft 80 miles from home in a rainstorm.
I might add, my dear, that he is also the type lad who acts as his own physician.
That's all.
And wonders why he winds up in a white nightie that ties in the back if you can reach the strings, and they tell me it's possible if you're double-jointed.
Well, you don't hear me screaming for a fat friend with a little brown bag full of sassafras every time I get sick. I just happen to be a guy that pain don't bother.
That's perfectly true, Doctor.
You betcha.
Yeah, you'd be surprised how much pain he can stand. Unless it's his own, of course.
Well, he should have a lot of intestinal fortitude. He's equipped for it, architecturally. Look who's talking.
Remember when you took my appendix out, strychnine boy? I didn't complain, did I? No, sir. I steeled myself against the pain. I didn't suffer a bit.
Yes, the whole staff was talking about it.
Were they really, Doctor, about his not suffering?
Yes, they said he was probably the most insufferable patient they'd ever had.
My gosh, did they really?
Mm-hmm.
You sure they weren't just saying that because they admired me?
You have my word for it, Sonny. Well, the garage man knows what to do with my car, Molly, and thanks very much. I've got to get back to the hospital.
Trouble, boy?
Oh, no. But my assistant and I have 2 babies due there today. One on the first floor and one on the second floor.
Oh, which is your case, Doc?
Well, as senior physician, I'll take the lower berth and give my assistant the upper. Bye now.
Have you remembered what it was you wanted to do, McGee?
No, and it don't matter anyway. I'm going to do something else now. I'm going to save old Doc a garage bill. I'll tune his motor up myself.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, no, McGee. You mustn't. Heavenly days. Oh, no.
Now, don't you worry, kiddo. I'll have that motor purring like a revenue collector over Louis B. Mayer's tax return.
But, dearie, the doctor's car is so... you can't...
Just wait till I gather up a handful of tools,
Oh, dear.
Oh, boy, do I love to monkey with other people's cars. Let's see, where'd I put all them tools I borrowed from Foggy Williams?
Well, I'm sure I don't know, and if I were you, I would...
Oh, I know. I put them right here in the hall closet.
No, McGee, please, now don't open that because...
That's what I was going to do. That's what I forgot. I was going to clean out that hall closet.
Billy Mills for the orchestra, and hooray for love.
Finally got that thing loose. Whatever it is.
How about these 8 dirty little things here, dearie? Are they in the shall I throw them away?
No. Them are the spark plugs, kiddo.
Oh?
I think. Yeah, them are the spark plugs. I gotta clean them babies and adjust the point. There's a point to these here little wires, you see.
Oh. How do you adjust them?
Well, ordinarily you spread the 2 wires so you can just squeeze the thin diamond between them.
Uh-huh.
I haven't got a dime, so I'm using 2 nickels.
You know, 10 pennies would give you a nice white gap, too.
Pretty hard work, kiddo. I better take a little rest before I start screwing her up, putting her back together.
Well, I hope Dr. Gamble appreciates what you're doing.
Yeah,
Oh,
maybe.
here comes Mr. Williams, McGee, the weatherman.
Oh, well, you entertain him, kiddo. I'm going to lie down here on the grass and take a rest.
Well, all right. Hello, Mr. Williams.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Where's that husband of yours?
Well, that's him lying on the grass there, Mr. Williams, between the brake drum and the motor block. The one with the most grease on it is McGee.
Yeah, I'm a little busy here now, Foggy, so if there's anything you want to see me about, drop over later, will you?
Oh, you're busy, are you?
Yeah, I'm busy.
Well, I won't disturb you at all, McGee. Not at all.
Hey, Foggy. Hey, Foggy. Well, what you picking up the tools for? Oh, Foggy, old boy. Look, friend.
Don't let me disturb you, McGee. I've been meaning to do this for a long time, that's all.
Yeah, but Foggy, old man, I need them tools. Is something wrong, boy?
No, nothing's wrong, McGee. I'm just getting a little tired of your petty larceny in my tool shed. I just went in there for a wrench and I've got nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, but Mr. Williams...
Foggy, quiet, McGee. I've taken about all I'm going to from you, and you've taken about all I'm going to let you take from me. Look at these tools. Every one of them is mine. My Christmas socket wrench. My birthday hammer and chisel. My anniversary fire. All men and girls and greasy.
Yeah, but look, kid,
Where's my $12 jack? Huh? Aha! Holding up the car. Well, I'll soon kick that out from under there. Oh! Oh! Jack it up again, quickly. The wheel's on my foot. Hurry, get it up.
Heavenly days, don't you stand something, McGee. Do there.
You can't do anything. That's Foggy's jack. He don't want me to use his tool.
Yes, I do. Huh? Yes, I do. Hurry up, hurry. Oh, my foot.
Come on now, McGee, do something. The man is suffering.
Well, there's no use my jacking the car up unless I have tools to work on it with. And Foggy says...
I take it all back. I take it all back. Use my tools all you want. Keep them as long as you like. But jack this car up, please. Oh! Oh, my foot.
Well, okay.
Hurry up. Thank you.
Don't you want to sit down on the running board a minute, Mr. Williams? That must be very painful.
Mighty generous of you to like tools, Foggy, of you. Sure appreciate it. Let me know if there's something I can do for you sometime, boy. Mighty decent of you.
Think nothing of it, McGee. I'm going home now and try to think of something I can do for you.
Oh, now, Mr. Williams, you don't have to do that.
I want to.
Well, gee, thanks, Foggy.
Don't speak of it. Ever. Oh. Good day. Probably.
Decent sort of a chap. Generous to the christening.
Didn't you sort of blackmail him into letting you use his tools, McGee?
Who, me? Why, my gosh, kiddo, that was about as spontaneous offer as I ever heard. Why, you heard him stand right there with his foot under the car and beg me to use these tools. Yeah. Now, let me see now. Where'd this thing come off of? Must be part of the fan assembly.
Well, that is important in school weather anyway. You won't be using the fan for another couple of months.
I guess you don't understand much about motors, Mickey. The fan ain't just for hot weather. Its main purpose is to draw insects into the radiator. Butterflies, grasshoppers, June bugs, and all stuff like that there. Why, I'm on... Oh, hi, Junior.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox. Pull up the running board and sit down. McGee is fixing Dr. Gamble's car.
This Dodge car? Happens to it. Caught between two street cars or something? No, Junior, I'm just giving it a going over and saving old Doc a big garage bill, that's all. I'll do the same for any of my fans.
No, not for me, you won't, Sal. On the inside of my car's haywire. I sent for a mechanic. On the outside needs attention, I handle it myself.
Oh, Mr. Wilcox.
For once, I guess that's a safe question, Molly. Unless he's got his car covered with linoleum.
No, No, I use Johnson's Carner. Johnson's wax fortified Carner.
Oh, my God. Carnu. I'd almost forgot about Carnu.
Well, you must be kidding, pal, because no car owner who's ever tried it ever forgets it. Look, why don't you use some Carnu on Doc's car here? Give it back to him with a showroom shine.
That's a very good idea, McGee. I've done it to our car lots of times.
Why, sure, it's a very simple job. You just apply Johnson's Carnu, let it dry to a white powder, wipe it off to get a glossy production-like polish to make your car feel so proud it'll jump over puddles.
Will it take dents out of the fender, Omaha? Like this one here where a foggy's monkey wrench slipped out of my hand? Will take that stuff out there?
Well, frankly, pal, I've never tried Carnu with dents, but I think I can safely say, without fear of contradiction, no.
That seems a fairly conservative statement.
But who cares about dents in the fenders? Lots of people have those. But do lots of people have cars that shine like the day they bought them? They do if they use Johnson's Wax Fortified Carnu, spelled C-A-R-N-U. Because in just one application, Carnu removes all the grime and dirt and road film from your car and gives you that happy owner. And look, and another...
Whoa. Well, look, Waxy.
Yes, pal.
You like to leave on a laugh, don't you?
Doesn't everybody? Okay. Thank you, pal. So long, Molly.
People just leave me alone a while. I'll put this baby back together and have it humming like Jack Benny's quartet. Now, let me see it.
Hey, by the way, McGee, did you ever telephone the garage not to send for the doctor's car?
Oh, my gosh, I never did. Look, do that for me, will you, kid?
I'll do it, McGee. I'll call right away.
Yeah. Fine, okay, kiddo. Ah, there goes a good kid. She don't want to watch me do this because she's afraid I'll get some part back in the wrong place. What do I mean, she's afraid? If I don't have enough parts left over to make me a motorcycle, I'll be a very much surprised young man.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hi, Teeny. Where'd you come from?
Well, there's been a lot of discussion about that, mister.
What do you mean? What do you mean about what?
About where I came from.
Oh?
Mama says the angels brought me.
Uh-huh.
And Daddy says the stork brought me, and my teacher gives me a big song and dance about some birds and some bees. Guess I'm just a woman of mystery, mister.
You all right?
Yes, I get home.
I says you all right. What you just said.
When?
Just now.
What did I say?
You said you thought you must be a woman of mystery, mister.
I know it. Hey, what you doing with Dr. Gamble's car, mister? What you doing with it? Making a hot rod out of it?
Just tuning it up a little, that's all, Teeny.
Oh? What's that thing you're putting on there, mister? What's that?
Oh, this? This is the distributor, Teeny.
Oh.
Huh?
It is not a vector. That thing can't be the distributor.
Why can't it?
Because my Uncle Harold is the distributor for those cars, and he wears glasses.
Now, this is a different kind of a distributor, sis. Doesn't your daddy tinker with his car now and then?
Oh, no.
He doesn't, eh?
No. He hasn't got time now, mister. He's too busy.
Oh?
He's chairman of the Democratic Party in this state, he is.
Yeah, oh, well, I see what you mean. What does he say about the prospect?
He says he doesn't know why they call it a party. He says a party is where everybody sings and dances and plays pin the tail on the donkey.
And it isn't like that this year?
No. He says now everybody just stands around and tries to pin everything on the donkey.
The King's Man, and love is so terrific.
Love so terrific, such a funny feeling, makes you want to cuddle and cling. Makes you sentimental, makes you kind of gentle. Oh, terrific thing. Love is so prolific, sends your head reeling, makes you want to giggle and sing. Makes you sigh and wonder, hit you like the thunder. Ouch, terrific thing. Life rearranges, suddenly changes, everything strange as it can be. Memory gets hazy, then you go crazy. Wow, look what it's done to me. Oh, love is so terrific, such a dizzy feeling, makes you hear the wedding bells ring. Melts away your collar, makes you want to holler. Ouch, terrific thing. I never never knew that love was so terrific. Such a funny feeling makes the winter turn into spring. In spring, it starts to hot and thundering. Get your mind a-wondering how terrific things. Love is so prolific, sends your head a-reeling, makes your daily troubles take wing. Makes your pain a pleasure, love is such a treasure. Ouch, terrific things. Life rearranges, suddenly changes, everything strange as can be. Memory gets hazy, then you go crazy. Wow, look what it's done to me. Love's so terrific, such a dizzy feeling, makes you hold the world on a string. Get your throat so lovely, love can make you jumpy. Wow, wow, terrific thing.
Gun it. This thing must have been on here someplace. That ain't it. Maybe it's... Nope. Oh, had a little beaver that I tied up with a cord. But I let him go because I hate to see a beaver bored. Monkey and the coconut. Oh, hi, Molly.
How are you getting along, dear? You ever got the doctor's car back together again?
Just about. As soon as I knock the skin off one more knuckle, I'll be ready to start the engine. See how she sounds. This thing was more trouble than... Oh, hi, Wimp. Oh,
Hello there, Mr. Wimple.
hello, folks. Make yourself comfortable, Wimp. I'm tuning up Doc Gamble's car for him.
My, it must be wonderful to be able to do things like that. Sweetie Face, that's my big old wife.
Yes, we know.
Sweetie Face won't even let me wind the clock or put in a new light bulb. She says I'm too unhandy. I guess I am, too.
How so, Wimp?
Well, she has a bar across the closet door that she uses to chin herself on. When I put it up for her, I must have been careless because it was sawed halfway through, and the first time she used it, she fell right on her policewoman's manual.
See, I saw your wife in the Bonton yesterday, Mr. Wimple. She was buying a new dress.
Yes, she tried it on to me this morning, and she said to me, "Wallace," she said, "how do I look?" Oh, was that ever a loaded question?
What did you tell her?
Well, I looked her right straight in the flowered cretonne, and I said, "You look just like a magazine cover, dear." And she said, "Photoplay or Harper's Bazaar?" And I said, "Zombie Comics."
Oh, brother. What'd she say to that, Wimp?
I didn't wait to see, Mr. McGee. But if anybody ever tells you that a man can't travel faster than sound, you just laugh right in his face.
My goodness, at least life is never dull at your house, is it, Mr. Wimple?
No, but I wouldn't want you to get a wrong impression, though, Mrs. McGee. Sweetie Face is a very unusual woman.
She is.
She suffered for years from an impediment, you know.
What kind of an impediment, Wimp?
Me? But we do have our romantic moments now and then, Mr. McGee.
Yeah?
Just last night, for instance, we were out for a stroll, and the moon was just beautiful. And all of a sudden, she said to me, she said, "Wallace, I'm going to do something nice for you."
Oh, what'd she do, Mr. Wimple? Kiss you?
No, she took off my leash.
Took off your leash, eh? And what did you do, Wimp?
Took off like this.
Well, just about got to get over with this ever job. Start gathering up foggy tools, will you?
Yes, I certainly hope it runs, dearie.
Don't worry, Tootsie. With all the work I put into this, baby, it's got to run. Besides, I took plenty of cars apart in my day. Well, way back when I was a reporter for the Peoria Daily News on the zoo beat, I used to...
Why, McGee, you never told me you were a newspaper reporter.
I never told you about covering the news from the zoo for the Daily News.
You never did.
Imagine me overlooking that. Well, sir, they had a brand new zoo there in those days, and I used to run a column called Who's Who at the New Zoo because I knew the zoo news inside out. I remember they had two old news at the zoo, a he knew and a she knew. And those old news made the news one day with the news that the she knew had two new news little, see?
Yeah?
Well, sir, I knew the news about the zoo's little news at the same time the she knew it, and even before the he knew that he was the new news father. And the other papers had no news about the two new news at all. So I broke the news of the zoo's two news, and the old news knew the new news were news, and the news of the news was their news.
Dr. Gamble.
Huh? Oh, quick. Slam the hood. I'm all set.
Dr. Gamble.
Yeah. Hi, Doc, old man.
Hi, kid.
Hi.
Well, I see they got the car back okay. You got the keys?
They're in it, Doctor.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, Doc, I got a little surprise for you. I decided I wasn't going to let you get took for a bunch of dough, so I tuned up your car myself.
You what?
Yeah.
Why, of all the...
Huh?
McGee, if you've ruined the only car I own, I'll tear your knobby little legs off your pudgy little body and throw them in your dirty little face.
Now. Take it easy, Doc. My gosh, that's a great way to treat a guy that saved you a bunch of dough.
If this car won't run, you'd better.
Now, you try it. There.
Heavenly day, that sounds wonderful, doesn't it, Doctor?
Well, it certainly does. Hasn't run as smoothly as this since I made the last payment on it in 1939.
Well, rev it up again, Doc. I want to hear it. Can't improve on that any.
Why, George, that's great, McGee. I apologize. What do I owe you? Anything you...
Oh, he didn't do it for money, Doctor. He just...
Molly, please. You interrupted the good doctor. You were saying, Doctor?
I was just saying that you did a splendid job. Name your own price.
Well, this is more for friendship's sake than anything else, boy. Just give me half of what the garage would have charged you.
You're sure that'll be satisfactory?
Sure. What would they have soaked you, Doc?
Well, the way I figure it,
Yeah?
on that basis, you owe me $12.50.
What?
He owes you.
Yes. The garage man owed me $25, so I told him to fix my car instead. Half of that is $12 and a half. No hurry about it, though. Send me a check whenever it's convenient.
Why?
I'll see you later.
Why, that old... Well, I'll be a...
You always were, dearie, and I rather like you that way. Now, come on in and get degreased.
If you've been scrubbing your wood floors with brush and water, you've been harming them. Yes, actually, making them less beautiful than they should be. On the other hand, if you've been using Johnson's liquid cleaning and polishing wax, your floors are just as clean and handsome as they can be. Johnson's liquid wax makes scrubbing unnecessary. It's a combination of effective dry cleaning ingredients and genuine wax. Johnson's liquid wax cleans and waxes your floors at the same time, and it's so simple to use. You pour a little on the floor, rub it a bit to loosen dirt and grime, wipe up, and then buff lightly. Your floors are sparkling, clean, and shining with a rich, warm luster. No more fooling around with water that soaks the wood and raises the grain. No more back-breaking scrubbing. Johnson's liquid cleaning and polishing wax is the modern method of cleaning and polishing floors. There's no better way to bring out the beauty of your home.
Look on the bright side, shine up the right side, bring out the beauty of the home.
Hey, Molly, Doc just called up. He was kidding about that $12 and a half.
He was?
Yeah. He's sending you flowers, and he's sending me some cigars, and he's coming to take us to dinner tonight.
Well, how nice.
Yeah, and look, when he gets here, keep him occupied for about 10 or 15 minutes.
Why?
Give me a chance to get his new battery out of my car and put it back in his.
You mean you...
Yeah, I ain't got the heart. Good night.
Good night, Doc.
The makers of Johnson's Wax Product, Racine, Wisconsin, bring you Fibber McGee and Molly each week at this time. Be with us again next Tuesday night, won't you? Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. This is WMAQ NBC in Chicago.
The Johnson's Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax Products for home and industry present Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie. Music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Fibber and Molly join us in a moment. The old saying, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, certainly is true when it comes to wood floors. Neglected floors soon become so shabby and unattractive that they have to be refinished. And you probably know how much trouble and how expensive it is. But now that the Johnson Electric Floor Polisher is again available, you can have far lovelier floors with far less work. You can forever eliminate the bother and expense of refinishing your floors. All you do is flick the switch of the Johnson Electric Floor Polisher and then just guide it around the room. Why, you can polish every floor in your home in a fraction of the usual time. So plan now to care for your floors the modern, inexpensive way with the Johnson Electric Floor Polisher. For $44.50, you can have one of your own, or you can rent one by the day from your neighborhood dealer. Remember, Johnson's Paste Wax to save your floors and the Johnson Electric Floor Polisher to save you work. They're the perfect combination to bring out the beauty of your home.
Look on the bright side, shine on the right side, bring out the beauty of the home.
The city is installing a new fire alarm box on the corner near the McGee residence. Most people would not consider this a particularly thrilling event, but as the old saying goes, simple pleasures for simple folks. And here is one of Wistful Vista's simpler folks telling his wife about it. As we meet Fibber McGee and Molly.
Well, sir, the minute I seen this guy installing this fire alarm box on our corner, I walks right up to him. Look, bud, I says, in a refined way, I says. Put that fire alarm box someplace else, I says. This is a quiet neighborhood, I says, and we don't want fire engines dashing through here all hours of the day and night.
Did he put up much of an argument?
Well, yes. But just between you and me, kiddo, a guy walking towards you with a dirty look in his eye and 12 inches of hot soldering iron don't really need much of an argument. After all, maybe a fire alarm box on our corner won't be so bad. Might be all right.
As a matter of fact, Jerry, the only thing I object to about them is their color. That bright red is so conspicuous.
Well, they have to paint them red. If they paint them green, everybody tries to mail letters. No, the color don't bother me. It's the responsibility.
What responsibility?
Well, my gosh, in case there's a fire in the neighborhood, who's the logical guy to run to the corner and pull the alarm? I am. Because who was the air raid warden in this block during the war and still has my armband and helmet and gas mask? Me. And furthermore, you smell something burning?
No.
Me either.
Now, don't you be in too much of a hurry to use the new alarm box, Jerry. The police take a dim view of people turning in false alarms.
Who's turning in any false alarms? My gosh, I know better than that. What do you think I am, an arsenic or something?
The word is arsonist, Jerry. Arson is the crime of setting fire.
I thought arson was turning in false alarms about an invasion from Mars.
No. No, that was arson.
Oh, yeah. What did I say wrong in the first place?
Well, you said arsenic, and that's poison.
Yeah? What do you think a firebug is? A tonic? Anyway, don't worry about me, kiddo. I got too much sense of responsibility to...
Come in. Oh, hello there, Mr. Wimple. McGee, it's Mr. Wimple.
It is? Oh, hi, Wimp, old man.
Hello, folks.
There's the good news, Mr. Wimple.
Isn't it wonderful? It's only costing me $300.
$300 to install a fire alarm box?
Fire alarm box?
Yeah.
I don't know anything about a fire alarm box. Huh? Mrs. McGee asked me if I'd heard the wonderful news, and I said yes, because I thought she meant about Sweetie Face going to Indiana.
Oh, Sweetie Face,
That's my big old wife.
So Sweetie Face is going away for a while, eh?
Yes. I just took her down to the railroad station. See, here's your ticket.
Well, heavenly days, did you forget to give her the ticket?
Only her return ticket. Probably won't keep her from coming back, but every little delay helps.
Your wife got friends in Indiana, Will?
No. Or anywhere else that I know.
Oh, this is a business trip then.
Yes. She was invited to the police chiefs convention in Indianapolis to give a jiu-jitsu demonstration. She thinks.
You mean it was a phony invitation?
Yes. Just goes to show that I have friends in Indiana anyway.
Oh, my goodness. What'll she do when she comes back and finds out what you did, Mr. Wimple?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Nope. The day she gets back, I start for Indiana.
Well, let's forget about Sweetie Face for a minute.
Yes, let's.
I just wanted to tell you we got a new fire alarm box on our corner, Win. You hear about any fires, you just call me up and I'll rush down and pull the box. I'm the logical... You smell something burning?
No.
No.
Me either. As I say, Wimp, anytime you have a little fire, just trot over here and tell me. I'll turn it in for you.
Oh, good. I'm dreadfully afraid of fire anyway.
Oh, are you, Mr. Wimple? Have a bad experience with fire, did you?
Yes. I met Sweetie Face at a fire.
Oh.
At the Boy Scout show.
Yeah.
I was a scoutmaster then and was showing my troop how to jump from a burning building into a nest.
Pretty dangerous stuff, huh?
Oh, you're so right, Mr. McGee. The very first time I jumped, I bounced out of the net and Tweety Face caught me. I just didn't know how well off I was in that burning building. Well, I'll let you know if I have a fire, Mr. McGee. Goodbye now.
So long. Billy Mills in the orchestra, and that feathery feeling.
Well, Molly, I've just been out on the back porch again, sniffing around. I couldn't smell anything burning. But the minute I do, I'll be down at that alarm box like a cat.
Sweetheart,
Huh?
my mother used to tell me that no marriage was really a success if you love right into friendship.
Right.
Ours has, but don't strain it. You just keep your chubby little hands off of that fire alarm box, because outside of that...
Come in.
Oh, it's Mr. Williams, the weatherman, McGee. Hello, Mr. Williams.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, McGee.
Hi, Bob.
A lovely weather we've been having, if you'll pardon my mentioning it.
You guys at the Weather Bureau get pretty smug about a spell of good weather, Foggy. I'd like to inform you that this good weather is partly my doing.
How do you figure that, McGee?
A good question.
Look, you see that barometer on the wall there?
Yes.
You see the little brass knob in the middle of it so you can set the movable hand?
Yes.
Well, I've had that hand set to fair and warmer for 3 weeks.
We just can't help Callahan.
Thank you.
Oh, well, just forget it. I'm glad to help.
Wouldn't it be wonderful if everybody cooperated like that, Mr. Williams?
Yes. It reminds me of a weather station I once helped to install near Petoskey, Michigan.
Oh, that's just south of Mackinac, ain't it?
Up there they call it Mackinac.
Oh, yes. Yes, we drove up there once with friends. It's in their catalog.
So what happened up there, Bob?
Well, we were compiling data on the weather in the Lake Superior region and had established a weather station in an abandoned lumber camp.
Yes?
And one day, waters started coming into my tent.
Rainwaters or river waters?
Herman Waters, our cook.
Oh.
He came into the tent waving a cleaver. Immediately, I saw Red.
Angry?
No. I mean, I saw Red Murphy, one of our construction men. He was feeling pretty rocky at the time.
Well, I should think he would with all that excitement going on.
You should think he was what?
Feel kind of rocky.
It wasn't kind of rocky, it was pretty rocky. Pretty Rocky was our pet bull terrier. He used to feel him every morning to see if he had any foxtails in his ears. Well, as he was feeling pretty rocky, the cook went out again and left in a tizzy.
In a dizzy.
Yes. That's what we called our old Model T. The Lynn Tizzy. Because it ran best backwards. Anyway, after he'd left in the tizzy, I sat down to dinner and ate heartily.
I suppose hardly was a rabbit you'd been saving for an emergency. I'm beginning to catch on to this, you see.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, Mr. Williams, you said you ate heartily. What was heartily, a rabbit or a chicken?
There must be some misunderstanding here. Eating heartily is an old expression meaning to dine well or thoroughly.
Look, Foggy, as long as you're leaving now, may I ask you one question?
Certainly.
Why is it that when you come in here, you never close the door?
Come to think of it, Mr. Williams, you never do. Why is that?
I am a weatherman, Mrs. McGee, and a weatherman always leaves himself a way out. This is the way out, isn't it? Yes. Good day, probably.
My gosh, I forgot to tell Foggy about the new fire alarm box.
Oh, he'll find it.
I don't want him to find it. If there's any alarms to be turned in around here, I'm the guy that's supposed to. Hello, Molly.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Say, pal, you free for luncheon tomorrow?
That all depends, Omaha. It's one of them businessmen's barbecues where everybody's busy tying their shoe when the check comes around, except me, because I'm wearing moccasins. No, I ain't free.
What's the occasion, Mr. Wilcox?
Well, a few men around town are getting together in the interest of Boys Club. You ever have any thoughts on clubs for boys?
Yes, and I'm against it. Hickory switch or a hairbrush now and then, but clubs, no.
Oh, that isn't what I meant, pal. We're discussing membership clubs for boys and clubhouses for them, recreational facilities, and all that.
I think that's a wonderful idea, Mr.
Oh, yeah, I'm interested in that, Junior. I'll go, but I can't stay long. I'm responsible for all the fires in this neighborhood now, you know.
How's that again?
I says I'm responsible for all the fires in this neighborhood. That's quite a responsibility.
Yeah, I can see how it would be. Can't you hide his matches, Molly?
Well, he doesn't mean he sets fires, Mr. Wilcox, but there's a new fire alarm box down at the corner, and himself here has appointed himself marshal.
Sir, it's a job that requires alertness and integrity, and... You smell anything burning?
No.
No.
Me either. Well, anyway, you can see how I feel about this responsibility, Omaha.
Certainly. I'm in much the same position.
What do you mean, Mr. Wilcox?
Well, I mean, it's my business to protect homes, too, but not against fire. I sell Johnson's wax, which protects against scratches, fingerprints, and Mars, dust, dirt, stamps.
Yeah, that ain't something.
You see, good housekeepers are practically unanimous about Johnson's wax on account of the way it simplifies housekeeping and gives their homes that air of gleaming hospitality and shining cleanliness.
McGee thought that in case of an alarm, why...
There isn't any cause for alarm when your precious things are guarded against the elements with Johnson's wax. Your fine woodwork, floors, furniture, picture frames, luggage, lampshades, windowsills.
We were talking about fire.
And if I remember correctly, the number of smart housewives who use Johnson's wax is growing every...
Pardon me, Mr. Waxy.
Yes, Molly.
Look, Junior, about this luncheon tomorrow, what's your interest in this boys' club stuff?
Oh, didn't you know? Well, it's part of the Boys Clubs of America campaign against juvenile delinquency. I'm a volunteer deputy probation officer. And you could be one, too.
Oh, no, not me, boy. I'm no snooper. You don't catch me peeking in windows and sniffing around people's basements.
What are you talking about, pal? We don't do anything like
I
that.
should say not. Probation officers do splendid work, McGee.
Probation? Oh, my gosh, I thought you said prohibition. I'll be there, Omaha.
Well, just ask my cousin, Big Delinquent Wilcox, about your reservation. So long, Molly. So long.
You know, I can just see Mr. Wilcox, if his house ever catches fire, getting his Johnson's wax out of the house and then going back after his wife.
Yeah, he reminds me of the way my pop used to be about a job he had when me and him worked at the popcorn works in Peoria.
McGee, you never told me about working at the popcorn works.
I never mentioned the job Pop and I had at the Peoria Pop and Popcorn plant.
You never did.
Well, boy, I will. You see, Pop was head popcorn pop at the Peoria Pop and Popcorn plant, and I used to love to watch Pop pop popcorn. Because Pop was a pip with a popcorn popper, and the popcorn he popped was popcorn plus. I worked over in the pop department myself, see, and every afternoon I'd pop into the popcorn department with a pitcher full of pop for Pop. And we'd sit there popping popcorn by the popperful, poking it into our pusses and pushing it down with a pitcher of pop, so Pop and I were almost pooped from the pop. Popping the popcorn, pouring the pop, poking the popcorn, pushing the pop, poking the pip in the popcorn.
Whoa!
goodness.
Oh, it's Dr. Gamble, McGee. Hello, Doctor. Come right in.
Thank you, my dear. And good day to you, Marblehead.
Hi, Stork Chaser. How's everything down at the swab shop these days?
Everything is status quo, thank you.
Status quo, Doctor?
Yes, that's a Latin expression meaning leave the patient lay there till we look it up in the book. We always try... What are you peeking out the window for, Crumble Skull? You neighbors moving in with a better lawnmower than yours?
No, and Foggy Williams' lawnmower is good enough for me. I'm just keeping an eye on that new fire alarm box down on the corner, Doc. You see, in case a fire starts, I'm the logical guy in this neighborhood to turn in the alarm.
Butterfingers. During the past month, I have taken care of 4 different firemen who were badly injured while answering false alarms.
Yeah, but what that...
If I ever hear of you sticking one grimy little knuckle into an alarm box without a $40 million blaze in a dynamite factory within 9 feet of you, I'll personally look you up, lock you up, and experiment with a few new surgical techniques I've wanted to try out. Understand?
I think you made yourself quite clear, Doctor.
Listen here, you barrel-bottomed, cow-town Kildare. Before you start yammering at anybody for not having any responsibility, you better take a look at your own conscience. Any supposedly reputable physician who has to operate in disguise ain't to be trusted.
In disguise?
You heard me. I've seen you coming out of that operating room at the hospital with a mask over your face. You're no fool, boy. 6 doctors standing around an unconscious patient, and not even the nurses know which one is which.
Now, don't be silly, McGee. They have to wear masks and gowns for antiseptic reasons.
Don't explain it to him, Molly. He's the type who cures warts with stump water and braided horsehair.
Oh, yeah. Shows what you know about medicine, you big phony. Stump water's no good for warts. That's for curing rheumatism. For taking off warts. Oh, you taking off warts?
Yes, I have a tonsillectomy coming up. Looks like a difficult case.
Oh, I thought removing tonsils was a rather routine operation, Doctor.
Well, it is ordinarily. But this patient is just over here from Russia, and I can't convince him it's safe to open his mouth. So long, sir. The King's Men and the Fireman's Bride.
Fireman Charlie McGee, who married in June, wants to be free. He bought a handsome love nest, but his high spouse like the firehouse. She wears a crimson skirt, a fireman's hat, a red flannel shirt. Whee! Clang goes the bell and she's off, boys, in a cloud of confusion and dirt.
Come on, boys, there's a bar.
The fireman's bride won't stay home by her fireside. From all accounts, she'd rather bounce in a fireman's nest. She leaps to the engine and clings to the hose. How she hangs on, nobody knows. Out comes the net and then over she goes. High up they throw her while she hollers, woo! Fireman's bride, people confide, as the fireman dog alight. High as a kite, ain't she a sight? Now she fireman's bride. Oh, the fireman's bride, won't stay home by her fireside. From all accounts, she'd rather bounce in the fireman's nest. She leaps to the engine and clings to the hose. How she hangs on, nobody knows. Out comes the net and then over she goes. High up they throw her while she hollers, woo! The fireman's bride, people confide, as the fireman dog alight. High as a kite, ain't she a sight? Roaring around all over town with the fireman's bride.
Charlie, wait for baby.
Molly, just take a look out this window here. That little fire alarm box looks mighty solid sitting there guarding this neighborhood.
Now, for goodness sakes, you get your mind off of that alarm box. I don't want anything to do with that.
Oh, that's a wrong attitude, kiddo. Everybody ought to know about fire alarms. Here, you know what we ought to do? Come on down to the corner with me. Let me show you what to do in case of an emergency.
Oh, I don't think
Come on, Molly. You ought to know these things. My God. You're liable to get a call from somebody up the block sometimes the fire's busted out, and when that happens, you just run down here to this corner.
Oh, wait a minute, dearie. Here comes the old timer.
Hello, Mr. Oldtimer.
Hello there, kid.
Hi, old-timer. Hey, have you seen it yet?
Johnny, these tired old eyes have saw everything. I've saw generals run for president and the president run for the generals. I gave Admiral Peary a boost when he shinnied up the North Pole. I unbuttoned Napoleon's coat when he got his hand caught in it. I was right there when Livingston was finally found by Jack Benny. I've saw pretty ankles getting on stagecoaches, cotton stockings getting on horse cars, dimple knees getting on buses, and just yesterday a girl showed her ankle again climbing into a constellation. Have I seen what, Johnny?
This new fire alarm box right here on the corner. Anytime you have a fire at your place, just give me a ring and I'll run down here and turn in the alarm.
He's just appointed himself official fire watcher for this block, Mr. Oldtimer.
Is that so? Well, that's a very interesting hobby. I used to love to watch fires myself when I was a kid.
When you were a kid, fire hadn't even been invented yet.
Oh, that's so, Johnny. I remember one night I was sleeping and somebody bellowed fire, and I leapt out of bed, yanked a pair of pants on, dashed out the door, and run clean down to the stockyards, bow-legged.
My gosh, why'd you run bow-legged?
The pants I had on was Papa's coat, Johnny. And to top it all off, by the time I got to the fire, it was out.
Where was the fire?
Our house. I put it out with a bottle of seltzer, daughter.
Seltzer, eh? That's pretty quick thinking, all right.
Yeah, we would have put it out sooner, too, only you kept stopping to throw a twist of lemon peel into it. The whole thing upset Mama pretty bad.
I should think it would upset her.
Yeah, and the excitement of folding bed slammed shut with her in it. Nobody missed her till time for breakfast. Then we pulled the bed down, and there was Mama, sound asleep, standing on her head.
No kidding. Your mother must have been a pretty headstrong woman.
That's pretty good, Johnny, but that ain't the way I heard it. Well, I heard it one feller says, this other feller says, he says, you see where Dewey threw his hat in the ring in Wisconsin? No, says the other feller, what happened? Well, says the first feller, they picked it up, dusted it off, and handed it back to him. I'll call you if my jokes get any harder, Johnny. So long.
Hey, what's the door slam for? We're standing out here on the corner.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's better.
Now, what was I saying? Oh, yes. In case of a fire, here's all you do, Tootsie. You run down here to this little box, and you yank this door open, see?
Is that all?
No, then you reach in here where this little hook is, see? And you yank it down like this.
Oh, no, don't.
Now, what's your name? I'm just showing you how in case of an emergency. Oh, my gosh. I did it.
You did it.
I turned in an alarm. Oh, I didn't mean to, Molly. I was just showing you how. Oh, what are we going to do?
No. You better call the fire department on the phone. Tell them it was a mistake. Tell them it's...
Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll call. Oh, ready?
Silent. Now what?
Oh, brother, am I in trouble? And after all Doc said about it. If those guys come out here and after me turning in that alarm, something better be burning. Hey, Molly, is our house on fire by any stroke of luck?
Heavenly days, no. What a thought.
Well, there's just one thing to do then. I got some matches. Come on, kiddo. Quick. Hand me another match. This doggone thing don't want to burn.
Dear, I feel terribly different this
What do you mean, Gildy? I got a right to set fire to my own rubbish pile in my own backyard, haven't I? Or get 40 years in the pokey for accidentally turning in a false alarm, haven't I?
Well, can't you just explain to the fireman that it was a mistake?
With the reputation I got around this town, nobody believed me in a minute. Now she started. Now it's burning. That's just that.
Oh, dear, here they come, McGee. Up the alley.
Well, let them come, kiddo. This is a fire. I'm legal. They can't say anything to me, by
Here's the fireman. Here's the fire.
Yeah, down here.
Just a rubbish pile, Mike. Here with the extinguisher.
Yeah.
Well, you got a little blaze, have you, mister?
Yeah.
Lucky we happened to be passing, saw the smoke.
Yes, we turned in the alarm.
Took you guys long enough to get here, too. My gosh, if my house was... Hey, what do you mean you happened to be passing? I turned in the alarm right down at the corner.
At the corner? You mean that box we just put in?
That's the one.
Oh, that box isn't connected yet, man.
Isn't connected yet? You mean?
No, Mike and I are just cruising around selling tickets for the Fireman's Benefit Dance Saturday night. Yeah, $5 a couple. How many do you want?
How many you got with you?
Well,
We'll take them.
Yeah.
return in a moment. Car owners, listen to this amazing offer. A handy, soft, fleecy woolen car dusting net of 49-cent value is yours at no extra cost. It's the perfect mitt for wiping off road dust. It makes it easy for you to keep your car looking the way you want it to look. Here's all you do to get this car dusting mitt that fits your hand so perfectly. Just buy a can of Johnson's Car New, the amazing car polish that cleans and shines in one easy operation. The handy dusting mitt is attached right to the can. There's no extra charge, nothing to mail in. Once you've used it, you'll say it's the perfect polishing aid. You can keep that showroom Car New shine sparkling and spotless and keep your hands clean at the same time. The ladies say it's the perfect mitt for household dusting, so better get an extra one for the lady of the house. Remember now, ask your dealer for a can of amazing Johnson's Car New. Your handy dusting mitt will be attached to the can. There's no extra charge. The mitt is yours with a can of Johnson's Car New. Ladies and gentlemen, next Thursday, Fibber and Molly will be in Collegeville, Indiana to receive honorary LLD degrees from St. Joseph's College. This is in recognition of the consistent acceptability of their radio material in your homes, as shown by the nationwide radio acceptance poll of college students. Molly, I'd like to congratulate you on your success. And, Hal, same to you.
Thanks, Junior. We may not be a complete success, but we're getting there.
By degree.
Yeah.
Good night, all.
The makers of Johnson's Wax Products, Racing, Wisconsin, bring you Fibber McGee and Molly each week at this time. Be with us again next Tuesday night, won't you? This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
This is WMAQ NBC in Chicago.
The Johnson's Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax Products for home and industry present Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, and me, Arnold Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie. Music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. The other day I heard that most women walk about 5 miles a day in a kitchen. Just think, over 1,800 miles a year. That's a lot of walking. No wonder kitchen linoleum looks drab and dull. That is, unless it's protected with wax. Now, Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat will keep your kitchen linoleum and other floors bright and shining, no matter how much you walk on them. And Glow Coat is so easy to use. There's no rubbing or buffing. You merely apply and let dry. With a damp cloth, you can whisk away dust, dirt, and spilled things, and keep that hard film of wax clean and bright and glowing. Next time you step into your kitchen, remember, you're going to be stepping off hundreds of miles during the year. Make sure those steps are taken on a shining, sparkling, protective film of Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat. Johnson's Glow Coat is the perfect way to protect and bring out the beauty of your floors.
Look on the bright side, shine up the right side, bring out the beauty of all.
The Bonton Department Store is the scene of a shopping expedition this morning by one of Wistful Vista's leading citizens and her husband. Here she is leading him through the housewares department right now as we join Molly McGee and Fibber.
Well, now let's see. Let me cross off my list here, McGee. We bought that big ashtray you wanted.
Yeah.
Box of your favorite cigars.
Yeah, we were lucky to get those cigars, you know that?
I suppose that's a matter of opinion.
They quit making them during the war, you know. Factory was working for the Navy, making rope.
I've got a TL for you, sweetheart. That factory is still making rope. Here, let's look around at vases and things here a minute. They've got in some wonderful new imported ceramics tonight.
Yeah, well, let's grab a hunk of it. There's nothing I love like a big slab of ceramic on rye with a slice of raw onion and mustard.
Oh, no, sweetheart. You're thinking of salami.
I'll say I am constantly. That good imported stuff with the garlic.
No, I'm talking about pottery, McGee.
You can't eat pottery.
Here. These little statues and things. These are ceramics. Aren't they beautiful?
Oh, them.
Yeah, look at this vase. Oh, perfectly plain, and isn't it lovely? That'd look beautiful on the living room table.
Well, if you like it, Molly, go ahead and buy it. Anytime my wife wants a vase or something for the house, you'll never hear me cry over a buck or two. Go ahead, buy it.
You think I should, dearie?
Give me one good reason why not.
Well, it's $10.
That's reason enough. My God. $10 for that hunk of fried clay? Why, my God.
Yeah, but look at it, McGee. Why, that's a beautiful vase. I'll admit that's a lot of money.
I'll say that's a lot of money. I wouldn't lay out $10 for a hunk of vase like that. Oh, but I'm not being very thoughtful, am I? You'd really like to have that vase, wouldn't you?
Yes, I would, but it is pretty expensive.
So what? You want a vase like that, baby, you'll have a vase like that.
I will?
Certainly. I'll bake you one myself.
You'll bake me? Oh, no, Mickey.
Sure.
No, we don't really need it. Not that bad anyway.
Sure.
Oh, no, let's forget it. Skip it.
No, sir. You want a vase, I'll bake you a vase. See, Whiz, there's nothing complicated about cooking up a little vase.
Look, sweetheart, making pottery isn't that easy. You have to have tools and, well, clay.
Oh, clay is a cinch. We got a backyard full of it. Why do my tools always look like coconuts? Why do my tomatoes always look like crab apples? Because our backyard is all clay, that's why. Come on, I'll grab a book on how to make pottery and I'll
Oh, wait a minute, McGee. Here comes the old timer.
Well, oh, hi, old timer.
Hello, Mr. Old Timer.
Hello there, kid. What you doing downtown? Buying something or just shopping?
Oh, I just got a great idea down here, too. I'm looking for a book on it right now. I'm going to make Molly some pottery.
Pottery, eh?
Yep.
That's very interesting, Johnny. I used to be a politician myself.
What's that got to do with making pottery?
Well, the way I look at it, daughter, don't matter if you bake it or sling it. Mud is mud.
That is expired, -24.
Well, it'll be mud when I get through with it. I'm going to model a vase out of clay, bake it in the oven.
Well, now you might do all right there, Johnny. Papa made a lot of money for a while modeling things out of clay.
Your father? What did he make? Statues?
Nope, bricks. He was always trying something new, Papa was. Always experimenting. He made up a batch of bricks one time out of clay and baking powder. Built a hotel with them.
Cut it out. A hotel with baking powder bricks?
Why, of course, dearie. You've heard of the Parker House.
Daughter, I don't want to be rude, but who's telling them, you or me?
Well, I'm sorry.
I'd like to stand here and do straight lines for you, kids, but I gotta go home. I've been fixing up my room today, doing my spring cleaning.
Your spring cleaning?
Yep, every year I lift my mattress and clean off the spring. They come down to Bontown here to buy myself a chintz.
A what?
A chintz, daughter, a chintz. They say a room looks real nice, decorated with chintz. I got a small one, so one chint ought to do. Say, where is the chintz department, kids? You know?
Well, you're a little confused, Mr. Oldtimer. Chintz is the material. They use it for window drapes.
Great! You mean burlap is out of style now, kids?
Yeah, and look, old timer, I got to grab me a book on pottery making and get to work.
Say, isn't your cousin Salvador a painter and sculptor, dearie?
Yeah, he makes faces and busts. I'm going to make a vase in mud.
Well, that's pretty good, Johnny, but that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says, another feller says, hey, he says, don't touch my back, I got a terrible sunburn. That's so, says the feller. Why didn't you use suntan oil? No good, says the first feller. I drank 3 bottles of it and still got blisters.
Billy Mills, the orchestra, and you turn the table.
Oh my God, you know, let someone out. Like a middle school stink ball just went off right
Ah, boy, is this base ever shaping up, Molly? Just about ready to cook, too. How's it look?
Well, the one at the bonton had a graceful shape to it. This one's a little lopsided.
Oh, just details, that's all. That'll all come out when I fire it.
Well, let me do that for you. Let me fire.
You know where to fire it?
Certainly, open the window.
Huh?
I'll fire it clear across.
No. Firing the clay means to cook it, you know. That's shot rock when you bake it in the kiln.
You know what?
The kiln. K-I-L-N, kiln.
Oh.
The gas stove will do this well. You see, here in the book it says, place the vessel in the kiln and heat slowly to 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yes?
Compare that to 1,000 degrees Gesundheit, and it's nothing to sneeze at. It says this requires about 4 hours.
Well, you won't get 2,000 degrees of heat out of this gas range in 4 years, McGee.
No, don't worry. A little simple arithmetic solves that. You see, instead of 2,000 degrees in 4 hours, I simply give it 500 degrees for 1 hour. Simple?
Yes, that's the simplest arithmetic I ever
You
heard.
betcha that.
Come in.
Well, if it isn't the local weather prophet. Hi, Paul.
Hello, Mr. Williams. Come in.
Thank you, Mr. McGee. Hello, McGee.
Sit down, Foggy, if you don't mind the mess.
He's just got a new hobby, Mr. Williams. He's making me a vase.
Yeah.
Really? That's very interesting. Scrape the mud out of it. Let's have a look at it, McGee.
What do you mean, scrape the mud off it? The mud is... the mud is the vase.
Oh. It's, lovely.
Yeah, you really like it, do you?
Oh, I like everything today, McGee. I'm a very happy man. An association of airline pilots has just given me a citation, and I'm quite proud of it.
Wonderful. What did you do for the airline pilots, Mr. Williams?
I stumbled upon a device which would dispel early morning fog.
Yeah, what do you call it?
Alka-Seltzer.
Hey, you do quite a bit of scientific research on the weather, don't you, Foggy?
Quite a bit.
Yeah.
My brother Cedric and I used to work together on it. He was a lightning calculator. He used to stand on top of the hill and calculate where lightning would strike next. Poor lad.
Why, you were mad, Mr. Williams.
He miscalculated. On top of the hill, we found his shoes full of melted suspender buttons. And 10 feet away were his socks in a running position.
You know, Bart, I never knew that the weather business could be so interesting. You really had some weird experiences, haven't you?
I've kept busy. Just this morning, for instance, I had a postcard from the Coast Guard.
Really? What did the Coast Guard say on the postcard?
They wanted a transcript of the celebrated controversy which took place in 1929 between the Weather Bureau and the bird lovers of America.
Oh, what kind of a controversy, Foggy?
Well, the Weather Bureau found that in bad weather, seabirds would roost on the Channel Marbles in Chesapeake Bay. The Coast Guard thereupon installed whistling boys to frighten the birds off, and the BL of A took the matter to court.
With what result?
Case was dismissed. The judge said no power on earth can keep a boy from whistling at a gull. Well, good day. Probably.
Well, what do you think of this, Molly? It's just about ready to cook, you know what? I just had a little flatter shape around the bottom.
Don't be so self-conscious. Go ahead and make your vase.
Okay, open the oven door, kiddo. She's ready for fire.
All right.
Hello, Molly. Hi, pal.
What were you doing in our oven, Wilcox?
Don't be silly, McGee. Mr. Wilcox just came in coincidentally with the oven door opening.
Oh, that's...
Isn't often we give you your choice of two openings, is it, Mr. Wilcox?
No, and don't think I don't appreciate it. Hey, what are you doing with the muck, Mac?
It's a new hobby, Junior. I just took up pottery.
Well, put it down quick. You're getting your hands all dirty.
His hands? Look at his face. He looks like he swam across Oklahoma.
Now, I got no time to worry about a little dirt. A good craftsman is completely obvious to things like that there.
You mean oblivious, pal. At your age, you should know how to use the right word for the right thing. Like glow coat is the right word for linoleum.
Didn't take him long.
Well, I will say, Mr. Wilcox, that you stick to your hobbies a lot longer than McGee does to his.
Selling glow coat's much more than a hobby with me, Molly. I've dedicated my life to it. My vocation and my avocation. It's a crusade, a cause. And when you consider that I have an expense account on top of that, you can't dismiss it as a mere hobby. It becomes a mission with a commission. May I say something?
It's been 13 years now, and we haven't stopped you yet. Let me put this face in the oven.
What is it, Mr. Wilcox, as if we didn't know?
Well, I just wanted to tell your gutsy little boardroom here not to worry about the consequences of his hobby. What if he does get clay all over the linoleum?
And he has.
Go ahead and splash it around, pal. Be yourself. With the floor protected with glow coat, tough wax film, spots are easy to wipe up with a damp cloth.
Omaha, a nationwide survey has shown that this is a very wide nation. And if all the announcers...
maybe I haven't told you that the new glow coat gives nearly twice as much shine as before. There's no rubbing or buffing, makes your linoleum last much longer, and prevents varnished wood floors from becoming scuffed and dusty.
Yes, but clay is...
So don't worry about it, pal. Fling it around. What's a spot here and there? They'll wipe up. Johnson's self-polishing glow coat is the perfect protection against spots. So spot it all you like. End of spot announcement. Bong, bong, bong.
You know what I'm going to do, Molly? While that vase is cooking, I'm going to whip us up a flower pot for your draining. Yeah.
Say, how long does the vase have to cook anyhow?
Well, let me see now. I could look it up in the book. Although I should know. I spent enough time around the pottery in Peoria.
You never told me about the pottery in Peoria.
I never told you about puttering around the Peoria pottery.
You never did.
Well, baby, I will. You see, the proprietor of the Peoria pottery was a fellow named Peter Porter. And I worked there as a porter for Peter and his pater in the pottery place. Papa Porter of Peter's pater was not only a potter, too, but also Peter's partner. So while Peter and his pater potted their pottery pots, I potted for the potters and puttered around the pottery like any porter with a whole pottery to putter in the putter. It got so interesting that Peoria people used to peep into the premises to watch Peter Porter potting pots, Pat Porter, Peter's pater patting pottery, and me, the porter pitter patting around the pottery. And between the puttering, the pottering, the pittering, and the pattering, the porter and his pater, would you go in someplace, kiddo?
Yes, I've got to go call Perkins at the pen place to pick up your Parker pen and put a new point on it. Don't you go away, dearie. I'll be right back.
Okay. There goes the sharp kid. And Tara, too. How could she have known when she married me that she could be happy with a hubby with a hobby? Oh, there's one for next week. Come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hi there, Teeny.
Hi.
Hi.
What you doing with all the mud, mister? What you doing with it? Watch it.
It isn't mud, sis. It's clay.
See, is that clay? See, let me see some.
Yeah.
So that's what Mama says Papa has feet of.
She does, eh?
Yes, she always...
I say she does, eh?
Who does?
Your mama.
That's fine.
Says that.
Says fine.
Says your daddy has feet of clay.
I know it. Oh, but he really hasn't, though, I bet you. Because if his feet were made of clay and he stepped out of bed onto the cold floor, he wouldn't say the things he does, I bet you. What you doing with the clay, mister?
Working on ceramics, sis. That's vases and pottery and china and all stuff like that there.
Oh, boy, China.
Yeah.
That's where I'd like to go, I bet you. You ever been in China, mister?
Spent several years there, sis. I was a pirate on the Yangtze Kiang River. Sailed under the skull and chopsticks.
Oh, boy. A pirate.
Yeah.
You ever get seasick when you were a river pirate, mister?
Seasick?
Sure. You know what seasick is? That's when you decide not to have any breakfast after you've had it.
No, I was never seasick, sis. Too busy to think of it. I'm too busy now, too, so if you'll excuse me, I gotta put this little heat, wait a minute now. Let's see here. I'll take this stuff. Yeah. And I gotta go put the heat in this little pot.
Why? Got a stomachache?
Certainly not. I've merely got to bake this clay.
Oh, that little pot, huh? Oh, excuse me. Well, so long, mister.
Oh, what other pot did she think I'm in? Oh, well, kids don't make much sense anyhow. Now, people just leave me alone from... Oh, hi, Molly.
Well, how's the base coming along?
Fine.
Isn't it about time you stuck a fork into it to see if it's done? That oven's pretty hot, you know.
Hand me the book, will you? I'll look it up.
Here.
Thanks. Now, let me see. It says here, after the vessel is properly shaped and molded, allow to dry thoroughly before placing in kiln or oven. Dry thoroughly.
What's that for?
I don't know. Let's see. It says here, warning. If moist clay is placed in hot kiln or oven, steam will form and result in a violent... explosion. Oh, I see. You scrape the mud off the walls, kiddo. I got to get started on a new base.
The King's Men sing. Quiet! Oh, the King's Men sing It's a Quiet Town.
Quiet town here in Crossbone County. It's as quiet here as the burying ground. You can settle down here in Crossbone County. Anyone will build you a permanent mound. It's a quiet town here in Crossbone County. It's as quiet here as the new rubber heel. You can settle down here in Crossbone County. The coroner will make you a wonderful deal. They measure you for size here. Coffin. Everybody dies here. Often, if you plan to get much older, keep an eye behind your shoulder. Quiet. This is a quiet town.
Well, boys, we got to elect a new mayor. This one's Dave. Quiet.
It's a quiet town here in Crossbone County. You only hear an occasional noise. Everybody's friendly, so expect some horseplay. They may shoot you dead, but they're wonderful boys. Quiet! It's a quiet town. It's a quiet town nestled in the canyon. Everyone here is at peace with the world. The few who ain't, you can bet they'll soon be. Just a careless move gets your cranium curled. Here a man can linger, steady with his trigger finger. Ready, oh, the water's pretty risky. So we boil the spuds and whiskey. Quiet! This is a quiet town. The sheriff's on the border, busy keeping law and order. Oh yeah, is he busy? For before the day is over, he'll be under clover. Quiet! This is a quiet town.
Funny, McGee, he hung up.
Who hung up?
Dr. Gamble.
Oh, why'd you call him? These explosions haven't hurt anything but my pride.
Well, I didn't call him. He called you.
Yeah?
He asked me what you were doing, and I told him, and he got very excited and said, hold everything, he'd be right over, and hung up.
Ah, that old snoop. I knew he'd rush over here to try to catch me making a fool of myself again. And he's going to be wrong this time, kiddo, for a change.
He is?
Yep. I got a different angle on this thing. And I just went downtown and got some new material. When I promise you something, kiddo, you get it.
You're sweet. But the next time I ask for something, you just ignore me.
Huh?
I'm just a little old gold digger. And by the way, did you know that oven is turned off?
Yep, I turned it off. I got a base in there now, and it's got to cool slow. I'm taking no chances with this one.
Mercy, Molly. Look at this collar. Eat some water. McGee, you open the window, quick.
Oh, okay, Doc. I open the window.
Well, Molly said you... McGee, who got you out?
Out of what, Doctor?
The oven. Huh? You told me on the phone he had his face in the oven. That's why I rushed.
No, Doctor, no. I said he had his base in the oven.
Boy, are you ever eager for business. big fee splitter. Talk about ambulance chasers. You're always 10 blocks ahead of the sirens.
That's a fine way to talk, McGee, after he rushed over here to save your life.
Well, he makes me tired.
Sit down, Doctor.
Thank you, my dear. Now, what goes on here? What's with all the clay, Pigeon?
Well, I'll tell you what's going on, Doctor. I admired a vase at the Bonton. It was a tall baseball grace that would have looked beautiful on the tipping room label, you see. So he walked...
Let me tell it, Molly. You're confused. For your information, Knuckle Nose, I'm the kind of a husband that when my wife expresses a desire for something, he's the kind of a guy that I see that she gets it. So, when she sees the vase downtown, I says, relax, kiddo. I says, I'll bake you one exactly like it. So just tread lightly, Fatso. It's still in the oven.
Oh, fine. I've seen you through at least 48 hobbies, and you've been a dismal flop at every one of them. You took up fly casting, and what did you catch? The lobe of your left ear.
It was his right ear, Doctor.
Then you took up the piccolo, and I had to saw it in half to get your pinky out of the E-hole.
It was the G-hole.
And now, pottery. Well, it's harmless, I guess.
That's your opinion. You should have been here when he blew the door off the oven.
Blew it clean across the kitchen, Doc. Yeah. Took me 40 minutes to get it back on and 8 rolls of Scotch tape.
Well, that's more like you, Jughead. I'd hate to think you'd let me down by doing anything sensible. So you're a pottery maker, are you?
Yeah, pottery.
Look, mud hand. Anytime you produce anything ceramic that doesn't look like it was made out of a cup custard by a blindfolded Potawatomi with the hiccups while riding full gallop across a railroad trestle on a lame camel in the dark of the moon, I would like to see it.
Heavenly days, so would I.
Oh, you would, huh? Well, watch this, both of you. Open the oven, Molly, but don't touch the base. It's still hot.
Well, why, McGee, you did it.
He did what? Let me see. Well, I seem to have misjudged you, my boy. That's a very handsome vase. You want to sell it?
No, sir. This vase is for my little wife. And there ain't enough money in this whole world to buy something on which my little wife has her heart set on that I've got especially for her. You making me an offer?
No, I'm just testing character. You've just proved what I've always said. You're still a no-talent, double-dealing cheapskate.
You're not
Goodbye,
saying
Molly. Huh? No, I'm not. Goodbye, Molly. Pip, Papa.
Oh, this vase is simply beautiful, McGee. Look how graceful.
How's it compare with the one you liked at the Bonton?
Why, sweetheart, it's almost exactly like it. Same shape, same color. In fact, it's so much like the one at the Bonton that you forgot to take the price tag off the bottom of it.
Glad you like it, kiddo.
Fibber and Molly return in a moment. Car rollers, here's an offer you can't afford to miss. You can get a soft, fleecy woolen car dusting mitt, a mitt that fits your hand so perfectly, a mitt that makes car dusting a snap, a 49-cent value, and you can get this amazing value at no extra cost. Here's how you do it. Simply get a can of Johnson's Car New, the liquid car polish that cleans and shines your car in one easy application. The handy dusting mitt will be attached to the can. There's no extra charge, no coupon to clip, nothing to send in. Just get a can of Johnson's Car New at the regular price, and the soft, washable dusting mitt is yours. It's just the thing you've been looking for to keep your car clean and sparkling. Better get two, though, because women say they're the perfect dusting mitt for around the house. Ask your dealer for your dusting mitt today. Remember, there's no extra charge. The mitt is yours with a can of Johnson's Car New.
Ladies and gentlemen, here's one more short commercial. Not about how to protect your floors and furniture, but about how to protect your future, and that is your family.
Sponsor is Uncle Sam, and the product is United States Security Bonds. Those $4 for 3 bonds that are just about the best investment you can make.
Security bonds give you a reservoir of purchasing power to protect your future and help fight inflation.
See your nearest dealer today, your bank or your employer.
And if you mention our names, you can buy them at a 25% discount off the maturity value. Or just mention your own name. Good night.
Good night, all.
The makers of Johnson's Wax Products, Richie, Wisconsin, bring you Fibber McGee and Molly each Tuesday night at this time. Be with us again next week, won't you? Good night. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
WMAQ, NBC in Chicago.
The Johnson's Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. Johnson's Wax Products for home and industry present Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Bill Leslie. Music by the Kingsmen and Billy Mills Orchestra. It's pleasant in this warm weather to work in the kitchen with the windows and doors open. Pleasant, yes, but sometimes not so practical. Dirt and dust are blown in and the kitchen linoleum soils quickly. Of course, that little problem never bothers you if you use Johnson's self-polishing glow coat on your linoleum. Dust, dirt, and still things, too, can be whisked off that tough glow coat film with a damp cloth. Keeping your linoleum bright and shining clean is no problem at all. Not only does glow coat give your floors a really rich and glowing luster, but it also gives them the protection they need. Gleaming glow coat actually keeps linoleum looking like new years longer. With glow coat, there's no rubbing or buffing. You merely apply and let dry. It never streaks or smudges. In just a few minutes, your linoleum comes up with a brilliant shining gloss that will protect it and make it easy to keep clean. Next time, for Johnson's Glow Coat. See for yourself how it brings out the beauty of your floor.
Look on the bright side, shiners, bright side, bring out the beauty.
Anytime you see a book on the table at 79 Wistful Vista with lipstick on it, it's because the original owner has kissed it goodbye. And here, perusing a book inadvertently left by a friend, we find a charter member of the BBOTMC, the Borrowed Book of the Month Club. Mr. McGee of Fibber McGee and Molly.
What are you reading, dearie?
Wimple's bird book. He left it here last night, and you never read such a miss of math information in your life. It's awful.
Well, if it's that bad, why do you read it?
It's so garbled, it fascinates me. This book has got more wrong answers than a nervous housewife on Take It or Leave It. Look at the title even. American Birds and Their Habits. They can't even spell a habit. You see?
Where?
There.
Oh, that word isn't habit, dearie. It's habitat.
Well, what I want to know is what their habits are. Who cares where they have their habitat? Any bird lover who reads this would throw eggs at the publisher.
Say, when did you become such a bird lover?
Ever since the first time I had quail with wild rice.
What particular statement in that book are you quarreling with?
Well, listen to what it says about the feeding habitats of the pelican.
All right.
It says the pelican feeds occasionally on other things besides fish, but it definitely prefers marine life. Now, that is ridiculous.
Why is it?
There ain't a pelican living that could get in the marine. Why? They even turned me down twice.
Dearie, that isn't what that means.
Huh?
Besides, I think you're being too critical. After all, you're not much of an expert on bird life.
Who ain't?
You ain't.
Huh?
I mean, you aren't.
Oh, the heck I aren't. Who was it worked his way through high school raising baby chicks and even invented a slot machine that would dispense them 2 for a quarter? And who was it that a chewing gum took his idea and beat him to the patent office?
What chewing gum?
Chicklets. That's why I say these kids are like these.
Come in.
Oh, it's Wallace Wimple. Hi, Wimp.
Hello, Mr. Wimple.
Hello, folks.
We were just reading your bird book, Mr. Wimple. Hope you don't mind.
Oh, not at all, Mrs. McGee. I'm glad to know where I left it. I'm afraid I was rather upset when I left here last night.
Yeah, we noticed that, Wimp.
Why? Did I do something?
Well, we had the radio turned on to a political rally.
Oh, I remember now. A deep voice snarled, Wallace is going to get the beating of his life. And I went right out the window. Silly me.
Hey, how are you getting along these days with her, Limp?
You mean Sweetie Face? My big old wife?
Yes.
About as usual. We had a little tiff yesterday. Believe me, Sweetie Face puts up a tough tiff.
What was it about, Limp?
Oh, it was nothing, really.
Nothing.
She came back from downtown with a new hairdo and asked me how I liked it.
Then?
And I told her. Frankly, Sweetie Face, I said, it looks like an explosion in an Excelsior factory. I said, or a crew haircut with mutiny on the poop deck. I don't blame them for dyeing your hair, I said, but they waited too long to embalm it.
Oh, no.
Mm-hmm. And then out loud, I said, it looks simply beautiful, dear.
My gosh, how could she object to that?
She knows me so well. She ignored the compliments on my lips and tried to slap the expression off my face. When I ducked, she... Oh, speaking of ducks, did you enjoy reading my bird book?
Yes.
No.
What?
Confidentially, Wimp, this book is fuller of tripe than the inside of a cow.
Oh, I beg your pardon, Mr. McGee. This is the finest bird book there is. This is the authority on birds. It tells about the dodo bird disappearing, the migratory habits of the snow goose, how the passenger pigeon became extinct.
Wait a minute. What was that again?
You mean about the passenger pigeon?
Yeah, that.
Well, it says on page 49, and I quote, "The passenger pigeon, which once swarmed over the North American continent by the millions, has become completely extinct. The last known passenger pigeon died in the Cincinnati Zoo in 1914.
Exactly. That's just what I mean. That is a falsehood.
What do you mean, McGee?
I mean, I saw a passenger pigeon today. I've seen one every day for weeks.
Oh, my goodness, Mr. McGee, if what you say is true...
And it is.
If you actually saw a real live passenger pigeon, why, any zoo in the country would pay thousands for one.
You mean thousands of money?
Thousands of dollars for one pigeon, Mr. Wimple? Are you sure it was a passenger pigeon, McGee?
Why, sure I'm sure it was a passenger pigeon. Hey, if there was that kind of dough, I could trap that thing and sell it for... Oh, my gosh. Where's my hammer? Where's my tool? I gotta make a trap. Where's my screwdriver?
I don't know, Mr. McGee. I'm just a guest here.
Oh, I know. I left right in the hall closet.
No, don't open that door, McGee.
Oh, that's a wonderful trap, Mr. McGee. Set it again.
Billy Mills from the orchestra and Little White Lies.
saw you work so
I
fast.
gotta work fast, kiddo. I gotta get a trap ready for that passenger pigeon before somebody else does. And it's all over town now.
The pigeon?
No, the news. Winkle's telling everybody, and I've already had a call from the zoo and one from the bird editor.
I'll get that. I'll get it.
There'll be another
79 Wistful Vista, Molly McGee speaking. Yes? Oh, yes, he saw one, and he plans on trapping it this afternoon. What? $3,000? Oh, no, I'm sorry. We can't do that. Thank you for calling anyway. Goodbye.
Hey, who was that?
That was the State Ornithological Society, offering $3,000 if you catch a passenger pigeon.
Oh, my God.
They wanted you to write them the minute to trap it, but we couldn't possibly do that.
Why not?
Because I can't spell ornithological, and neither can you.
That's very good reasoning. We'll sell it to ZU. Boy, oh boy, I knew the minute I saw that passenger pigeon. Oh, hey, I gotta get busy.
Come in. Oh, it's Mr. Williams, the weatherman, McGee. You come in, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mrs. McGee. Hello, McGee.
Hi, Foggy, old man. I hope you don't mind if I go in and work.
No, not at all. Is that a pretty good saw you have there? Of mine?
Well, it's all right, but next time get one with a heavier blade, boy. This would be okay for slicing bananas, but for sawing wood like this with nails in it, it's a little frail.
Thank you. May I ask what you're building?
A pigeon trap, Mr. Williams.
Know anything about pigeons, Fog?
No, not very much. Although, like so many boys, I once raised homing pigeons. I once owned Featherling Pink-Nose the Fourth. World champion 4 times.
Heavenly days. Isn't that wonderful?
Wasn't it? Yes. Then in 1942, I raised carrier pigeons for the United States Navy. Several of my birds were repeatedly promoted. One of them became a rear admiral.
Must have been a fine democratic sight to see lieutenant commanders kneeling down to the pigeons.
Yes. But the greatest value I found for pigeons was their use in carrying weather information from one isolated post to another when I was in Australia.
Australia, how interesting. Did you see any kangaroos?
Oh, yes. I boxed 3 rounds with one every morning. But I found the ostriches more intelligent. I brought one home, a pet. He broke his neck one day in New York.
Subway accident?
No, he got frightened on Broadway and tried to stick his head in the sidewalk. Well, better let you get back to work, McGee. Good day. Probably.
Sometimes I wonder how a guy with his imagination can work for the government when he might be making big money. Why, if he ever started writing that stuff...
I'll get it,
That's
dear.
another one.
79 Wistful Vista, Molly McGee speaking. Who? Fred?
What'd I tell you?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. We couldn't consider an offer like that. Goodbye.
Hey, gee whiz, Molly, you're turning everybody down. What was that, Associated Press or United Press?
Wistful Vista Press Shop.
What kind of an offer were they making?
$3.98. They burnt your gray flat. Not dear. You know, McGee, you're going at this job like you knew exactly what you were doing.
I do? Well, I always say that if you smile and work fast, you can fool almost anybody. I remember one time when I was...
Hello, Molly. Hi, Fibber.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Junior.
Hey, what's this I hear all over town about you going to trap a rare pigeon, pal?
It's true, Junior. I'm gonna.
And this is the trap with which he's going on.
Oh, it's a very elaborate-looking little bungalow, pal. You got a building permit for that?
No. But if there's any trouble, I can swear it later. You know what they're paying for a real live passenger pigeon?
No, what's more, I think you're kidding. The passenger pigeon has been extinct for years.
Oh, no, it hasn't. Everybody thinks they're extinct, but I happen to know they're still stinking. And what's more, I know where there is one. Drop down here about 4 o'clock this afternoon, and I'll...
Do you know anything about pigeons, Mr. Wilcox? Mr. Williams used to raise them, he said.
So did I as a kid. I had one very unique little bird. Walked with his feet pointed outward.
What was so unique about that?
He was the only people-toed pigeon I ever saw. Incidentally, it was fooling around that pigeon loft in my boyhood that really made me what I am today.
And what are you in today, Junior? Remembering, of course, that there are ladies present.
I'm always glad to have ladies present when I tell them I am. I'm a Johnson self-polishing glow coat salesman.
Yeah, but what has that to do with pigeons, Mr. Scott?
Why, that's simple, Molly. Every bride knows when the cooing is over and the billing starts, all economies add up to large savings. And Johnson self-polishing glow coat is not only a money saver, but a time and labor saver, too. Besides the years it adds to life, your kitchen linoleum glow coat also pays off handsome dividends of pride and satisfaction. Pride in a gleaming, well-kept kitchen, and the satisfaction of knowing that glow coat's tough wax film is guarded for linoleum floor coverings against dirt, dust, filth. Absolutely, pal. When I think of the happy years I've been selling glow coat, I realize how much I owe to those little pigeons of mine.
Oh, cute.
Bless their little hearts.
Yeah.
May I use your phone?
Help yourself.
Yeah, go ahead. I owe a nickel anyway.
Thanks. Hello, Wistful Vista 1096, please. Hello, Mrs. Wilcox. This is Harlow Wilcox, the Johnson's Glow Coat representative, your husband. Look, baby, I'm taking you out to dinner tonight. I know, but I'm hungry for some squab. See you at 6. Goodbye. So long, folks.
Goodbye. Oh, my, Mr. Wilcox has a very sensitive appetite, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's a little like I used to when I worked at the tea company as a teetotaler.
Why, you never told me that, dearie, that you used to total up tea.
I never casually mentioned being a teetotaler and totaling tea for the Tea for Two Tea Company.
You never did.
Well, pull up the picture, baby. It was like this, see? There were 3 of us there at the tea company, see? Tea tasters whose task was to test the tea for taste, and me, the teetotaler, who totaled up the tea tasters tasted as fast as they gave a taste test.
Yes?
Well, for those 2 times, the tea tasters used to try to trip me up by tasting tea twice as fast as I could total the tea they tasted. And between their tea tasting and my tea totaling, we really tested tea. They tasted, tossed out the tea that tasted bad, while I totaled the tea that tasted good. While the 2 tea tasters tasted more tea, and between the tea tasting and the tea totaling, the totaling, the tea testing, the tea timing.
Hold it, dearie. Hold it. Company, come in. Oh, hello, Dr. Gamble. Come on in.
Hello, Molly. Hi, short subject. What's going on around here?
Well, you must be the only one in town that hasn't heard, Doctor. Himself here's about to trap a passenger pigeon this afternoon.
Oh, stop. Even little Paul guy here knows there aren't any more passenger pigeons. They've been extinct for years.
That's what you think, Doctor. You and everybody else. But I happen to know they're not extinct. I happen to know they're still extinct.
He's going to prove it, too, Doctor, by catching one. He's got a great big trap.
He has indeed. He's got the great biggest trap in town. And the loudest. And the hardest one to shut. And the one...
Oh, she means this pigeon trap I'm building, Fatso.
Oh, so that's a pigeon trap, is it?
Yeah.
How would it work if it did?
Yes, you haven't showed me yet either, Mickey. If it's as confusing to the pigeon as it is to me.
Well, it will be, don't worry. First, I bake the trap, you see. Oh, with maybe some cracker crumbs.
Oh, why go to all that expense? Looks very crummy as it is.
Thank you. Okay, so I bake the trap and the pigeon walks into door A here, you see. Stepping on trigger B, which closes door C and back in.
Proceed, Mr. Goldberg. Or may we call you Drew?
When the pigeon hears the door close, he looks around in surprise, sees himself in mirror D here, and thinks it's another pigeon here, see?
You certainly understand the workings of a bird's brain, Bird Brain. I suppose he breaks the mirror as 7 years bad luck.
No. When he picks mirror D, that rings bell E. And I right up, bring the trap in the house, open the lid, he gets loose in the living room, and between me and Molly and a butterfly net, it should be a cinch from there on. Simple?
No, it's too complicated. The greatest ideas are the simplest ideas. Like the way I used to catch rabbits.
How was that, Doctor?
With a hairnet. Oh, where's my medicine bag? I'm making myself sick. Oh, it's out.
The Man and the Dicky Bird song.
A little crow sang a happy hello, my favorite time of the year. A little frog sang a chorus song, lose your blues, lose your blues, lose your blues. And you and I fell in love and replied, I'm hearing that Dicky Bird's news. A little crow sang a happy hello, my favorite time of the year. A little song sang on the floor. Lose your blues, lose your blues, lose your blues, lose your blues. And you and I fell in love in reply on hearing that Dickie Bird tune. If you have to look around to find a reason for such a wonderful thing, you can blame it on a sentimental season. Falling in love is always the thing to do with spring. La-la-la-la-la-la, the bobolink, love with no wings. And a ball, nothing wrong when you're flying swinging along, singing a Dickie Bird song. Spring is here, spring is here, spring is here.
There's the trap. Just that, Molly. Boy, oh boy, imagine picking up a fat $1,000 just for bagging one pigeon.
Well, it's nice. Do you think a bird in hand is worth two people like us spending so much time?
Hey, what time is it?
3:47.
Oh my gosh, it's almost time.
Well, it's time something happened. Look out that window. People all over our lawn.
Yeah, I know. Newspapers, all 10 guys, and the radio stations got town trucks out there. Kind of exciting, huh?
Why not? It's like somebody trapping a live unicorn.
Yeah.
Or capturing a grown Democrat in Vermont. 70 days, a pigeon that's supposedly been extinct since 1914.
Oh my gosh, another newspaper photographer. I've been famous for 2 hours now, and I'm getting sick of it already.
You are not. Oh, you're loving every minute of
You
it.
said it.
Come in. Oh, my goodness, it's the old-timer. Hello there, Mr. Old-Timer.
Oh, hi, old-timer. I haven't got time right now at the fat, so if you...
What's all the excitement, kid?
Huh?
Yards full of cameramen, newspaper reporters, and a flower bed full of people. What's all the excitement?
Well, in fact, you're going to trap a rare pigeon, Mr. Old-Timer.
Pigeon, eh?
A rare pigeon.
Papa used to raise pigeons when I was a lad.
Is that so?
Even now, when I wake up in the morning, I imagine I hear them. Hundreds of pigeons fluttering past the window, murmuring, ham, ham, ham.
A.M. What kind of pigeons were those?
Morning doves, Johnny. Afternoon doves go P.M., P.M., P.M.
Well, the one that he's after is a passenger pigeon, Mr. Old-Timer. Probably the last and only living one in Worth.
Yeah, worth a pile of dough, too, old-timer. Everybody thinks the last known passenger pigeon died in the Cincinnati Zoo in 1914.
Yes, I know, Johnny. July 5th, 5:36 in the evening.
Well, how do you know so much about it?
I was there, daughter. I was the bird head keeper at the Cincinnati Zoo at the time.
You mean the head bird keeper?
I mean bird head keeper. Used to comb and brush all the head. Millie was my favorite, too.
Millie.
That was the passenger pigeon, kid. Smartest bird I ever took care of. Smart human being in lots of ways.
What you mean?
Well, I hold out my finger like this. And you jump up and balance on it for 15 minutes just by wiggling your tail?
Well, no,
Poor little Millie. Sure busted me up when she passed on. But I give her the finest funeral any pigeon ever had. American Legion march, Shriners drill team done maneuvers with bird calls, and thousands of school kids lying the streets waving little Harvard pennants.
Harvard pennants? Why not American flag?
This was the 5th of July, daughter. You ever try to buy an American flag on July 5th?
Now, just a minute, old-timer. I was in Cincinnati that week, and I don't remember anything about that like that.
Johnny, you ought to. You was responsible for Millie's passing.
How was I?
Well, sir, there was a waddle act in town that week called McGee and Nittany.
Oh, McGee and Nittany. Oh, that's right, McGee and Nittany. Snappy songs and witty sayings. Carried our own cyclorama and a magenta spot. We opened
Now,
it once.
quiet here. I want to hear about little Millie. Go on, Mr. Old-Timer.
It seems like little Millie, out for an hour's exercise, had been seen flying through the alley back of the theater and heard part of the act. And that done it.
Done what?
She beat herself to death against the stage door trying to reach that corn. Shame on you, Johnny, and so on.
I bet he made that up.
Why, certainly. It wasn't the act we had that killed all the birds. It was all the birds we got that killed the act. Well, let's Oh, kiddo, I got the trap. Open the door. Come on.
Heavenly days. What a mob.
Quiet, everybody. Stand back there. Let me through. Come on, Molly. Come on, Molly. Come on up to the curb here, Molly. You can all see my rear passenger pitch as soon as I catch him. He'll be here any minute. Quiet now. You'll carry him away. Quiet. Here he comes, Molly. There he comes. Look, Molly, the passenger pitch.
Where, McGee? I can't see him. That bus is in the way.
Look on top of the bus. There he is. When I got on the bus, you hand me the trap.
For that bird? Why, that just looks like an ordinary post office pigeon to me, McGee.
Oh, that's just a plain pigeon.
That's the passenger pigeon. He's been riding on top of that bus all day. He's a passenger, isn't he? He's riding that bus. He's a passenger pigeon. That's a passenger pigeon. I tell you, he still stinks. He's been riding that bus all day.
A few minutes, and a bit of Johnson's self-polishing glow coat is the investment. A bright, shining kitchen linoleum is the return on that investment. It's as simple as that. Glow coat shines as it dries. Without rubbing or buffing, your kitchen linoleum will sparkle and gleam with a new lustrous beauty. Colors will seem fresher and more brilliant. The whole room will be a brighter, more pleasant place to work. Johnson's self-polishing glow coat will protect your valuable linoleum from wear, too. That tough coat of gleaming wax has years of service and beauty. Then, too, a floor protected by glow coat is so easy to keep clean. Once over lightly with a damp cloth will whisk away all dust, dirt, and spill things. Next time your kitchen linoleum needs attention, invest a few minutes and a bit of Johnson's self-polishing glow coat. You'll be delighted with the sparkling beauty that such a small investment will bring. You'll find the Johnson's self-polishing glow coat is the quick, easy way to bring out the beauty of your home.
Look on the right side, smile up the right side, bring out the beauty of the home.
When I think of the dough we could have made, how famous we could have been. It's disgusting.
Oh, now don't worry about it, dearie.
Well, this don't throw me, kiddo. I'll make a comeback. I can hold my head up. I can still smile.
Good.
He taught me one thing, though. That old saying is so true. Never count your pigeons until they're cast. Don't you get it, Molly? Jiminy, I said, don't.
Ain't funny, McGee.
I'll say it ain't. It's disgusting. Good night.
Good night, all.
The makers of Johnson's Wax Products, Racine, Wisconsin, bring you Fibber McGee and Molly each week at this time. Be with us again next Tuesday night, won't you? Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
When Mr. McGee got a call to come down to the bank this morning, neither he nor Mrs. McGee ever dreamed it would change the whole course of his alleged career. And as a matter of fact, it probably won't. But to hear him tell his wife about it, he thinks it will, as we listen to Fibber McGee and Molly.
Well, sir, when I walked into old man McDonald, the president of the Third National Bank, that called me on the phone's office this morning, I was ready for anything.
Overdrawn again, were you?
That's what I thought. But before I could open my mouth, old McDonald introduces me to a friend of his that's a professor at the college here. And you know what?
What?
He wants to buy our house.
Wants to do what?
Yep.
Oh, McGee.
Yep, he says he's looked all over town, and this is just the kind of a quiet, peaceful neighborhood he wants. And he'll give me $18,000 for our house. $18,000. Imagine that. Well, we'll be heavier with dough than a ravioli dinner.
But heavenly days, dearie, money or no money, this is our home.
Only till we close the deal. This afternoon, baby. Professor Pittman is dropping in at 4 o'clock to wrap it up. How long will it take us to move?
Move?
Yep.
But McGee, dearie, darling, look. We can't do this awful thing. After all the happy years we've had to look back
The
on.
happiest year we'll ever look back on, Snooky, is the year we come into $18,000. We can bear up under that.
Yeah, but we've been so happy here. I've loved it from the day we moved in.
Yep.
The day we won it on a raffle and the agent gave you the key to the front door and you lost it. And I boosted you up to get in the window and the policeman arrested you. And it took us 2 days to prove it was our own home because we couldn't describe it because we'd never been in it. And then when you finally carried me across the threshold, you stumbled and fell and broke your leg and woke up in the hospital. And the first thing you said was, "It's a nice little house, baby, but it smells like carbolic acid."
Oh, we need a change, kiddo. After all, I've given this place 11 of the best years of my life. And by just...
Come in.
Oh, it's the old-timer. Hi, old-timer.
Hello, Mr. Old-Timer.
Hello there, kids. What you smirking about, Johnny? You look mighty satisfied with yourself, and if you are, you're awful easy pleased.
Well, he's a lot happier than I am, Mr. Old-Timer. Go on, tell him, McGee. I don't even like to talk about it.
Well, you'll get used to it, kiddo. We're going to move, old-timer, out of this neighborhood.
Is that so, Johnny? Neighbors get up a petition, did they?
No, but he has an offer for this house that's more than he can resist.
$18,000 cash on the barrelhead.
$18,000, eh? Say, I says, if I had me $18,000, kids, you know what I'd do?
What'd you do?
I'd get back to the South Seas and buy a little island. One of them that I was onto when I was a CB.
Say, that's right. You were in the CBs, weren't you?
Sure was, daughter. They had me building booby traps all through the jungle.
Booby traps?
Yep. Caught more boobies than anybody. The biggest one being my company commander. Oh, I love them South Sea Islands, kid.
Oh, they must be very romantic.
Oh, daughter, you never know till you see them. Strange and wonderful place. 9-foot palm trees, giant turtles, crabs 6 foot 2 inches long, weighing 180 pounds.
Wait a minute, a crab that weighed 180 pounds?
Yep, that was company commander, Johnny. What a crab. Should have seen him run sideways when the planes come over. Talk about strange fish. I seen one devilfish that really had me scared.
Big one, was it?
Big one, 6 foot 2.
Same size as the company commander?
Was the company commander, Johnny. I seen that devilfish all afternoon and not catch a thing.
A lot of sharks? Sharks in those waters, too, aren't there?
Yeah, we had to keep a sharp eye for them when we were down diving for sponges.
Oh, did you find any sponges?
Brought up one, Johnny, biggest sponge ever seen. 6 foot 2, weighed 180 pounds.
Oh, you mean?
Yeah, the company commander. Used to sponge off everybody.
My goodness. Why did you dislike your company commander so?
Greatest reason in the world, daughter. Owed him $82. But I paid him back.
Yeah.
Diving in the lagoon one day, I brought up the biggest pink pearl I ever seen in them parts. Big around as a bushel basket.
My gosh, a pearl that big must have been worth a lot of money.
Not to me, Johnny. This was Pearl Jones, the company commander's girlfriend. Well, you know where you moved to, kids. I'll drop in to see.
Oh, dearie, it makes me just sick to think of selling this house.
Yeah, me too, but $18,000 is an awful fast cure for that kind of sickness.
But where will we go?
Oh.
Where will we live?
My gosh, that's a trivial detail. I'll simply get you on a few quiz programs, and we'll have another house with 7 refrigerators before you can say truth or link letter. Hey, we better get started packing, kiddo. We got any barrels or anything to pack dishes into?
Oh, please, McGee, don't talk like that. I love this house. I'm happy here.
Yeah, me too, but with $18,000, I can be happy in a hollow tree. Besides, this ain't so much of a house.
What's the matter with this house, may I ask?
Plenty. Look how long the grass is out in front. I cut it and trim it and water it, and in less than 6 weeks, it's all shaggy again.
Yeah, but that isn't what...
Hello, Molly. Hiya, pal. What's new?
Well, according to my little rooster here, Mr. Wilcox, we're flying the coop. We're all our nest egg in front of us, which will be a neat trick if we can do it.
You're what? We're moving. Socially, we're stepping up a notch. This has been a rather decent little home, of course, and I shall always remember it rather affectionately, but with our improved economic status, it's naturally a trifle, shall we say, infideg.
Let's not say that till we look it up.
Hey, wait a minute. You're selling this house? Who's buying it?
Some professor, Mr. Wilcox, says he wants a quiet home and a quiet neighborhood where he can write a book.
Hey, that isn't Professor Connolly, the astronomer, is it? Well, I want to see him sometime about it.
No, this is Professor Pittman, Mr. Wilcox.
Oh.
What you want to see a stargazer for, son? Got to get your fortune told?
No, I want to ask him about Mars.
Oh, you mean like if there is life on Mars or not, Mr. Wilcox?
No, I want to ask him if he knows how Mars can be practically eliminated.
How can you do that?
With Johnson's wife.
McGee, and you're always warning me about how Mr. Wilcox
You
always...
see, if he's moving into this house, which Molly has spent so much loving care on, beautifying and protecting it with Johnson's wax, making it positively glitter as it does with that rich, warm hospitality.
Oh, Mr. Wilcox, you're just saying that.
Well, I think he ought to know what's protected your floors and furniture against unsightly mars and scratches and tubs. That it's Johnson's wax that's given this home of yours its lovely luster. And the time for fun that easier housework permits. That's why
Look, Waxy.
Yes, Sal?
You ever think of pinch hitting for Dr. IQ?
Why, no, pal, I haven't.
Why, McGee?
I was just thinking how confusing it might be. He'd probably forget and holler, give that lady a box of bars, Mars. You see, Mars bars is a candy, and Johnson's wax bars Mars, so if he says bars Mars instead of Mars bars, oh, you gotta go, Junior?
Yes, Doctor. I have a lady in the balcony at the Bijou. My wife. Let me know where you move to.
Okay, Sal. What's at the Bijou?
Mrs. Wilcox?
No, I mean...
And a very funny Walter Lang comedy called Sitting Pretty. I'd like to see that, but maybe we'd better save it.
Save it for what?
When we sell this house, we may be sleeping in theaters. And I'd much rather laugh myself to sleep than cry.
I don't know what makes you so pessimistic. My gosh, with 18,000 smackaroos to horse around with, we won't exactly be huddling in doorways.
Well, I've got to go out in the kitchen and plan the packing, dearie. Let me know when the professor gets here.
Okay.
I want to meet him and put the evil eye on him.
Okay, Tootsie. Ah, there goes a good kid. Imagine her being so sentimental about selling this house. It ain't as if we'd been born here. Although I can think of several occasions when we've died here. Ah, the professor. Come in, Professor.
Coming home, mister?
Huh? Oh, hi, Teeny.
Hi.
Shut the door. I was expecting the guy that's going to buy this house. I'm selling it.
Oh, gee. Where you gonna move to, mister? Where are you?
Well, I don't know, sis. I'm getting quite a hunk of dough for this house, so we may just spend a few years traveling around. You know, like England, South America, and maybe the French Riviera.
Oh. I'm gonna miss you, mister.
Yeah?
You always used to tell me such dandy stories and give me a quarter for a soda and stuff. Oh, gee, maybe whoever moves in here after you won't like little children.
Well, don't borrow trouble, sis. The interest rate's always too high.
Look, mister, just for old time's sake, why don't you tell me one story,
No.
It's kind of a farewell present, kind of,
Sis, you caught me in a mellow mood.
Oh, goody.
Funny how 18,000 bucks can soften a guy's character. I ever tell you how owls got so smart?
Oh, no.
All right. Well, once upon a time...
I've heard it.
No, you haven't.
Okay.
Okay. Once upon a time, in a big sassafras tree, there lived a great big young owl.
Oh, boy.
And being young, he was awful gappy.
Oh?
Knew everything about everything. Gab, gab, gab all day long. Yatta, all night long. Kept everybody awake with his silly chatter.
Owls eat mice.
That's irrelevant to the story. It's immaterial and irrelevant.
Well, it would have been more interesting if I said monkey dolls, but they don't. Pardon me for interrupting, mister.
Well, that's all right, sis. Well, sir, this young owl...
Sorry if I was impolite.
I forget it. Well, sir, this young
I
owl...
won't do it again, mister.
Well, sir, this young owl...
Tell a story, mister, will you? Come on, tell us.
Okay. Well, sir, this gabby young owl finally got on everybody's nerves.
Oh?
The squirrels hated him, the birds hated him, rabbits were sore at him, and even the butterflies were kind of annoyed. You know how hard it is to irritate a butterfly.
Oh, sure. I guess so.
All the woodland creatures got together and they hatched a plot. They all agreed that whenever this young owl started chattering in the night, they'd all pelt him with rocks and acorns and twigs. And so they did. And he'd open his big eyes and stare all around him, but he never could see who was throwing that stuff.
Oh?
He'd yell, "Who's through that?" And nobody'd answer. And then wham, he'd get an old bird's nest on the back of the neck. "Who's through that?" he'd yell. And there wouldn't be any answer.
I bet you that taught him a lesson, I bet you.
It really did, sis. Finally, he got a little sense into him, and when he got slugged with a hickory nut or something, he'd just look around and say, "Who?" In fact, it made such an impression on him that from that time right up to today, you can hardly get an owl to say anything these days except "Who." You almost never see a gabby owl. And you know what the moral of that story is, sis?
Oh? Sure.
You do? What is it?
The moral is, if you keep your eyes open and your mouth shut, you might wind up in who's who.
Well, I will say, dearie, for a man who's about to sell his house right out from under his back, you're pretty relaxed.
Certainly. Oh, didn't need to get unrelaxed yet, kiddo. After we seal the deal this afternoon, then we can get excited. When we get our hooks on those 18 G's. Think of it.
I am.
We'll be rich.
And homeless.
Throw our furniture into storage, hand the prop the key, warn him about that loose step on the back porch, cut off the morning paper, and hit the road.
You hit the road, dearie.
Huh?
If I'm going out of town with any part of $18,000, I'm going in the fattest old drawing room that the Pullman Company ever dreamed of.
You said it, baby. I'm kind of tired of upper berths myself. I practically went to California and back on a ladder once. But that was long before...
Oh, this might be him now, McGee. Come in. Oh, it's dear Dr. Gamble. Nice to see you, Doctor.
Thank you, my dear. And good day to you, Wind Tunnel.
Hi, Broadbeam. Pull up a chair and sit down and hope it won't be our living room much longer for $18,000. Cash.
You might translate that into ordinary English for me, Molly, if you're in the mood. If not, I'm perfectly willing to ignore him completely and just talk to the brains of the family.
He's selling the house, Doctor. Our little home. Today.
He's what?
Yeah. I'm closing the deal this afternoon. Lock, stock, and barrel, Bottom.
Oh. So you're selling your home, are you?
Yeah.
I don't suppose you've given any thought to the problem of where your wife is going to live. I'm assuming, of course, that you'll go through that $18,000 like a babysitter through a Rebop album.
I'll live wherever he does, Doctor, of course.
Nonsense. He can always go back where he came from and be happy. But how can you live under a flat rock?
Nobody's going to live under any flat rock, Baconhead. And any time I want any advice about my private life from you, I'll go ask somebody else. A guy at the university made me an offer for the house.
Yes, Professor Tipman, Doctor.
Yes.
They say he's a highly intelligent man.
That'll be a stunning novelty for this house, won't it?
Oh, cut it out, lobster pot. You're not funny. Just because you keep people in stitches, don't think you're a wit.
Don't talk like that, McGee.
He makes me tired.
Dr. Gamble doesn't keep people in stitches anyhow. He keeps stitches in people.
Nicely put, my dear, and thank you.
I don't want to argue with you today anyway, my boy. I'm just a little shocked for the news. You're moving, I mean. Of all the friends I have in this world, you're undoubtedly the biggest. Biggest what, Doc? Finish it. I'm the biggest what?
Let it go, McGee. Better quit while you're ahead.
When are you leaving, Molly?
Not for a few weeks at least, Doctor. We'll let you know our plans.
Good, I got a scram, kids. They just got a terrific idea. Yeah, what you going to do, Doc? Start quietly buying up real estate. If you're actually going to move out, drumhead, real estate values in this neighborhood will double overnight. Thanks for the tip. Oh, see you, Molly.
Isn't he a sweet old character, McGee?
Oh, we can argue that out later, kiddo. It's about time for the pop to show up here, and I want to be sure everything is peaceful now. Listen, can you hear that upstairs faucet?
No. No, I can't.
Good. I'd hate to have this deal blown up by a simple little drip like that.
Don't ever give Dr. Gamble a line like that, sweetheart. He'll murder you. I can just hear him.
Oh, here he comes, Molly. Quiet now. Now, don't let him sit in that rocking chair. It squeaks. Everything quiet?
Do you think this dress is too loud, dearie? I could run upstairs.
No. That's okay. Come in! How do you do? Mr. and Mrs. McGee? That's right, Bud, or Prop. I'm Mr. McGee, and this is my wife, Mrs. McGee. Molly, Professor Pittman.
How do you do, I'm sure. Sit down, sir. Here, let me have your hat. I'll put it in the hall closet.
No. Just lay it on the table, Molly. I'll show the prop around the house, sign the $18 papers, and we'll have this. If you don't mind, I'd like to just sit down here a moment and enjoy this peaceful living room. Lovely neighborhood here.
Oh, yes. We like it all right. Sometimes the birds get a little noisy, but...
Yeah, it's wonderful. It's a steal at 18 G's, Pop. Quieter than the inside of the public library. Oh, I can't stand the public library. Huh? Chairs scraping, pages turning, people breathing.
You know, some people annoy me that way, too.
That's why I like this neighborhood, Mrs. McGee. I must have absolute quiet to work on my book. It's so peaceful here. Oh, my gosh. What's that?
That's Mr. Williams next door here.
Huh?
As a weatherman, he thought he ought to know more about wind instruments, so he bought himself a trumpet.
Oh,
You were saying, Professor?
I beg pardon? Oh, yes. I was saying that this neighborhood has always seemed to be so free from noise that I felt... That's right, Pop.
That's the ice cream man. The children have a ball game going on out there. Oh, but I interrupted you.
Well, I was saying I must have quiet to work on... This is awful. Relax, Pop. I'll go run that ball.
The sound of childish laughter. That's what makes a neighborhood a neighborhood.
Oh, this is terrible. My nerves. Oh, my hat, please. My hat. Oh, my gosh. Look, Pop. This never happened before. This is... I could never stand it. I'm sorry. The deal is off. Oh, but Professor, the $18,000 thing. Look, Pop. This was merely coincidental. It wouldn't happen again in a million years.
He's gone.
All the dirty, rotten breaks. You just saw $18,000 put on a funny-looking hat and walk out on us, Tootsie. Won't that break your heart?
No, I can't say that it does.
What?
Oh, McGee, you wouldn't really have sold our little home, would you? Think how happy we've been here.
Think how happy we could be with $18,000?
Oh, think of the good times we've had here. The parties, the friends, the little tribulations.
You can have a lot of tribulations with $18,000.
Oh, yes, but think of all...
That's the back door. I'll get it. All the brakes. All that goes on the foot.
Ah, there goes the good kid. He didn't really want to sell. He just talks himself into things. What he thinks is the honey of an idea usually turns out as just a bee in his bonnet. Although sometimes...
Hey, Molly, it's for you. The back door.
Oh, who is it, dearie?
A guy with a nice cream truck, a boy with a hot rod, a kid with a motorcycle, 6 small baseball players, and Foggy Williams with a split lip.
Oh. Well, tell them I'll be out and pay them all off as soon as I run upstairs and get my purse.
You pay him off for what? I see. Oh, that's a wonderful idea. No, I won't have to sell.
Oh, no, I thought.
Ladies and gentlemen, as a special guest for a very special reason tonight, may I present Dr. E.C. Farnham, who represents the International...
We're very happy that we are able to measure up to those requirements, and we hope we'll continue to deserve the committee's approval.
Yes, but we have to admit to a slight advantage, Doctor. Johnson's wax makes things easy to keep clean. Thank you again. Good night.
Fishing season opens today in Wistful Vista, and most of the population is out at Dugan's Lake with hook, hamper, and high hopes. Standing here on the boat landing, for instance, complete with fishing pole, life raft, bucket of minnows, and the family doctor, we find Fibber McGee and Molly.
Boy, what a day for fishing. Ain't it beautiful, Doc? Look at that water, Molly. It's perfect.
What water? I can't see anything but boats.
Oh, sure you can. Look over there to the left. You see that stretch of blue between those two rowboats? Oh, no. They've closed in again.
I should make a fortune today. Rowboats, gunwale to gunwale, amateur fly fishermen throwing hooks at each other, the air full of sunburn and blood poisoning. It's enough to gladden the heart of a medical man. If he didn't want to do some fishing himself.
While you boys fish, I think I might take a little walk across the lake.
Hey, you mean around the lake?
No, across, from rowboat to rowboat. It should be quite easy.
Well, what are we standing here for? Are we nature lovers or fishermen? Let's get with it.
Okay. As soon as I get this life raft launched, I'll be picking bass out of this lake like fleas off a liver stable hound dog. I'll yank them out like a ward healer rounding up the saloon boat. Plate slip.
I will say for McGee, Doctor, that he makes up in enthusiasm what he doesn't show in results.
Yes, I know. I've seen him fish.
Yeah.
When he gets through lashing the lake with that bamboo buggy whip of his, there's enough foam on it to shave the entire shoreline.
You only wish you had my technique, Fatso.
Technique, he says. You've been fishing here in Dugan's Lake ever since you deserted the Lewis and Clark expedition. And the fish you've caught to date wouldn't make enough chowder to wet a spoon.
That there is a falsehood. I come from a long line of fishermen. My father was out fishing the day I was born. When he heard the news, he let a 12-pound pickerel off the hook.
I got a radio. It just went out.
I like to have seen his face when he saw you and realized he'd thrown back the wrong one.
Now listen, boys, this is all very stimulating, I'm sure, but did you bring along all this fancy equipment out here just to stand on the dock and yell at each other?
Well, you're right, Molly. Of course. I merely wanted to point out that little Nightcrawler here only made one good catch in his life, and how he hooked you, I'll never know.
Oh, Doctor. But he did have an awfully good line.
Look, Big Chief Windbag. If you think you're so great with the bait, how's about a little competition? If I can't catch a bigger fish than you can today, I'll mow your front lawn all summer with my teeth.
Sonny, you have just made a wager. You heard that brash statement, did you, Molly?
I did.
Good.
And if I lose, I'll remove his gallstones free of charge. I haven't got gallstones. You've got plenty of gall, and I can wait. Now, you're the witness, Molly.
Well, it would be a little difficult to hold the stakes in a bet like that, boys. Why don't you just make it a small sum of money if you insist on being foolish, and I know you both will.
Well, I'll say we will. Okay, $10, Fatso. Okay. $10, I catch the biggest fish.
$10? Oh,
Yeah.
dear, there goes his cigar allowance for all summer.
It's a bet, chump. Good. And now, if you'll excuse me, I shall shove off for a small, secluded cove I know of, where there is a school of bass waiting for teacher.
Oh, sure.
See you here at sundown, amateur.
You said it, vulgar boatman.
And bring your checkbook. Save your breath, Catapus. You'll need it for alibis when I take your dough tonight.
Good luck, Doctor.
Yeah, he'll need it. Look at him roll that boat, will you? All elbows. I'd hate to have left the bounty with just him and Mr. Christian. Hey, help me launch this life raft, will you, kiddo?
Aye, aye, sir. Which end goes in the water first?
Well, it don't matter. Both ends float. Let's go.
Okay.
You take that side of the raft, and I'll take this side. Oh, hi, Wimp.
Oh, hello there, Mr. Wimple.
Hello, Pink.
I was wondering if you were going to come out today, Wimp. Everybody I know's out on the lake. Doc Gamble, Wilcox, Mort Toots, old McDonald from the bank. You a fisherman?
Well, no, not very much of one, anyway. Though I did try deep sea fishing once.
Oh.
Have you ever been in Cuba?
No, we haven't, Mr. Wimple. Is that where you went fishing?
No, I went fishing in Tampa, Florida.
Lance, what's Cuba got to do with it?
That's where I came ashore. I hooked a big swordfish. He yanked me overboard and towed me into the harbor at Havana.
Oh.
Sweetie Face was quite annoyed.
Sweetie Face?
Yes, my little young wife.
Little young? I thought it was big old.
This was many years ago.
Sweetie Face liked the fish, Wimp?
Yes, and she just loved boats.
Yeah.
For years, every time we went to New York, we'd spend hours down on the waterfront, watching the ships come in, till I spoiled it.
Oh, how did you spoil it, Mr. Wimple?
Well, one day we were watching the boats bringing in the Queen Mary, and I said to a man standing there, I said, you know, it always amazes me how many tugs it takes to get the old girl into her slip. And then everything went black.
Oh, well, I can see why it would.
Well, I'd like to stand here and bat the fat with you, Wimp, but I got a little wager on with Doc Gamble. Give me a hand launching this life raft, will you?
Oh, certainly, but don't you think...
Let her down in the water now when I say the word, Wimp. Easy now. You got it?
I think so. Clumsy old thing, isn't it?
Well, it's nothing to take to the senior prom, Mr. Wimple, but it's all right.
Okay, now, let her in easy. There, that does it. Now, come on, Molly, take my hand. Get in. There we are. Give us a shove off, will you, Wimp?
Yes, I will, but don't you think...
I can't talk now, Wimp. Time's wasting. Give it a shove.
All right. But I really think...
Attaboy, Wimp. Here we go. Well, we'll see you later, Wimp.
Heavenly days, that was quite a push, wasn't it? We'll be 50 feet away from the dock before we need the oars.
Yeah. But I better have them ready. Hand me the oars, kiddo, so I can... Oh, my God!
Hey, Wimp! That's what I was trying to tell you, Mr. McGee. Your oars are lying here on the dock.
This is really little, Molly. Isn't this life raft great for fishing from? Rides like a ferry boat.
Yes, even looks like a ferry boat. This thing is longer than the fisherman's alibi here.
Yeah, it's long enough to have its own clean. Oh, I like plenty of room to work in, kiddo. Let those other chumps sit bait bucket the clavicle in a dinky little skiff and cut fish hooks out of each other's ears. Not for me. When I hook the fish that cost Doc Gamble $10, I'll... Oh, hi, Joe. How's fishing?
Who's that?
Joe Howe.
Why didn't he answer you?
How's fishing? I'm sorry. I wish those bass would start hitting. Can you see Doc Gamble's boat from here?
No, but the man in that rowboat over there just waved to me, but I can't see who it is.
Which rowboat? My gosh, there's so many of them.
I mean that blue one coming this way.
Oh.
Just beyond the green canoe next to the red motorboat, which is this side of the white door. You see it?
No. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's Foggy Wiggins, the weatherman. Wonder how he's doing.
Hello, McGee. Hello, Mrs. McGee.
Hello, Mr. Williams.
Hi, Fog. How's fishing, boy?
It's a little discouraging, McGee. I'm afraid this lake is about fished out.
Don't look at McGee. He didn't do it.
Well, it's getting pretty bad, Mrs. McGee. It's taken me 25 minutes to catch my limit.
Oh.
Not one of them weighs over 6 pounds.
What?
See?
Heavenly days. Look at those fish.
Wow.
I haven't seen many cold-looking eyes since I refinanced the car.
Well, that's not a bad little haul, Foggy. What kind of tackle do you use?
The tackle I always use.
Yeah.
My 9-foot, 2.5-ounce, handmade Hardy split bamboo rod with a nickel silver ferrule, a triple drag anti-backlash Craven jaw reel with a torpedo tape at HCB oiled silk fly line, and a 9-foot Churchill natural gut leader with a 3X tippet.
Oh, that's nice equipment, Foggy. But what lure do you use?
Worms.
Well, it's nice you can get out on the lake like this now and then, Foggy. You keep pretty busy at the Weather Bureau, don't you?
Yes, I do, McGee. I spent Sunday at the Wistful Vista Museum studying ancient methods of weather forecasting. Very interesting.
Really? Did you find out how the ancient Egyptians forecast the weather, Mr. Williams?
No, I didn't, Mr. McGee. The Egyptian room was closed Sunday in honor of the occasion.
What occasion?
It was Mummy's Day.
That's sweet. You certainly have made a study of it, haven't you, Mr. Williams? Say you spent some time in India, too, didn't you?
Several years, Mr. McGee. I was studying the monsoons as a guest of the Raja of Hupu.
The what of Hupu?
The Raja of Hupu. A small province west of Campur.
Oh, way down there.
Yes. Great baseball fan, the Raja was. Loved baseball. Would have made a fine center fielder. Too bad he had to abdicate. He was the last Raja to reign over Hupu.
Oh, why'd he abdicate?
His province became overrun with all manner of wild game, elephants and tigers and so on. I still remember the cablegram he sent me when he gave up the throne.
What did it say?
Rain called on account of game.
Look at him go, will you?
Why, isn't he nice? He must be a very good fisherman, too.
There's no such thing as a good or a bad fisherman, kiddo. It's just luck or unluck. And this is going to be the luckiest day why ain't I catching any fish?
Maybe the weather's too warm, or too cold, or too windy, or too sunny, or too cloudy.
Huh?
Maybe the water's too clear, or too muddy. Or you have the wrong bait, or you're fishing too deep or too shallow. Or they aren't hungry.
Hey, where'd you get all those ideas?
From you.
Huh?
Those were some of the reasons you didn't catch any fish last year.
Personally, I think there's too many people on this lake. Look at all them folks. Looks like the Brooklyn Navy Yard. I never saw such
Oh, here comes the motorboat.
Oh.
Look at it churn up the water.
Oh, the fish.
I haven't seen so much foam since Uncle Dennis's home brew blew the door off the basement. Remember that?
Yeah.
And jammed the meter reader into the coal chute?
Hey, you in the motorboat. Get that sea going hot rod out of here. We're trying to fish
here. Mr. Wilcox. You-ho, Mr. Wilcox.
Molly, hi, pal. Catching any anything?
No, but you're going if you don't get out of here with that dad-ratted scum scooter.
How many did you say?
He didn't say.
What?
He said I didn't say, and get away from here with that waterlogged corn popper.
Wait a minute, I can't hear anything. This engine is too noisy. What'd you say, pal?
I said it was wonderful meeting you out here, Junior. Just wonderful. If it hadn't been for you, I might have had a big fish on the hook. I might have stuck the hook in my finger, taken him off. Might have got an infection and had to go to the hospital. Might have had a bad siege of it. But fortunately, you came along just in time to scare all the fish away.
And don't think he doesn't appreciate it, Mr. Wilcox, because he doesn't.
He doesn't.
Incidentally, are you fishing out of that contraption?
Who, me? No, I'm just cruising around talking to a few friends.
Well, you're getting fewer of them by the minute, boy. Why did you have to pick on the opening day of the fishing season?
Well, I couldn't wait to tell them that the floor of this lake is just mud.
Does that affect the fishing, Mr. Wilcox?
No, but you know what the thought of a muddy floor does to a glow coat salesman.
Oh. That's about as far-fetched as...
I want to tell all these fishermen when they go home tonight with their muddy boots to tell their wives how Johnson's self-polishing glow coat protects their kitchen linoleum against dirt, dampness, spill things, and homecoming anglers.
Say, that's good.
Why, sure.
And speaking of anglers, you got more angles.
I want to tell how that brightly gleaming glow coat luster brings not only added beauty, but also years of life to their linoleum.
Good.
How the fact that glow coat needs no rubbing or buffing, but shines as it dries in 20 minutes or less. Gives them plenty of leisure time to sit down and listen to those tall stories. And besides that, glow coat...
Look, Waxy.
Yes, pal.
Are you going to be the wall-eyed piker that hangs around bothering the fisherman till he winds up with a hook through his gills?
No. I'm going to be the big one that got away.
Well, that ought to scare the fish so bad they'll give up, McGee.
Yeah.
Say, maybe you're fishing off the wrong side of the life raft, or maybe your bait is wrong.
Yeah, I sure wish I'd brought some flies with me. I wish I had some of the flies I used to tie at the fly tying factory.
I didn't know you worked as a fly tyer at the fly tying factory, McGee.
I never told you about tying fishing flies for the fly fishermen at the Clear Fly Factory in Peoria.
You never did.
Well, baby, I will. Pull up a gunnel and sit down. You see, the Clear Fly Company had a fleet of planes, see, and a flock of flyers that would fly us fly tyers around to fly ties for fly fishing.
Yeah?
We'd fly in, time flies on the fly, tie a few more flies, and fly out.
Yeah?
I got so good at tying flies that I could tie a fly with one hand and tie my tie with the other, and there wasn't a fly tyer in town that could tie me fly tie. Because I tied twice the flies the other fly tyers tied, and when one of the clearest flyers flew in my flies out for some fly fisherman, I guess I must have been the high-flyingest fly tyingest fly-by-night fly tyer that ever tied a fly on the And between my high flying, my fly tying, my tire flying clear flyers, and I said, hey, don't step out of the boat, Molly. Where are you going?
Well, we drifted against the dock area. I thought I'd go to the car and get some cold cream. I'm getting a little sunburnt, you know.
Okay, well, hurry it up now. We got to get back out there and catch some fish. Doc Gamble gets a bigger one than I do.
Hey, mister, watch your boat.
Huh?
I'm fishing off the dock here.
Oh, hello there, sis. Hey, Molly, here's Teeny.
Oh, hello, Teeny. I'll be right back, McGee. Now, don't go away.
Okay. Well, how you doing, sis?
Oh, just stand here, Richard. Oh, boy, am I having fun.
What you fishing with?
A bent pin,
Yeah, what you got on it?
a string, and a pole.
No, you don't understand. I'm trying to find out what you're fishing with. What's your favorite tackle?
Oh, my favorite tackle. That's Willie, too. He's the best tackle in the 4th grade, I bet you.
Look, sis, what I'm trying to get at is this. What are you fishing for?
Just for fun.
Cut it out now. What do you expect to get?
Home before dark.
Look, I'll try just once more, Teeny. What kind of fish are you fishing for?
Muskies.
You mean muscalines in this lake? That's pretty silly, sis.
Why is it?
Why, nobody ever caught a muskie in this lake. You can't catch fish like that out here.
You can't?
No.
Oh, gee, I'm glad you told me, mister. I'll throw it back.
Huh? Oh, my God. Oh. Hey, what was that fish you threw in?
My muskie.
Huh?
If you can't catch him in this lake, I'll fish for something else.
Oh.
Now be quiet, will you, mister?
Well, I got all the stuff put in the car, kiddo.
What'll I do with this fish, McGee? You've got quite an investment in this bass, you know.
You said it, Snooky. Took me all day long to hook that beauty, but it was worth it. That's as nice a bass as was ever took out of Dugan's Lake, you know what? How'd you ever happen to think of baiting my hook with lipstick?
That wasn't original with me.
No?
I've heard a lot of the girls tell about how they caught some poor fish with a little lip. Here comes Dr. Gamble.
Where? Oh, can you see what he's got? Has he got a fish? How big is it?
No, he's just pulling up to the dock, and I can't see if he's got any fish or not. Though I hope he has.
Me too. I hope he's caught 40 fish.
You do?
Sure, I hope he's got 40 of the biggest fish ever caught out here.
Well, that's very sporting of you, dearie.
Yes, sir. And you know what the game warden would do to a guy that took 40 fish. On opening day, he'd plunk him into the pokey so fast that... Oh, hi, Doc, old man. Well, you give up?
Are you kidding, Bluegill?
Huh?
I hooked into a big mouth bass out there that ran at least 15 pounds.
Heavenly day.
Let's see it.
I can't. Broke my line and got away. Oh. But I've still got a fish on my string that'll beat anything you could catch.
Oh, himself here landed a pretty big one, too, Doctor. Show it to him, dearie.
Well, let's see his one first. Come on, show us the pitiful little crawdad you found dead on the beach, Doctor.
First, you show me the pathetic little orphan minnow you found caught in a crack in the pier.
Oh, now, for goodness sake, stop bickering and pay off the contest. I want to go home.
So do I. Here's my fish, McGee.
And here's mine. Weighs at least 4 pounds and 17 ounces.
Mine's at least 6 pounds. How about it, Molly? You're the judge.
Well, frankly, boys, I think we'd better take them home and weigh them. They look about the same size.
What do you mean the same size? Mine is much fatter.
So what? Mine's longer.
Mine is wider.
Mine is thicker. And furthermore, you never
Gentlemen, I'm happy to report that this fish here on the kitchen sink, caught by Dr. George Gamble, weighs an even 4 pounds, 6 2/3 ounces.
Ah, what did I tell you, Hackle Tackle? You can't fish in the same lake with me. Throw his tired little tadpole on the scale, Molly.
Very well. My goodness.
Wow.
And in this corner of the sink, weighing in at an even 5 pounds, we have the winner and new champion, Mr. Fibber McGee.
Just enough more. Well, I'm sorry, Doc, old chap. Nice try, kid.
Sporting of you, old boy. But the best fish won.
You betcha.
That bass of yours fooled me, McGee. I didn't think he was that heavy.
Well, he's pretty fat, Doc, and you know. Hey, what you going to do with him? Hey, give me back my bass.
Relax. I'm just going to take him out on the back porch and clean him for you.
No.
I want to see what these bass are eating so we'll know what bait to use the next time.
Oh, no, don't, Doc. Put that knife down. You might hurt your hands. You couldn't operate. Give me back my fish. I'll clean it later. I'll clean it. You don't.
No trouble at all, my boy.
No.
It'll just take a minute to open him up and... So that's why you insisted upon holding this fish on your lap all the way home.
What you mean, Doc?
You know what I mean. BBs, you little faker. This fish is full of BBs.
BBs? Well, what do you know, Doc? Those bass will eat anything, won't they?
You poured him full of shot, you little chiseler. Huh? Of all the rotten, dirty tricks, I ought to fix you for...
Oh, Doctor?
Huh? Did you call me, Molly?
Yes, I cleaned your fish in the kitchen sink, Doctor.
You did?
Yes. What shall I do with this handful of sinkers? That that poor fish was just chock full of lead sinkers.
Oh? Those bass will eat anything, don't they, McGee? Hey, I was looking through the Bonton ads, Molly. You know what I'm going to buy myself for summer?
What, dearie?
A bassinet.
A what?
Bassinet. If I can catch fish with a brass rod, think what I could do with a bassinet. I could drag out more...
Oh, no, dearie.
What you mean?
No, I'll explain later.
Okay. Good night.
Good night, doll.
Great. Hey, I was looking through the Bonton ads, Molly. You know what I'm going to buy myself for summer?
What, dearie?
A bassinet.
A what?
Bassinet. If I can catch fish with a brass rod, think what I could do with a bassinet. I could drag out more...
Oh, no, dearie.
What you mean?
No, I'll explain later.
Okay. Good night.
Good night, doll.
The makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry present Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Bill Leslie. Music by the Kingsmen and Billy Mills Orchestra. Homemakers have found a better way to keep their furniture and white woodwork looking bright, clean, and beautiful. They've found that Johnson's Cream Wax is an easier way, a faster way, a brighter way. Cream Wax is a new product and a vast improvement over old-fashioned oily furniture polishes. Oil leaves furniture sticky. Oil catches dust and makes furniture dull and drab. The new Johnson's Cream Wax does not contain one single drop of oil, not a drop. This creamy white liquid is a combination of genuine wax and effective cleaning ingredients. When you apply Cream Wax, the cleaning ingredients remove every trace of dust and fingerprint. At the same time, it polishes to a bright, gleaming luster. Your furniture and light woodwork will be richer and brighter. That hard wax film protects it and makes it easy to keep clean, too. Try Cream Wax on refrigerators and enameled kitchen equipment. They'll stay clean and bright longer. Ask for Johnson's Cream Wax to bring out the beauty of your home.
Look on the bright side, shine up the right side, bring out the beauty of the home.
A great chemist and inventor were lost in Mr. McGee of 79 Wistful Vista. The only trouble is they won't stay lost. Because here he is at it again in a homemade laboratory working out a homemade idea. As we meet Fibber McGee and Molly.
No, that won't do it. Too much H27W4 in the HO3, I guess. Releases the Adriatic acid. Now, let me see.
McGee.
Beginning to get a good sweet fragrance, though. For a while, it smelled like the Russians had held an election in here.
McGee.
Take it easy now, McGee. The world is waiting for this. Richard Hudnut was no flash in the pan. Cody didn't pop up overnight. You can do it, McGee. Stick to it. Remember how the little key slid patiently down the kite string till it discovered Benjamin Franklin?
McGee.
All I gotta do is be patient. Now let's try formula number 48 again. That's the one with the turpentine base.
McGee!
My gosh, kiddo. You startled me out of 5 years' growth. How long you been standing there?
I don't know. What month is this?
This is May 9th. Wait till I pick this stuff up, Snooky. Lucky I had the rug took up and my raincoat threw down. Boy, get a whiff of that alcohol. Better stuff something under the doors. Uncle Dennis will smell this clear from Denver. Now, there we are. Were you speaking to me, kiddo?
Only about 55 minutes.
Oh.
I've got one question. What are you doing?
I'm inventing a cologne for men.
Why?
Good question. Because men, my dear, spend $32 million a year for colognes, lotions, hair tonics, and various cosmetics. I want to cut myself in on that dough. And I got a great idea.
Getting a hunk of $32 million is as good an idea as you'll ever have.
I mean, I got an idea for a new cologne. Look, men want to smell good, but they also want to be masculine, you see?
Yes.
So I says to myself, I says, what's as masculine as a thing as there is, I says. Baseball, I says. So, I'm whipping up a new men's cologne that smells like a baseball game.
Ah, yes. The piney fragrance of a first baseman's glove. Combined with the spicy tang of a wet dugout.
Right. If I can extract the odors of popcorn, salted peanuts, cigar smoke, and chewing gum, and add the scent of green grass and alcohol rub, I'll have me a cologne that no red-blooded American boy between the ages of 16 and 96 can resist.
What are you going to call this boon to the bleachers? Hot fly spray? Glove in blue? Or my error?
Well, I haven't got a name for it yet, but I'm going to package it in big bottles shaped like a catcher's mitt with a hole in the thumb. What do you think of it?
Well, I don't know, dearie. I'm a little stunned. The whole idea is so magnificent. Come in. Oh, it's Mr. Williams, the weatherman. Hello, Mr. Williams.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, McGee.
Hi, Paul. You'll pardon me if I resume my work, old man. I'm mixing up a formula.
Right ahead. Very interesting atmosphere you've created in here. What are you mixing up? Termite poison?
He's inventing a new cologne for men, Mr. Williams.
Yep.
You always smell nice. What cologne do you use?
Bay rum. I don't care for it particularly, but my brother-in-law, Ray, gave me a truckload of it in 1929. And I'm trying to use it up.
A truckload of bay rum? What was your brother-in-law, wholesale barber or something?
No, a bay rum runner. This was the last boatload he ran in.
Got caught, did he?
Yes. Ray was a dumb bay rum runner and got caught on the bay with some Bombay rum. But the bay rum he ran...
Oh, hey, hold the phone there. Hey, wait a minute. You're getting into my territory there, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were a bay rum runner, too.
Oh, he isn't, Mr. Williams. It's just that he...
Quiet, please, now. Quiet, folks. I got to concentrate. Now, let me see. 4 drops of 9HW to the W6PH3. That ought to give me a positive reaction of 7TJ12. Aha! There we are. You see that green liquid, Foggy?
Yes, what is it?
That's the purple liquid that I put the vanilla into. Turned green. Interesting reaction, wasn't it?
What was the purpose of it, dearie?
I don't know. I didn't have any purpose. I'm just messing around so something smells good.
You say you're inventing a new men's cologne?
Yeah, I'm going to capture the essence of American baseball and bottle it, Foggy. Masculine, but entrancing.
Isn't that a wonderful idea, Mr. Williams?
It is indeed, and I know McGee can do it.
Really, Foggy? Why do you think so?
Because for many years, McGee, I ran a weather observation station in the Rocky Mountains.
What that got to do with this?
Well, I still remember the stimulating smell of the evergreens, the cedars, the pines, the firs, the balsams.
Oh.
How they released their fragrance as the warm sun and the gentle rain brought out their natural aromatic juices.
And you mean McGee is as strong and healthy as an evergreen tree, Mr. Williams?
No, but he's just as sappy. Good day. Probably. Billy Mills from the orchestra, and better luck next time.
baseball cologne for dressing, McGee?
Great. I mixed up some stuff here that smells exactly like rain falling on center field with the faint nostalgic fragrance of hot dogs and mustard in the background. Here, take a sniff. Ain't that clean and outdoorsy? I'm getting it, you know. Only had a good name for it. Perfumes and colognes sell on the strength of their names, you know.
Say, how about swat? Put some on and please the baby.
That's not quite it. You keep working on it, Snooky. You work on the name and I'll work on the cologne. Now, let me see. Gee, I wish I had some verdigris.
Some what?
Verdigris. That's some very expensive stuff they use as a base for perfumes. It's produced by whales.
No, that's ambergris here.
Huh?
Verdigris is that green mold that forms on brown statues and things.
Oh. Well, statues are easy to find in whales. I'll sneak down to the park tonight and scrape some off a horse really. He won't care. He's a good kid. Now, whoever that is, get rid of him quick as you can. I got work to do.
Yes, sir. Come in. Hello, Dr. Gamble. Do come in.
Thank you, my dear. Hello, short, dark, and otherwise indescribable.
Hi, Crib Crowder. How come you're away from the hospital? Lose somebody's liver on the cutting room floor? Or just get tired of chasing the pretty nurses down the long, dark hall?
Now, McGee, there's no way to talk to the good doctor.
It's the only way to talk to this doctor. Make an intelligent remark around him and he stares at you suspiciously like you too had cheated your way through the 8th grade.
Our lovely friendship must be ripening into a nodding acquaintance, Scoop Snoot. This is the first time you've admitted that I got as far as the 8th grade. What's that odor? Smells like a bunch of violets being crushed by a wet bathing suit.
Now, that's some cologne himself is mixing up, Doctor. He's trying to find one that smells like a baseball game.
Well, keep trying, Sonny. This one smells more like the midget auto races.
Don't you worry, Pastor. I'll get it sooner or later. I'll get it.
You know what? He says men spend more than $32 million a year just on colognes and lotions, Doctor.
Isn't that?
And he wants some of that money.
A very laudable ambition, I'm sure. So that's what all these bottles and things are for.
Yep.
He's a perfumer. Yep. The perfect racket for anybody as nosy as he is.
What do you think of my great idea, Doc? Whip up a men's cologne that smells like a baseball game, masculine, exciting, clean, and healthy. Take the fragrance of the popcorn and peanuts, the hot dogs and mustard, the cigars, and the root beer. Combine them odors with the sharp, tantalizing fragrance of leather, the grand, earthy smell of the new-mown grass, and the rich scent of new wool uniforms. How can you beat it?
I'll show you. Like this.
Less than a huff.
Maybe he doesn't like cologne, McGee.
To him, anything that don't smell like either chloroform or carbolic ain't worth inhaling. Oh, well, hand me that bottle over there, will you, Snooky?
This little tiny one?
Yeah.
What's in there? Looks very sinister.
That's my own extract of leather. A dash of this gives it that leathery smell. I'd let you smell it, but it's too concentrated.
You made that?
Yep, chopped it up, mashed it down, boiled it, and distilled it. This is the pure essence.
What did you use?
Well, you remember that Airedale Mort Troop had?
McGee, you didn't. No, you didn't.
Mort gave me his old leather leash.
Oh, his leather leash.
Yeah. Hey, you thought of a name for my baseball clone yet?
Yes, I have.
You have? Well, what is it? My gosh, kiddo, a good snappy name is half the battle. What's your suggestion?
Well, how about Winning Run?
Huh?
Winning Run, the cologne that steals home with its clean American fragrance.
Hey, that's good, but I don't like it. Stealing home makes it sound like it was a shame to come in the front door. I think we ought to keep working on it. Besides,
Hello, Molly. Hiya, pal.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
I'm going to turn on the Polar Express while
Junior, hey, what cologne do you use?
Oh, some stuff called redwood. The discriminating man's personal toiletry that invites closer acquaintance.
Oh, how cute.
Like the cedar-scented air of a cool forest. I got it for Christmas.
we still kind of want to watch.
What does it smell like?
Tar.
Oh, Mr. Wilcox, now, if you had your druthers, would your druther be mistaken for a redwood tree or the Yankee Stadium?
Yeah, I don't know. Why?
Well, himself is working on a new man's cologne that will smell like a baseball game.
Yeah, you a baseball fan, Junior?
Oh, sure. Also football, basketball, golf, polo, poker, rummy, charades, run, sheep run, and pro free.
Pro free? What's that?
Pro free? Well, that's sort of an abbreviation for protect and preserve. You use Johnson's wax. Any number of people can play. The rules are very simple. You just apply the Johnson's wax to wooden enamel surfaces, floors, furniture, and woodwork, lampshades, leather goods, white kitchen equipment. In fact, almost any surface that should be protected against dust and dirt and dampness.
Yes, but Mr. Wilcox, what we were
Easy game. The easy game that has millions of enthusiastic players, particularly housewives. And particular housewives. The funny part of playing this game is that you can't lose. You always win prizes of health and cleanliness and that look of sparkling hospitality, that warm and mellow luster that homes, large and small, always...
Look. Waxy.
Yes. You want to tell me about this new cologne. Go ahead.
Do, pal. I mean, do, McGee.
Well, it's very simple, Junior. What appeals most to the American male?
The American female.
Now, besides that.
I don't know.
Well, baseball.
Well, yes, I guess so.
You guess so? Why, it's the national pastime. Think of the excitement of a World Series. Think of capturing that excitement, that blood-tingling, screaming vitality of a ball game in a bottle of cologne.
Would you buy a cologne that held the fragrance of a baseball game suspended in its liquid depth, Mr. Wilcox?
Nope.
And why not?
Because if it's as bad as it sounds, I wouldn't have to. Some lint head would give it to me for Christmas. Well, good luck with it, pal. Goodbye.
Ah, dear, a scoffer. It's a regrettable thing, my dear, that one's best friends are the ones who have the least faith in one when one is doing one's best to make something of myself.
My very word. And if you'll excuse me, who begun, I must go upstairs and sort the lawn.
Aye.
Let me know if there's anything I can do to help.
Yeah, and let me know if you think up another good name for my cologne. Ah, there goes a good kid. Steady as the rock at Gibraltar and just as ready to take a shot at somebody. Sometimes I... Come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hi, Jeannie. Sit down and don't jump around now. I'm working on some very delicate chemical problems.
Oh? See, it sure smells funny in here, mister. Kind of good, but kind of funny.
Well, that's explainable, Jeannie. I'm mixing up some cologne.
That's what
I says I'm mixing up some cologne. You know what cologne is.
Sure I do, I betcha. That's the stuff girls put on their ears to keep boys on their toes. What flavor cologne you gonna make, mister? Carnation or violet or what?
Baseball.
Oh, boy. Baseball. I love baseball, mister.
You do?
Gee, was that ever a ball game at the ballpark today, I betcha?
At the ballpark? Were you out the ballpark today?
Sure. Oh, boy, these things happen.
Yeah?
It was the last half of the ninth inning, and Wistful Vista was behind 6-4, and the bases were loaded, and our heaviest hitter came up to bat.
Yeah. What happened?
So the pitcher wound up and threw the ball, and the usher bumped my elbow, and I got my face stuck in my box of popcorn. When I got it unstuck, the game was over.
No kidding. Who won?
I did. I got 3 boxes of popcorn and my ticket back if I'd stop squalling and go home.
Well, that sounds like a big day. Hey, wait a minute. Didn't you have school today, sis?
Sure. Only my teacher let me out at noon on that.
Let you out at noon?
Sure. When I told her about my grandpa got hit by a car and they took him to the hospital, she said, "That's terrible. You may go, Teeny." That's me, Teeny, you know.
Yeah. Well, that's too bad, sis. How'd your grandpa get hurt?
Well, he was running for a horse car and he stepped in front of a Stanley steamer.
Oh. A horse car? Hey, when did all this happen?
I'm glad my teacher didn't ask me that. It was 1902, mister.
The Kingsmen and Casey, the pride of them all.
The faces were loaded, the score was at high. 2 out, and the hour was late. The bleachers exploded, excitement ran high when Casey stepped up to the plate. Casey's the guy with his eye on the ball, but mostly the ladies. Casey's the guy who's the idol of all, but mostly the ladies. Casey is mighty and manly. Casey's a dangerous gent. When he goes to bat, hang on to your hat. He's batting 1,000%. With the ladies, oh, Casey has nerve and he knows every curve. He's no hokey pokey. He gets away with that old double play. He's sure okey dokey. He makes all the ladies go gaga, it's true. No wonder they swoon when he comes into view. He was the Sinatra of 1902. Casey's the pride of them all. Casey was wonderful, Casey was great. He sung the mightiest cloud. They knew he would knock the ball out of the state. Alas, poor Casey struck out. Oh, Casey's the guy with his eye on the ball, but mostly the ladies. Casey's the guy who's the idol of all, but mostly the ladies. You may think that Casey is through playing ball. The stands may be empty through summer and fall, but Casey's still swinging and missing that ball. Casey's the pride of them all.
Ah, now I'm getting it. Dash more of the carnation and a smidgen more mustard. I'd have thought of this idea 10 years ago, I'd have been a wealthy man by now. But no, I had to wait till taxes were sky high. Hey, Molly.
Yes, McGee.
I think I'm finally getting it. How's this for fragrance? Take a sniff.
It's not bad at all, dearie. Rather a nice cologne. Although, to be frank, it isn't particularly reminiscent of baseball.
You mean you can't even detect the root beer, the rose water, and the nicotine I put in it? My gosh, I worked hard to get that.
Come in. Oh, it's the old-timer, McGee. Hello, Mr. Old-timer.
Oh, hi, old-timer.
Hello there, kids. Hey, what do I smell in here? That your shaving lotion, Johnny?
Does it smell like shaving lotion?
Well, daughter, it smells either like shaving lotion or the stuff Papa used to cook up when we had that little cabin down in Tennessee.
Oh, yes.
I remember I used to ask Papa, I'd say in my childish way. In my childish way, which some folks say I still got. What is that stuff in that big copper kettle that Uncle Rufe pours in jugs and hides under the old stump? And Papa would just kind of chuckle and leer at me with a powder horn.
A powder horn? You mean your father still used to load his rifle with a powder horn?
I didn't say nothing about a rifle, Johnny. Powder horn belonged to Mama. She put flour in it and used it for a compact.
And what was in the big copper kettle, Mr. Old-timer? Maple syrup, I presume.
Daughter, there was 2 revenue men that was just dying to know the answer to that question, and they succeeded, too.
In finding out?
Nope, in dying. Uncle Rufe got one of them right betwixt the ears, and Papa nailed the other one with a clean shot through the larynx.
Wow.
Mama was so proud she gave him hominy grits and apple pandowdy for dinner.
Well, that's terrible. Shooting at revenue officers is a crime.
Not in them parts when I was a young'un, daughter.
No?
Shooting at revenuers was just kind of considered a common citizen's protest against government interference with private enterprise.
Your family have any feuds down here in Tennessee?
Oh, plenty, Johnny. I was shot at 4 times before I was out of my 3-cornered pants. In fact, I was wounded before I was weaned. I was sitting outside the cabin one day, teasing on a hunk of bacon rind, when I hear the shot. And I felt me a sharp pain in the stomach.
Oh, you mean you got shot?
Nope, but almost, daughter. You see, we didn't have any safety pins in them days. Mama used to pin me with a long thorn. The bullet had slugged through the wash tub, ricocheted off the plow blade, and drove that thorn half an inch into my little stomach. Mama was so worried and upset, she took a hay strap and liked to beat my brains out. But the government took all the fun out of feuding, too.
How did they?
Passed a law.
Uh-huh.
My cousin Clay came riding through the piney woods one day, all of a lather, just come from the county seat with the bad news. Put up your guns, fellas, he says. Government says this here feudal has got to be cleaned up. They just passed a legislation.
What legislation was it?
The pure feud laws, daughter. We figured if we couldn't feud dirty, there was no fun feuding at all. Well, save me a gallon of whatever that stuff is, Gilly. I want to poison some devil's grass.
He didn't give me a chance to explain about my baseball cologne.
Well, he's hardly the cologne type, dearie. He's more of a rugged individual.
I see.
Did you say you thought you almost had the formula you wanted?
Just a few more experiments, and I'm ready to start tickering for a bottling league. Imagine me the first man in America with enough imagination to capture the essence of baseball in men's cologne.
Well, now we still haven't a name for it. As you said, no matter how attractive a product is, the name is very important.
Yeah, we gotta get a good name. Maybe something like with a French tang to it. How do you say the fragrance in French?
L'odeur.
L'odeur. L'odeur. The fragrance of baseball. What's French for baseball?
How about ochre?
Ochre. Does that mean baseball in French?
If you say the whole thing fast, it means baseball in any language.
L'odeur, ochre. L'odeur, ochre. L'odeur, ochre.
L'odeur, ochre!
Why, I can just see the billboard. Get a bottle of Leo DeRocher, the essence of baseball. Why, that's terrific. Call Rexall. Call Walgreens.
DeRocher.
Yeah, call DeRocher, too. Boy, this is...
It doesn't make a bit of difference how much water you use, a cup full or an ocean full. Water alone will not clean your car. No, sir, water cannot remove the shabby grime left by traffic fumes, bugs, tree sap, and oil. But just try Johnson's Car New. Why, it dips through all kinds of traffic tarnish. You see, Johnson's Car New contains effective, powerful cleaning ingredients that remove all dirt and stain. And because Car New is wax fortified, it polishes at the same time it cleans. That's right, Car New cleans and polishes in one easy application. You merely apply Johnson's Car New, rub a bit where traffic tarnish is stubborn, let dry to a white powder. Whisk off the powder, your car is sparkling clean and shining. Just think, without hard buffing or rubbing, you can give your car the sparkle and luster of a brand new showroom shine. Try it, won't you? Give your car a Johnson's Car New beauty treatment. Johnson's Car New is the quickest, easiest way to bring out the beauty of your car.
Look on the bright side, shine up the right side, bring out the beauty of your car.
Ladies and gentlemen, if there was one thing the late war taught us, it is that no nation can wall itself off from the rest of the world and be either safe or prosperous. And there's no better time to emphasize this fact than during this week, which is World Trade Week.
The economic prosperity of our country depends greatly on the business we do with other countries. Part of every dollar you make comes from world trade.
So remember, good business helps toward peace.
And peace is good business.
Good night.
Good night, all.
The makers of Johnson's Wax Product, Racine, Wisconsin, bring you Fibber McGee and Molly each week at this time. Be with us again next Tuesday night, won't you? Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Johnson's Wax Products for Home and Industry presents Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie. Music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Fibber and Molly join us in a moment. The best way to bring out the beauty of your wood floors is to use Johnson's paste wax. And the best way to polish paste wax is to use a Johnson electric floor polisher. And ladies, here is good news. You can now rent one from your neighborhood dealer by the day, and at a very low cost. A Johnson electric polisher takes the hard work out of floor polishing. Its fast-spinning brush does all the buffing automatically as you guide the polisher across the floor. That's simple. Yes, with a Johnson electric polisher, floor polishing is done in 1/10 the time it used to take. And of course, you know how easy a glowing coat of hard, gleaming wax will be to keep clean. An occasional light dusting does the job, so ask your dealer about renting a Johnson electric polisher by the day. Or you can have one for your very own. The price is $44.50. Rent or buy, either way, you'll find a Johnson electric polisher and a can of genuine Johnson's paste wax are the perfect pair to bring out the beauty of your home.
Look on the bright side, shine up the right side, bring out the beauty of the home.
The world is made up of two kinds of people, men and women. Here is one of each, Fibber McGee and Molly.
So this guy says to me, okay, wise guy, he says, you know so much about politics, he says. Who's going to be elected president, he says. So I takes a deep breath, looks him square in the eye, and says, kind of cool and collected, I says, well, who's running? Well, he could see I had him there, because by the time he named everybody that's running, it'd be way past supper time for both of us. Am I boring you, kiddo?
Not at all, dearie. I love to hear men talk politics.
You do?
Yes, they always seem so childish it brings out my motherly instinct. But I don't feel too good, McGee. I have a slight toothache.
A toothache?
Mm-hmm.
Well, my gee whiz, maybe you can't just sit around all evening and suffer from a toothache. You know, my policy, if a tooth starts bothering you, go to the dentist and have it yanked.
Well, if that's your policy, dearie, it must have lapsed right after we were married.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, for a man who likes to sit down as much as you do, I've never seen anybody so frightened of an easy chair with a glass bowl on the arm of it.
Well, my teeth are particularly sensitive.
They are?
Most people have a thick layer of enamel on their teeth. I was born with a thin coat of shellac.
Oh, well, this isn't enough for toothache to make a fuss about. It's more just a little touch of neuralgia. It'll go away. Let's change the subject.
Good idea, good idea. Get my note.
Yes.
Let's talk about something else entirely.
Good.
How long you had this toothache?
Oh, off and on all day. Hardly felt it most of the time, though.
Oh?
For a while this morning, I lost it entirely. I was listening to Fred Waring on the radio. Isn't he wonderful?
You said it. My gosh, Snooky, we can't get Waring to play all day for you, you know.
Well, the Johnson's wax people did better than that. They got him to play all summer for them.
Oh.
Now, not a word to whoever this is about my toothache, McGee. I want to forget it.
It's a deal. Come in.
Oh, it's Mr. Wimple, McGee. Hello, Mr. Wimple.
Hi, Wimp, old man.
Hello, folks.
Well, how's everything with you these days, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, just fine, Mrs. McGee. Just keen, if I may use a slang expression. You know, the sweetie face.
Sweetie face? You mean?
My big old wife, yes. You know, sweetie face hasn't said a cross word to me for a solid week.
Well, isn't that wonderful?
Yes. She's been visiting her mother.
Oh, I see.
My goodness, I hope you two haven't quarreled.
Oh, no. I've heard of fellows whose wives get mad at them and go home to their mothers and stay there. But I guess I just don't know how to work it.
Oh, you know you'd miss her if she really left, Wimp.
Can't you ever be serious, Mr. McGee?
Mr. Wimple, what are your plans for the summer?
Oh, we have the summer all mapped out. We've got enough money saved so that one of us can go to Honolulu and the other can stay here and go to the movies twice a week.
I'll bet Sweetie Face takes a trip to Honolulu.
Well, I must say she's very fair about things like that, Mr. McGee. We draw straws for it.
Oh, which straw gets the trip to Honolulu? The long one or the short one?
Whichever one Sweetie Face draws.
Well, personally, I'm glad to see summer coming with.
I like summer, too. Picnics and long walks and wondering who has your umbrella.
I like summer, too. Did you ever hear my poem about summertime? I call it, It Was Not My Fault.
How's it go, Win?
It was not my fault. When I was young and my heart was gay, I had a girl whose name was May. She loved to picnic on the grass amidst the trash and broken glass, with hard-boiled eggs on which to choke and ants and thorns and poison oaks. One day May sat upon a bee and leaped up screaming names at me. So my summer finished there that day, right at the very end of May.
Oh, that poem note wasn't that bad.
No, but this tooth is.
Oh, well, come on, Snooky. Let me take you down to the dentist. It's too late for office hours, but I'll call him up and have him meet me there.
Oh, we can't do that.
Why can't we? My gosh, I just paid him $42 for fillings. That's quite an outlay for an inlay. If I hadn't been an umpche, I'd have put up an e-fake. So don't feel you can't have him till...
Oh, dear, it's Dr. Gamble.
Oh, swell. He'll give you something for that tooth.
No. I'm not a word to him, please.
Oh, but Molly, you gotta have...
It's too trivial. Come in.
Hello, Molly.
Hello, Dr. Gamble. Nice to see you.
Hello, Gruesome.
Hi, Butcher Boy. How's your golf game?
I haven't had time to play golf since August of 1940, and you know it.
What made you think the doctor was playing golf here?
I heard a couple of other doctors talking about him. They said he was developing a bad slice.
That's professional jealousy, my boy. It is common knowledge in surgical circles that a Gamble incision is short and to the point. On an appendectomy, for instance, par for the course is 9 stitches. I do it in 7.
Really, Doctor? 7 stitches?
Why, certainly he does. Have you ever seen his needlework? My gosh, he must have studied sewing under Omar the tent maker.
Now, McGee, don't talk like that to the good doctor.
Well, I can't stand a guy that brags. Gee whiz, I may not be absolutely and completely perfect in every possible way myself, but if I got faults, at least I'll admit it. I'll face it.
That I will say for you, my boy. Everyone at the Elks says that about you.
Oh, they do, Doctor? That McGee is not afraid to face his faults?
I think that's what they mean. They always refer to him as Old False Face.
They like me down there.
Look, Doctor, if you don't play golf, how do you keep so fit? You must get some kind of exercise.
Why shouldn't he be fit? He don't have to take those concoctions he dreams up himself. He just dishes them out.
Ignoring the feeble jibe from Little Big Mouth here, Molly, I usually manage to get out and play some softball on Saturday afternoon. Yes, in fact, I'd agreed to catch for the mortician's team this week, but I had to cancel it on account of the newspaper.
Yeah? What have the papers got to do with it?
They ran a picture of me yesterday with a caption that said, "Local doctor agrees to play ball with the Undertaker." Say, I'd better go explain that to the medical board.
Billy Mills in the orchestra, and Tell Me a Story.
That tooth give you any trouble since dinner,
Oh,
Mom?
hardly any, dearie. I'm sure it's just a temporary little upset.
Yeah.
I'll put a hot water bottle on it if it gets any worse.
Oh, that's no good.
Why isn't it?
I tried that. I had a terrible toothache once, and somebody told me to put a hot water bottle on it, and by the time I got the dad-dreaded thing in my mouth, I like to strangle myself.
You put the hot water bottle in your mouth?
Where else have I got teeth? I had to empty the water out of it to get it in my mouth, and then when I tried to fill it up again, I swelled up so much.
Can we change the subject?
Okay.
When we talk about it, it hurts.
Come in.
Oh, it's the old-timer, McGee. Hello, Mr. Old-timer.
Hello there, kid.
Hi, old-timer. Hey, before you say anything, let's not talk about teeth, huh? Molly's got a toothache. We want to keep off the subject.
That's absolutely right, Johnny. Let her forget it. Only way to let her forget it is to get her mind off it.
Right, so let's talk about
Yes, sir, daughter. You sit around thinking about that awful throbbing pain that keeps going through you like electricity, jangling your nerves like a bell on a hook and ladder, stabbing at you like little hot needles. It'll hurt.
Well, thank you.
I remember when I was a kid. We didn't have no dentist in them days, kid. No, sir. Papa used to take care of us kids with two things himself.
Your father?
Yep, had a very simple system, Papa did.
Yeah?
Whenever we'd get a toothache, he'd just tie a string to the tooth, tie the other end to a brick, cutting up a plate stuck there, Johnny. Tie the other end to a brick, I reiterate, and heave the brick out the window.
Oh, I see.
I remember the last tooth he pulled for me that way. The mayor sued him for $50,000.
The mayor? My gosh, what business was in the head?
Well, it was this way, Johnny. Papa tied the string to a tooth, see?
Yeah.
Sat me down in the living room, tied a brick to the string, took it upstairs, and flung it out the second-story window.
Why, heavenly days, what happened?
Well, the string yanked me halfway up the hall steps, jammed me in the turn at the landing, and broke.
Wow.
Brick hit the mayor, who happened to be passing, and knocked him into the gutter cold. Two ladies from the temperance club see him laying there in the gutter and call the police. Captain chucked the mayor in the pokey, and the ladies got up a petition to throw him out of the city hall, and when he come to and got his wind back, he sued Papa. Papa got his wind back first, was over the border into Mexico, where he lived happily ever after, con mucho gusto. Adios, amorgi.
Oh, my goodness, I'm glad he's gone. The more he talks about toothaches, the more my tooth aches.
Now, let's forget it now, kiddo. I won't say another word about teeth. Let's talk about the time I was in the seesaw business back in Sioux City for this.
You in the seesaw business?
I never told you about when I sold seesaws for the seesaw company that old man Seymour had in Sioux City.
You never did.
Well, baby, I will. You see, I was a senior seesaw salesman for the Seymour Seesaw Company, and I sold saws on the side. When I'd start out with a sample seesaw and a sack full of saws, I'd tell the other saw salesman silly, because I was as saucy a seesaw salesman as the other saw salesman ever saw. Why, I could tell you a $2 bucksaw that would outsaw any bucksaw you ever saw a young bucksaw with, and for $6, I'd tell you a sawbuck to saw the bucksaw on. I sold so many saws and seesaws that I got saw sticks from saw some and C6 from seesaw some, and between the saw some and the seesaws, the C6 seesaw sales and saw 6 saw sales.
Hey, by the bell.
This is miracle.
Come in.
Hello, folks.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox. Come in.
Hi, Junior.
Say, awfully sorry I'm late, kids, but I just came from a sales meeting.
Well, now, you didn't have to rush over here all out of breath, Junior. We'd have made out some way, even if you didn't show up at all.
No, I didn't want to disappoint you, pal.
Disappointed, he said.
Gee, that was a great meeting we had tonight.
What?
You see, our district manager always gives a short talk on some current event, some topic in the news. And tonight he really takes the subject.
Yeah, what do you talk on, Junior? Politics, European affairs, or the love life of the anchovy?
No, he selected as subject Johnson's self-polishing blow coat.
Oh, McGee, you sucker. Will you ever learn to keep your...
He started out by saying what pride most housewives take in the appearance of their kitchens, and how when they see their kitchen linoleum all covered with dirt and mud, makes any good housekeeper just grit her teeth.
Grit her teeth. Oh.
And he went on to say how traction, dirt, and dampness and spilled things can be a perfect pain in the neck.
Yeah, we know, Junior.
Until, of course, you discover how Johnson's self-polishing glow coat protects that linoleum against dirt and dampness and makes spilled things so easy to wipe up.
Yeah, but what I'm
And because there's no rubbing or buffing with glow coat, you find that more housewives use glow coat than any other floor product. Because you can bet your back teeth, he said.
Back teeth,
Yes, you can bet your back teeth that with the safe and simple protection Glow Coat gives your linoleum floor covering, you're going to save a lot of the wear and tear on your nerves. That uncertainty about the appearance of your home that leaves a housewife's nerves raw at the end of the day.
Junior, please, look.
And in conclusion, he pointed out one thing.
Hey, look, Waxy.
Yes, Al.
May I point out one thing in conclusion?
Why, sure, Al. What?
The door.
Oh, good night.
You know, as much as I like that kid, sometimes he gets on my nerves a little.
Nerves.
Hey, you didn't hardly open your mouth while Junior was here, Molly. You usually help me annoy him a little bit.
Well, I was afraid if I did, I'd scream.
Yeah?
No use kidding myself any longer, dearie. This tooth is killing me.
Oh, gee whiz, kiddo. I wish you'd let me took you to the dentist while it was still open. Look, you sit down here. I'll run upstairs and get some aspirin out of the medicine chest.
I looked a while ago. We haven't any aspirin.
Well, I'll call Kramer's drugstore. Kramer closes at 10 o'clock. What time is it?
11:30.
Well, give me the phone. I'll call Kramer's home and have him run down there, open up, grab some aspirin, and run over here with it.
I tried that. There's no answer. I guess I'm stuck with it until morning, dear.
Oh, no, you're not, baby. Leave everything to me. I'll get you some aspirin.
Where?
At Kramer's drugstore.
It's closed.
I'll open it. I can get in.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. I'll sneak up the alley. I'll shimmy the door.
Oh, no, I don't need aspirin. I feel better.
Yeah.
I'm going with you.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
The King's Men and their recently recorded hit, Pickle Still.
Pickle Still was quite a cowboy down in Texas, and a western superman to say the least. He was the roughest, toughest critter, never known to be a quitter, 'cause he never had no fear for man or beast. So yippee-yi-yi, yippee-yi-oh, for the toughest critter west of the Alamo. Once a band of rustlers stole a herd of cattle.
On a stake.
But they didn't know the herd they stole was Bill.
Big mistake.
And when he caught them crooked villains, Pickles knocked out all their fillings. That's the reason why there's gold in them thar hills. So yippee-yi-yi, yippee-yi-oh,
For the toughest critter west
of the Alamo. Pickles lost his way while traveling north of the desert. It was 90 miles across the burning sand. He knew he'd never make the border if he didn't get them. So he took a stick and dug the Rio Grande. Oh, yippee-yi-yi, yippee-yi-oh,
for the toughest critter west of the Alamo.
While the Bible painted in the middle warland, Pickles started shooting some of their little game. He gave them engines up and shake up, but they jumped out from their makeup. That's the way the faded desert got its name. Oh, yippee-yi-yi-yi-oh,
For the toughest critter west of the Alamo.
oh, yippee-yi-yi-yi-oh, for the roughest, toughest cowboy, north, east, south, or west of the Alamo.
This is going to be a single vehicle TA. The driver's no longer on the scene. We're going to need a tow for this.
The back door. Right up to the back door.
McGee,
Huh?
I don't feel quite right about breaking into Mr. Kramer's drugstore. I was always taught that burglary.
They're out of town.
Gosh, we tried to get Kramer on the phone, didn't we? Why don't he stick to business?
Business? My goodness, it's after 12:30 midnight.
Is that our fault? Let's be logical about this thing. Oh, here we are. Here we are.
Hadn't we ought to take the joint before we stick the tip in the watchman and swag the hijack?
Huh?
Or hijack the heist?
No. Take it easy. Take it easy. First thing I gotta do is disconnect the burglar alarm. If that thing ever starts clanging, we'll be up to our clavicles and harness bulls.
How does it happen you know so much about disconnecting burglar alarms?
I sat right there on top of that very trash can and watched the guy install it. I told him at the time that any thief that could get past that alarm was about as in the bird snatchers and wizards. There we are. Burglar alarm is off. Look on that nail to your left there, kiddo. Under the windowsill. That's it. That's where Kramer keeps his extra key.
Here you are.
It'll be like an hour.
The key's so handy and the alarm's so easy to shut off, I don't know why Mr. Kramer isn't bothered to close the door, much less lock it.
If he didn't, the place would be full of flies in the morning. There we are. Okay, Snoopy. After you.
Mr. Kramer must have been expecting somebody to break in. He left the light on.
Now, let me see. Where's the keep the evidence at it? Make yourself an ice cream soda, kiddo, while I kind of snoop around.
Ice cream on this, too?
Yeah.
McGee, how can you even suggest such a thing?
Let's see here in this drawer. Razor blades, toothbrushes, soda mints, inner tubes, wearing blenders, glow coats, bicycle clips.
Oh, heavenly days, what's that?
It's a burglar alarm. Come on, let's beat it.
I thought you shut it off.
I did. I told you that guy didn't know how to install a burglar alarm. Won't even stay turned off. Hey, we better scram. I ain't even found the aspirin yet, Mom.
Never mind the aspirin. Let's take a powder. McGee, I hear a siren.
Oh, so do I.
It's the police, McGee. It's the police.
Let's get on.
Here they are, Needham. Go watch the front door, Lewis. All right, you two, get them up and keep them up. Frisk them, Gorby.
You lay a hand on me, you big looking, and I'll take off the clipper and the hammer. Your pointed little head will bring me to ready. Give me back my pocketbook.
Yeah, now, look here, Buster. All three of you guys. I can explain this. A guy that's a friend of mine owns this drugstore, see?
Oh, sure. And your wife had a toothache, and you just busted in to get a couple of aspirin tablets.
Exactly.
How on earth did you get that, officer?
Oh, brother, how corny can they get? All right, bring them along, Gorby.
Hey, cut that out. Wait, you can't just push me like that. You can't take me this way. You can't take me to jail.
Well, it looks bad for you, McGee. We've called everybody you suggested. So far, we haven't found anybody home.
I don't know what this country's coming to when a guy's friends can't stay home to answer the phone when he gets in the jam.
Well, personally, I'm tired of the whole argument. Just show us to our rooms, officer. I'm sleepy.
Doggone it, this is ridiculous. There must be somebody in Whistle business that knows me and will vouch for me.
Oh?
You'll have to admit this is a pretty silly story of yours, folks. If you only had some evidence that you were in. If somebody says he knows the drugstore burglary scheme.
We are not a drugstore burglar.
No.
We never stole a drugstore in our whole life. Oh, heavenly days, it's Mr. Williams, the weatherman, McGee.
Foggy, old man, pal. Hi, friend. Look, here's what happened, Foggy. Molly had a toothache, see?
Yes, I heard all about it, McGee.
Oh?
Chief, I'll take the responsibility for these people's release. You mean this fellow's an honest, decent, law-abiding citizen, Mr. Williams? Am I on road? No. Then, yes, he is.
May we go now, officer?
Please do.
Thanks, Bud, and if we never see you again, we can wait.
Likewise, citizen.
Oh, my, you never know how we appreciate this, Mr. Williams. My goodness, McGee had them call Dr. Gamble, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Wilcox, and everybody.
Oh, it's quite all right, Mrs. McGee. I had just got to bed, although I was not yet asleep. I've been studying quite late.
Studying?
Yes. Yes, I'm doing some research on the basic causes of typhoons, hurricanes, and tornadoes. And I think I've found the answer.
Heavenly days, Mr. Williams. That's marvelous. You'll be famous.
You mean you've discovered the causes for tornadoes, typhoons, and hurricanes?
I think so, yes.
Oh? What is it?
Wind. But I'll ask you to keep the information confidential until I check into it a little further.
Just ordinary wind.
Can I drop you someplace?
No thanks, Foggy. They brung our car along to the station, wanted to check the trunk compartment for merchandise and dead bodies. Well, thanks a lot, Chip.
Not at all. Good night. Probably.
Good night, Mr. Withers. Oh, thank goodness that's over.
Yeah, well, here's the car. Get in. How's the toothache now?
Well, it's all gone. Lost in the excitement, I guess.
I knew I could cure it one way or another.
Well, you certainly... McGee, you turned the wrong way.
No, I didn't. Kramer's drugstore is on Oak Street at 14.
But why Kramer's drugstore? My toothache is gone. I don't need any aspirin.
Well, I do. I got a headache. Keep an eye out for the cops, kiddo.
There's a good way and a bad way to keep wood floors clean. If you've been scrubbing your wood floors with water, you've been doing them more harm than good. Water soaks wood, raises the grain, and dulls the surface. If you've been using Johnson's liquid cleaning and polishing wax, you've been doing it the best and the easiest way. Your floors are clean, shining, and wax protected. You see, Johnson's liquid cleaning and polishing wax makes water scrubbing unnecessary. It's a combination of effective cleaning ingredients and genuine wax. It dry cleans and waxes your floors at the same time. With just a little fussing, your wood floors are perfectly clean and sparkling with a bright, shining luster. Just think, no more constant back-breaking scrubbing. Johnson's liquid cleaning and polishing wax does away with all that. One easy application cleans, polishes, and protects. Next time, ask your dealer for Johnson's liquid cleaning and polishing wax. And enjoy the easy, modern way to clean and bring out the beauty of your home.
Look on the bright side, shine up the right side, bring out the beauty of the home.
Well, dearie, I'm glad they had a policeman who posted at the back door of the drugstore when you went back.
Me too. It took both of us to ground off the first one.
Both of you?
Yeah.
You mean the policeman helped you get back in there?
Sure.
But why?
He had an earring. Let me get him a couple aspirins. Have one?
Yes, thank you.
A pleasure. Take two. They're small. Good night.
Good night, all.
The makers of Johnson's Wax Products, Racine, Wisconsin, bring you Fibber McGee and Molly each week at this time. Be with us again next Tuesday night, won't you? Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Johnson's Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax Products for home and industry present Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script, by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, is produced and directed by Frank Lichtman, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Have you ever noticed that no matter how carefully you wash your car, it still doesn't look as clean and bright as when it was new? Well, that's because water will not clean a car. It won't remove that greasy surface film built up by plugs, tree sap, tar, oil, and exhaust fumes. But Johnson's Car New will. It cuts through that film in no time at all. Car New does the job the quick, easy way. Here's how it works. Car New is wax fortified and contains powerful cleansing ingredients. Apply Johnson's Car New. The cleaning ingredients quickly dissolve stubborn, dulling film. Even the gummiest, stickiest grime disappears after just a bit of rubbing. Carnu then dries to a white powder. Wipe that powder off, and almost like magic, your car is polished, sparkling bright. Carnu cleans and polishes at the same time. One application is all it takes to give your car a really professional showroom shine. Ask your dealer for Johnson's Carnu. With Carnu, it takes less time and less effort to bring out the beauty of your car.
Look on the bright side, shine on the right side, bring out the beauty of your car.
Some of the world's most daring speculators have never seen Wall Street, a stock ticker, nor a customer's man. Some of them just stand in the front window and speculate on what their husbands are so excited about as they come hurrying up the front walk. In this case, it's speculator Molly McGee and homecoming Fibber as we meet Fibber McGee and Molly.
Look at him running up the walk. I wonder what it is this time. Nobody's chasing him, so he must be.
Hey, Molly. Hey, Molly, where are you?
I'm right here, McGee. Sit down and catch your breath. You're wheezing like a pawn shop accordion.
Oh, there I am. Look, I was coming past Joe's Coke and Smoke Shop a while ago.
Joe's Coke and Smoke Shop?
Yeah.
Isn't that where people go to vote on Election Day?
Yeah.
And where they stand around the rest of the year complaining about who they voted for?
Well, anyway, as I was walking past Joe's Coke and Smoke, what do I hear playing on the jukebox? But I'm looking over a four-leaf clover.
Well, now, you mustn't be too hard on Joe for that. Maybe the needle got stuck back in 1917 or thereabouts.
That's the very point. Four-leaf clover must be anywhere near 30 years old. Look at Little White Lie. Look at Babyface. All old songs have been revived and all making a tidy little fortune for somebody. I'm going to cut myself in on that joke.
Thank you.
Well, how? Write a song to be revived in 1978?
Oh, sir, better than that. Listen. I happen to have already wrote a song that was mighty popular back in 1916. A novelty number.
You wrote it? That was a novelty.
Yep, and I think the time is right to revive it, right now. Put it on the market. Sweep the country with it.
Well, what's the name of this big hit you're going to sweep the country with?
I named it for me. It's called Fibber's Tune.
Very modest of you.
Yeah. I'll go get my mandolin and play it for you. I gotta have some kind of accompaniment when I sing. I never could sing Acapulco.
You never could sing what?
Acapulco. That's a musical term. Means no accompaniment. From the Italian aca, meaning you're on, and pulco, meaning you're on. Acapulco, you're on your own.
Darling, how on earth do you learn all those things?
I didn't learn that one.
You know something? I didn't know you knew a word of Italian, and here you know two of them.
I know three. Spumoni.
Spumoni, what does that mean?
I don't know, but it's an Italian word. Well, I'll run upstairs and get my old mandolin. I'm anxious to start reviving this song.
Now, just a minute, Beethoven.
Yeah.
Coming in. Oh, it's the old-timer, McGee. Hello there, Mr. Old-Timer.
Hi, old-timer.
Hello there, kids. What you doing?
Well, we were just discussing an old song here to McGee's, Mr. Old-Timer.
It's a song I'm going to revive and make some dough on, old-timer. A lot of money in popular songs these days.
You ain't telling me, Johnny. I used to be a songwriter myself. Used to write them and peddle them in Deadpan Alley.
You mean Tin Pan Alley?
Deadpan, daughter. That's what they all give me when I sung my songs for them. Back in 1901, I wrote a dandy, kid.
Yeah?
I called it Always Lay an Egg When I Tried a Turkey Trot. Yes, I did too, didn't I?
It sounds like it might have been a big seller.
No, but just lay there like a rusty cart. Of course, we didn't have any jukeboxes or radio or crooners in them days.
No.
How many copies of a song can you sell by having it sang by a singing waiter with adenoids and a walrus mustache that strains out all the best lyrics?
So what was your biggest hit, Mr. Old-Timer?
Well, daughter, I think my biggest hit was a campaign song I wrote when Grover Cleveland run for president. Went like this. Da-dum-da-dum-dum-dum. Boom. I'm looking over a man named Grover that I overlooked before.
Sounds familiar. Probably taken from one of the classics.
Yep, sure, but I give it up, kids.
Yeah.
All the songs I wrote had to be sung loud so you can hear them over the brass band or the rattle of beer stein. Nowadays, songs are all wrote for soft-voiced little fellers to go up into a microphone that makes them all sound like Caruso. Where this Crosby feller be today if he'd had to sing "Throw 'em Down, McCluskey" to the third balcony without a microphone?
Well, I don't know where Crosby would be, but McCluskey would be way up on the hit parade.
It's pretty good, Donnie, but that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says, the other feller says, he says, modern medicine is really going places. They just cured my uncle of stealing horses. They're true, says the other feller. How'd they do it? Psychology? No, says the first feller. They give him shots. 3 of them in the seat of the pants.
Billy Mills in the orchestra and a fellow with an umbrella.
So you can see right away that a song like this one just can't miss. I predict it'll catch on like kissing on a hayride. Here, let me sing it for you. Oh, Peanut. How do you like it so far?
Well, maybe it'll grow on me, dearie.
Sure it will. Wait till you hear him sing it on the radio this afternoon over at WVIS.
On the radio?
Sure.
My goodness, those quiz shows will do anything, won't they?
Oh, didn't I tell you? Every afternoon, the King's men sing a bunch of songs wrote by local songwriters like me that they draw out of a hat, see?
How do they draw you out of a hat?
Huh?
Oh, I see. They draw the songs out.
Sure, they draw the songs out. When the guy reaches into that hat this afternoon, there'll be 100 song titles in that hat, and by an odd coincidence, every one of the song titles will be Fibber's tunes by Fibber McGee.
Heavenly days. How'd you ever read that?
Well, that's the trade secret, my dear.
Oh?
Yeah. And the fact that the guy who holds the hat for the King's men to draw out of happens to owe me $4 from the Elks Club, that's got nothing to do with it.
I see. Pure coincidence.
Yeah. When you got a talent for writing and a talent for shooting angles like I got Tootsie, plus a natural musical talent and a talent for...
Hold it, talent. That's probably Arthur Godfrey. Come in. Oh, it's the weather, Man McGee. Hello, Mr. Williams.
Good afternoon, Mrs. McGee. And, well, what's the mandolin for, McGee? If you're thinking of becoming a wandering minstrel, I'll drive you to the edge of town.
No, I was just running over an old song I wrote, Foggy.
And keep a tight grip on your hat, Mr. Williams, because at the drop of one, he'll sing for you.
Yep. You're looking at the author of that dynamite song hit in 1916, which I'm about to revive and make a fortune out of, entitled Fibber's Tune, Foggy.
Really? Well, that's a foolish enough title to become moderately successful, McGee.
Thank you.
I suppose everyone tries his hand at songwriting sooner or later. I once tried it myself.
That's all.
Yes, I was running a weather station at the North Pole all alone at the time, and took up songwriting to keep myself company.
That's a good way to keep yourself without company, too. What were some of your songs, Mr. Williams?
Yeah, maybe we've heard them, Foggy.
Well, I wrote one that the Eskimo women used to sing when their husbands went out whale hunting. I called it Blubber Come Back to Me.
Sounds vaguely familiar.
But I think my best song was one I wrote about a young Eskimo lad who came into camp one day and drank all the alcohol out of our thermometers.
Really? What'd you call that song?
The Nature Boy.
Oh, brother. No wonder you were alone up there.
Were you really all by yourself, Mr. Williams?
Oh, yes. My only companion was a young penguin that hung around my camp.
Oh, a penguin. Those are the little birds that always wear tuxedos, aren't they?
Yes. He was a great help to me, this penguin. I shall never forget the time my supply ship failed to arrive. That little penguin found me almost dead from starvation and saved my life.
Saved your life? My gosh, he must have been smart.
No, but he certainly was delicious. Good day, probably.
Hey, Foggy bailed out of here so fast I didn't even get to sing my song for him.
And he thinks the North Pole was the narrowest case.
He can hear it this summer on every jukebox and radio set in the country.
Maybe he'll stay in the city.
Even so, he can't escape. Hey, listen to it again. Oh, peanuts.
Looks like your song hit is starting to ring the bell, dearie.
Yeah. Maybe this is somebody else I can try it out. Come in.
Hello, Molly. Hi,
Hello,
pal.
Mr. Wilcox. Come on in.
Hi, Junior. Pull up a chair and listen to the greatest 1916 song.
Gee, I've had a swell afternoon, kid. I was over at the club taking a swim and ran into a friend of mine who just bought a new car.
Well, that's fine, Junior, but
Said he took it out on the road over the weekend, got it all grimy and dusty. Yeah, but he was pretty discouraged about losing that beautiful showroom shine it had, till I told him how easily he could get it back with Johnson's car new.
Oh, is he eager today?
Well, when I explained how Carnew does what water can't do, it dissolves the greasy film that makes dirt and grime stick to your car, and how easily the dust and grease and traffic varnish comes off with Carnew, he was delighted. And when I told him it was such a simple job, that you just rub Carnew on, let it dry to a white powder, and then wipe it off, all the dirt comes right with it, leaving your car bright and gleaming again, he was the picture.
Oh, peanut.
Hey. Is that your mandolin, Val? Why don't you put some strings on it? Doesn't make any noise.
Doesn't make any noise.
You keep banging on it, but I can't hear any. Oh, you know what? I got through swimming this afternoon and forgot to take my earplugs out. Isn't that silly? Now, there, now I can hear. Were you saying something, pal?
I was trying to say, Junior, that I'm about to revive one of the big song hits of 1916. A little ditty entitled Fibber's Tune, which I wrote myself.
That's great, pal, that's great. But look, let me tell you about Johnson's car. You've got a car,
You
and
just
Billy...
told us about Carnew, Mr.
Certainly,
Wilcox.
you met a guy at the
Did I
club.
tell you that?
Sure.
Gee whiz, kids, I had these earplugs in and I didn't hear it. Thought I'd forgot to mention it. Oh, well.
Harlow.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Sit down there, will you? Relax. You're going to hear a revival of the greatest song hit you ever heard, sung by the composer himself.
Okay, composer, okay. Let me do one thing first.
What, Mr. Wilcox?
Put my earplugs back in. I don't want to lose them, and I figured that was a little slack.
I got a TL for you. You've put in all the plugs you're going to this season. So now go home and come back in October.
Okay, pal, thanks. Happy summertime, kid.
Same to you, Mr.
Try and find anybody around this neighborhood with any musical appreciation. Hey, how do you like the song by now, Mom? Is it growing on you yet?
Well, I'm not quite sure. I'll think it over while I'm upstairs talking along.
Oh, okay.
You keep singing.
Okay.
You keep singing it to yourself, and maybe you'll get tired of it before long.
Okay, kiddo. Ah, there goes a good kid. She didn't realize when she married me that she was getting into the big dough. She thought I'd be an old man for her. But here we are on the road to riches, and I'm still only... Ooh, don't time fly. I didn't realize. Come in. Oh, hi, sis. Here, toss the torso in a chair and take the tension off your metatarsals, Teeny. I said, aren't you out of school a little early this afternoon, sis?
Oh, sure. Me and Willie didn't get out early for a reward, I bet you. On account of we got 150 today for doing our homework right.
You did, eh?
And our teacher.
I said you did, eh?
Who did?
You and Willie, too.
Did what?
Got 100
Where?
in history.
Where?
Today.
Where?
For doing your homework right.
I know it. Oh, boy. What you doing with the guitar, mister? You gonna be a cowboy star this summer, are you?
No. This isn't a guitar, Teeny. It's a mandolin. As a matter of fact, though, I was in a Western picture one time years ago.
Oh, really, mister? Did you ride a horse and play guitar,
No. This was just a small part. I rode a Shetland pony and played a ukulele. But as long as you ask about this mandolin, I'll play something for you.
Oh, boy. Music.
Yeah. I'll sing you a little song I wrote myself back in 1916, sis. It's going to be a big hit this summer. The King's Men are singing it on the air, and you'll hear it on jukeboxes, radios, merry-go-rounds, sheet music.
Oh, boy. Will my mama be able to get the music and play it on our piano, mister? Will she on our piano?
Why, sure she will.
Mama can't play the piano.
Well, then she can have somebody play it for her.
She hasn't got a piano.
Okay, skip it. Here's how it goes. Oh, peanuts go with popcorn. Sunrise goes with you. Donuts go with coffee. And I want to go with you. How you like it so far?
Oh, let me out of here.
Cute kid, but she never answered me. Or did she?
McGee, do you know what time it is? Quick, turn on the radio. It's time for the King's Men.
Bring you at this time that popular singing group, the King's Men, with a series of songs by amateur composers.
This is it, Bill. I hope they don't butch it up.
The opening number has been drawn out of a hat, and it's Fibber's Tune by Mr. Fibber McGee.
That's it.
Long ago when the world was new, a law was passed that had to do with the teaming up of this and that. For better or worse in a two-room flat. For better or worse in a two-room flat. Each and every living thing from amoeba down to a jungle king went looking for its natural mate. 'Cause 2 by 2 is a natural state. 2 is a natural state. Oh, peanuts go with popcorn. Sunrise goes with you. Donuts go with coffee, and I want to go with you. Oh, bacon goes with 10 fruit. Carrots go with you. Everything goes with something, so I want to go with you. When Noah built that great big boat, he nodded if it ever float. 'Cause one of each he could not bring. He had to take 2 of everything. He had to take 2 of everything. In this world so full of flaws, the very best of nature's laws is the one that took its maiden trip on Father Noah's partnership. Noah's partnership. Oh, corned beef goes with cabbage, red and white with blue. Mustard goes with hot dogs, and I want to go with you. Oh, even Wallace Wimple goes with you know who. Everything goes with something else. It's a thing that a thing must do. So I that goes with you. Donuts go with coffee, and I want to go with you. Oh, even Wallace Wimple goes with you know who. Everything goes with something else, and the thing that a thing must do. Now you're a thing and I'm a thing, but you to me are everything. So I wanna go with. I wanna go with somebody else but you.
What do you think of the song now, Phil?
That sounded wonderful, McGee. I'll have to admit I really like it.
Certainly, everybody will like it. You're going to hear Fibber's tune on every radio program in the country. Except maybe We the People and Caltonborn. I'll bet I can get Caltonborn to discuss it in terms of world peace.
Well, sounds wonderful, dearie, but just what radio program do you think you can get it on and how?
That's a cinch, baby. Who's got a musical show that'll be sponsored by Johnson's Wax this summer? Every Monday and Wednesday morning at Consult Your Local Newspaper for the exact time. Who?
You mean Fred Waring?
Nah. I'll call him up right now. Hand me the phone.
Here. Speak a little more quiet. It's a long-distance call.
Oh, interruptions. Come in.
Oh, McGee, it's Dr. Gamble. Do come in, Doctor.
Thank you, my dear, and good day to you, Wet Wash.
Hi, Lancelot. Is it true you lost your satchel last week and 3 patients got well before you could find it?
Now, McGee, I wish you wouldn't talk that way to the good doctor. And of his professional standing is entitled to a little respect.
But not as little as I get from him.
He did a little more professional standing and a little less professional sit wider in his pistol pockets now.
Not to change what seems to you to be such an enjoyable subject, Scuttlebutt, may I ask how you intend to take the swelling out of that banjo?
Well, that's not a banjo, Doctor. That's a mandolin. He's been playing an old song he wants to revive.
Well, his mandolin playing is a strange way to revive anything. What is this beggar's opera you're promoting, Bucklewart?
It's called Fibber's Tune, Tone Deaf. I wrote it myself in honor of myself.
He says it was very popular back in 1916, Doctor.
So was Russia.
Let me dash off a few bars for you, Docky. You'll love it. Oh, Peanut.
Look, my boy. Ours has been a long and stormy friendship. Let's not strain it, huh? I know your voice, and I don't mind saying that I've heard better singing done by a pigeon on a stool under a hot light at the police station. Now, look, I'll get that. McGee's residence, Gamble speaking. Who? Oh, yes, Mrs. Clatterhatch.
Oh, her again.
How's that, Mrs. Clatterhatch? Your husband lost his nose in a large election argument? I'll be right over.
My gosh, Doc, lost his nose?
Yes, he was counting the votes when the fight started.
Yeah?
Saved most of the yeses, but lost all of his nose. Nice summer, kids. I'll miss you.
I'll put in a good word for him anytime if I could think of a good word that wouldn't get me pinched. Well, hey, let's go in here. Hand me the phone. Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me Fred Waring in New York. Yeah, the New York.
If it won't make you too jealous, McGee, tell him I think he's wonderful.
Okay. Boy, when Fred and I get this song revived, oh, okay, operator, put him on. Hello, Fred. This is Fibber McGee. No, McGee. Molly's husband. Yeah. Look, I want to help you out, Fred.
You want to help him out like Dewey wants to help Truman out.
Look, Fred, I've got a song I'm promoting. I wrote it myself in 1916, and confidentially, it's terrific. It's a revival and hot in the pistol. Listen to this, Betty. What do you mean you don't like it? I ain't even sung any of it yet. That was my mandolin.
Sing it Acapulco, dearie.
You ready, Betty? Well, here she goes. Oh, peanuts go with popcorn. Sunrise goes with you. Donuts go with coffee. And I want to go with you. Hello, Fred. Hey, Fred, hello. Oh. Must have been cut off. I'll call him back later.
Well, you know, it's very difficult to interpret a fine musical selection over the phone, dearie. Why don't you mail him a copy?
Yeah, I'm going to ask him to feature it on his first show for the Waxworks next Monday morning, if he likes it. You don't think he hung up because he didn't like it, do you?
Oh, don't be ridiculous. How could anybody dislike it?
A frightening question. Anyhow, it sounded great when the King's Men sang it. Couldn't have got very bad in 10 minutes.
Look, you say you wrote this song?
Yep, I wrote it.
You say it was very big in 1916?
Biggest song I ever handled. 16 pages. Had to cut it down to get anybody to look at it.
I see. And it was very popular?
Very.
With whom?
With me. I liked it better than any song I ever wrote. Funny I could never sell it.
You mean it never was published?
Nope. But now that I revived it, we'll make it
Tell me one thing. How can you revive a song that was never published?
You put your finger on the big talking point, kiddo. That's it. This is the first song I ever wrote that was revived before anybody ever heard of it. What a novelty. What is it? Hey, let me run over it again for you.
Please do, and I'll help you, dear.
Oh, peanuts go with popcorn, sunrise goes with you, donuts go with coffee, and I want to go with you. Oh, bacon goes with canned fruit, carrots go with stew. I'm going on vacation, and I'm gonna go with you.
There's nothing tough or tiresome about polishing your car as you use Johnson's Wax Fortified Car New. As a matter of fact, with Car New, it's really quite simple and easy to make your car bright and shiny. You merely apply Car New with a dry cloth. Rub just a bit to loosen road dirt and grime, then let dry to a white powder. Wipe off the white powder and presto, your car is polished. You see, Johnson's Car New does two jobs at once. It cleans and at the same time it polishes to a bright, shining luster. The secret is that Car New dissolves that sticky traffic film built up by bugs, tree sap, oil, and exhaust fumes. Water alone won't remove that greasy road grime, but Car New will, quickly and easily. No aching elbows, no aching back. Car beauty comes easily when you use Johnson's Wax Fortified Car New. Try it and see for yourself. Yes, sir, you show me a man who's used Johnson's Car New, I'll show you a man who's found the easy way to bring out the beauty of his car.
Look on the bright side, shine on the right side, bring out the beauty of your car.
Well, it's about that time of the year again, dearie.
Yeah, Fred Waring takes over for the Johnson people next week. Every Monday and Wednesday morning all summer.
That's wonderful, and it's been another happy season for us, too, hasn't it?
Swell.
With all our good friends who keep listening to us. Honestly, I don't know what we'd do without them, McGee.
Well, I do, but I don't like to think about it. I wish there was some way we could say thanks to everybody who's been so nice to us all year.
You know what I think they'd like us to say by this time?
You mean?
Yeah.
Oh, good night.
Good night, all.
Fibber McGee and Molly will be back October 5th. In the meantime, the makers of Johnson's Wax products bring you Fred Waring and his Pennsylvanians every Monday and Wednesday morning. Consult your local newspaper for the correct time and tune in next Monday morning, won't you? This is Harlow Wilcox saying good night.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Johnson's Wax program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie. Music by the Kingsmen and Billy Mills Orchestra. Well, tonight we welcome back Fibber and Molly to cheer us and warm our hearts. And I'm back, too, to remind you to keep the rooms of your house as attractive as possible. To have chairs and tables and sideboards that glisten and shine. Yes, and to have nice-looking, highly polished floors. They're especially important to the beauty of a room. And it's the beauty every floor in your house will have and keep when you use Johnson's Paste Wax. Because Johnson's Paste Wax not only makes your floors glisten from border to border, it also covers those floors with a hard coat that protects your floors, resists scratching and wear. Nice part is, dirt can't penetrate that tough coat of Johnson's Wax, so a few strokes with a dry mop is all it takes to keep your floors sparkling. Tomorrow, get some Johnson's Paste Wax. Make cleaning easy. Protect your wood floors, too. And as you look at their rich, lustrous surface in the evening lamplight, see if you don't agree that nice-looking rooms and warm, happy hearts go together. There is a term for a man who won't go to work until autumn. And here he is, the fall guy, and his wife, Fibber McGee and Molly.
with you these days. You seem a little discontented.
Oh, I am. I'm peeved. I'm unconcerted. I'm let down. I feel like a pig with laryngitis.
How's that?
Disgruntled.
As downcast as a yo-yo, as Bob Hope would say.
Yeah. Who?
Bob Hope?
Oh, yeah, the fellow with the snap-brim face. Well, here's my complaint, Tootsie. I'm bored. Nothing happens. No excitement. I sit around here on my big, fat, easy chair and smoke. What kind of a life is that for a red-blooded American boy like me?
Isn't that rather a Russian attitude, dearie?
Huh?
Trying to think up ways to disturb the peace, are you?
Oh, maybe it is, but let's be fair. You got to admit Russia always observes the fire laws at the UN conferences.
Yeah?
Yeah. They lower the Iron Curtain at least once during every performance. Anyway, if something exciting don't start happening around here soon,
Somebody at the door, dearie. And if it'll help your mood any, I hope it's somebody with a black mask, carrying a smoking revolver and a cage full of vampire bats.
No such luck. Probably just one of our dull friends. Come in.
Oh, it's the old-timer, McGee.
What'd I tell you? Hi, old-timer.
Hello, Mr. Old-timer.
Hi there, kids. Hey, I got some exciting news for you.
Yeah?
What is it?
Know that flagpole sitter up on top of the pole in the Wistful Vista Trust building?
Yeah.
What about him?
Well, he was getting so little attention it made him sore. So he said the town was dead, and now he's sitting there at half-mast in memory of it.
Well, I'm afraid himself here agrees with the flagpole sitter, Mr. Old-timer.
Boy, I sure do. This town is so dull, I hear the police department is getting an unlisted phone number.
Well, I know exactly how you feel, Johnny. Never forget once I was kind of bored, busted, and desperate. That was way back in my salad days.
In your what?
In my salad days, Johnny. I was green and all mixed up. The only reason somebody didn't take a knife to me was it would have been bad manners. It would have been.
Yes, it would have been.
Anyway, I just had a nickel betwixt me and starvation, so I called up my brother. Line was out of order. Called him again later. Line was out of order. For 2 days I tried to call him. Line was always out of order.
Well, you still had your nickel. And when you were young, a nickel must have been worth about 5 cents.
So what'd you do, old-timer?
Well, sir, I was right near the zoo at the time, so I decided to destroy myself. Throw myself to the wild animals. I was that disgusted. So I walks up to the keeper and I says, "What time you feed the animals, monkey boy?" And he says, "Well, I feed this big one in about 15 minutes. But he don't get no meat tonight." "Why not?" says I. "Well," says he, "the lion is out of order."
Well, I hope you're not as desperate as all that, dearie.
No, but my gosh, I gotta do something. Hey, you know what I think I'll do?
What?
I'm gonna go downtown and get my pants pressed.
Well, that ought to cause a lot of excitement, at least among your sartorial critics. I'll get my hat and go with you, if you don't mind.
Oh, I'd love to have you, kiddo. Let's go.
All right. I'll run upstairs and put on my face.
Okay. Take your time, though. The pressing shop is open till 6. There goes a good kid. I hope she don't take it too personal that I don't find life too exciting, but they say exciting marriages don't last long. They pass the exclamation point too quick. I always says that if... Oh, now. Come in. Well, my gosh, hi, Teeny. I'm glad to see you. How you been, Teeny? You going to school these days?
Oh, sure. I'm in the 3rd grade, too, of it.
Well, good for you. I was in the 3rd grade once myself. 3 times, in fact. Hey, Mrs. McGee and I are going downtown early tomorrow. Stop by and we'll give you a lift to school.
Oh, gee, thanks, mister, but Mr. Toops is going to take me tomorrow.
More Toops? He don't go that way.
Oh, he does tomorrow, Bishop. Teacher wants to see him on account of Willie's arithmetic.
I can understand that. Old Mort ain't any genius at mathematics, too, either. When he was treasurer of the Elks Club, we got so far into the red we were listed as subversive. So Willie Toops has got arithmetic trouble, too, eh?
Yeah. Teacher asked him what 2 and 2 was, and Willie said, Little Joe. She asked him what 4 and 4 were, and he said 8, the hard way. And she said, what's 6 and 6, and Willie said boxcar. And she says, what's 1 and 2? And Willie says, you lose the points, but you keep the dice, so the teacher wants to talk to Mr. Tooth. Well, I guess I better fade now, mister. Go on.
Go on.
Billy Mills in the orchestra and a fellow with an umbrella.